Alright, y'all. Are we ready? Thanks to Legend of Zelda card fans as well with $2,000 hype with a $53.80 donation. Yo, we should totally like screenshot this and put it on like Twitter or something. Maybe I should do that right now. He says $2,000 hype. Great job on NES, Open Golf, and Super Mario Land today, John. Keep up the outstanding work with the marathon. Hey, thank you all for being so doggone supportive. You know, without you all being all nice and mess, we couldn't do this. So I thank you all so much for all your support. As always. And without further ado, well, not that much ado, we're going to turn it over to Flying Fox along with the commentary so that you all can witness that majesty, the marvel, the gloriousness that is Sonic and the Black Knight. Are we all ready in chat for this? Are we ready? Are we ready? Better be. Alright, let's go, you all. Over to Flying Fox for Sonic and the Black Knight.
Alright, I think we're up, so
yeah,
time to go. Ah, dear. Alright, how's it going, guys?
well, I'm Sayuri, I'm commentating for Flying Fox, and this is Sonic and the Black Knight.
Yeah, so what we're going to do in this first mission is just, well, wield a sword. Basically, we're just going to be running and that's it. Very easy mission.
The Misty Lake mainly is just the game's tutorial world, so nothing really super interesting happens here.
Yeah, we do not do anything with these targets, we just avoid them. Nah, I'm not going to use combo swing, thank you. That's too slow. I've got to go fast. Right, so now we're going to retrieve the sacred sword.
The fate of our kingdom rests in your hands. Do not fail us. You can count on me. I mean, stuff like this happens to me all the time.
Yeah, I don't know why Sonic has a talking sword. He just does.
You can swing your sword even now.
Caliburn is actually the best character in the game, though, so don't at me. This mission is a little more like visually interesting with stuff happening, I suppose, but there's not much going on here. Although you do learn grinding.
Alright, again, avoid these targets. Got some more, I don't know if they're balls or pigs, I don't know. I've got to avoid that thing with that target on the floor there. That sends you straight in the air, and we don't want to do that. And got some more pigs. Right, and we're gonna come up to, I don't know, I guess kind of the first boss?
I'd say it's more like a mini boss.
Mini boss, yeah.
But coming up is the Mist Dragon, or the RNG Dragon, as it's better known.
RNG Dragon. Right, I've got to watch where his head's going if we want to go fast. Ooh.
Yes, his head movements are random, RNG,
Yeah.
and you just want to rely on getting good movements, simply put.
I think
And
that's
often
okay.
it doesn't end up happening.
Oh, he pushed me to the side, that's annoying.
Oh,
Oh well, it's all good. Yeah, sometimes he just pushes you randomly to the side like that.
The mark of a true.
Oh, 138 is pretty good. Right, now we're going to come up to, I think, the first proper boss,
yes.
which is King Arthur. Very, very easy to do.
Now, let us see the power of your so-called sacred sword.
Right. Oh, hopping on a level road like this is actually faster than running. Oh, okay. That was weird. Oh, I was a bit too early there. I thought I saw his sword light up. What? I'm not sure what's going on there. There we go. Okay, what's next?
Next is the hardest mission in the game.
Oh,
so
yeah.
she might lose a lot of time here. It's
Yeah.
a really stressful mission.
I need to concentration for this. It's so hard.
Keep swinging. You have some more work to do. This
There we go. I did
That was
it.
close.
Yeah, this is on the Wii, so I have to use motion controls, which is why speedrunning in this game can be, let's say, challenging sometimes.
Dropped inputs are somewhat common.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, it'll often seem like your inputs are dropped. Because it can be very unresponsive.
Mm-hmm. Which is why I keep saying to anyone who speedruns this game, you can be really good at this, but you can still lose time thanks to motion controls and stuff like that. Even some of the enemies in this game have RNG behavior. And they're not in the position that you want them to be. And it can be really annoying.
So there she's starting to, she's going to be starting to Hugh more often, or basically in every mission Hugh's the homing attack and sword swing combo, which launches Sonic forward while swinging his sword at the same time. It's a really good way to just rush through enemies while maintaining momentum. So we're going to be spamming that a lot.
Right, so now we're going to do Soul Surge on the ground. We've got to defeat 10 enemies. While using Soul Surge on the ground. And we're done. Just get to the end as quickly as we can. Right, so now this time we have to defeat 10 enemies using Soul Surge in the air.
You ready, Caliburn?
Alright, I'm gonna get this last enemy here. And finished. Alright, and now we're gonna head off to Deep Woods. And we have to reach the Lady of the Lake, who is Amy in this game.
You never see her though, thankfully,
No.
because you skip all the cutscenes that she's in.
Oh yeah.
I don't even think she has an in-game model.
I don't think you can play her in 2-player mode?
Maybe the 2-player mode, but I've never touched that mode.
No, no.
This is a long, boring, auto-scrolling section.
Yeah, we're gonna take a long cart ride. I've gotta defeat these enemies as soon as they launch into the air like that.
It's all right. We're following the road.
I'm gonna get the drop on. Oh, nice. Got them all in one go.
Oh, that's really good.
Alright, excuse me fellas, I've got to jump over you, you're in my way.
That's huge.
If I get too close to that nest, the hornet.
Gotta go fast. Blink and you miss it. Pretty much on how to speedrun this game is knowing what enemies to skip, what enemies to home attack, when and where you can soul charge. Also, we're coming up to the next boss, which is... I won't spoil it. I will not spoil it.
Now we shall see what you can do.
Blink and you miss it, once again. It was Shadow.
Oh, really? I couldn't tell.
Usually you can go a little bit faster than that, but his behaviour's kind of odd. I'm not sure how to manipulate it well, but oh well, it wasn't too bad. Anyway, in this next mission, I have to go talk to townspeople and give them 80 rings.
Mind what you take, no damage.
I'm going to be a bit naughty here. I don't care, you can judge me if you want. I'm going to pause buffer.
So the pause buffering is because this game, leaderboard-wise, uses in-game time for the final time, and pausing to buffer what button you have to press during these QTEs just, you know, saves a bit of in-game time.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
It's a very, very minimal save, but gotta save the frames.
And we're already done. Yeah, I know, pause buffering is bad. I'm gonna save time somewhere. Right, so next mission, we've gotta defeat 50 enemies. In any way we can. And we're done. Yeah, I do apologise if I'm not talking much. I find talking and speedrunning this game really hard. Right, so next mission. Once again, we got to give 80 rings to townspeople.
Yeah, it always confused me though why you need to give QTEs and do QTEs in the first place. Because like, somebody comes up to you and gives you free money, but you're like, no, wait, I'm not gonna take that money yet. First, I want you to play a game of chess with me, and if you win, then I'll take the money. Like, no, dude, you just take the money. What are you doing?
Just shut up and take my money.
Exactly.
Right, I hope these enemies at the top are going to be nice. Okay, good, they're not moving. There has been instances where I'm doing the QTEs here and those enemies would just move and you're stuck in the QTE, you can't get out, so I end up getting hit, and of course when you get hit you lose your rings, and that's mission ending. Oh, I was so close to ring up there. Just one off from 200.
At least this game doesn't have a full-on experience point system like Secret Rings. Otherwise, this game would be a nightmare.
I love Secret Rings, but I just can't play it. Anyway, I'm gonna try and pull off this glitch. It's very finicky.
Rescue the townspeople. Skip. Doesn't have a name. She's going to be trying to do or attempting to do a skip that will put her out of bounds on top of the level and let her reach the goal quicker.
Hold on, let me try and... They might have moved. No. They moved. I told you it's finicky. Oh my god.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Like she said, it does require some really finicky positioning, and if the enemies stray too far off from when they spawn, then it can be difficult to do it.
And of course the enemy tries to hit me and doesn't do it. There we go. Yeah, it's, as I said, it's very finicky because I need the enemies in a specific spot and they won't. So I wasn't kidding when this game is hard to speedrun.
So here's the introduction of the big night enemies. I don't know if they have an official name or not, but they are really annoying, and we'll be seeing more of them later on. Their thing is basically if Sonic goes past them, then the enemies will just flat out grab Sonic, and you'll have to shake the Wiimote to get free of their grasp. And they're probably the most annoying enemy in the game.
Let's see if I can do the skip. Yep, done. That's a little bit hard to do. Oh. Okay. Yeah, you want to try and not get hit because it depletes your soul gauge, which is really annoying. Alright, we're coming up to the next boss. Again, we'll not spoil it for you.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
It's Knuckles. But in this game, he certainly does not chuckle.
Missing your blanket again. A lot of these missions are like that.
Yes, after this, there's one more night fight. Unless you count King Arthur. Because we're fighting him again, of course.
Alright, now we head over to Crystal Cave, where we just have to get to the end of this level.
Crystal Cave, I find, is probably the least memorable set of levels in the game. It's just kind of comes and goes, and there's nothing really super interesting about it. There is at least one sort of a skip in a later mission, but it's nothing too mind-boggling.
Alright, I'm gonna take these poles. I want to get some red fairies. And these bats slow you down, so I've got to smack them. Alright, I hope these don't box me in. No.
Okay, hasn't been grabbed by any of the big night enemies so far. Let's try to keep it that way.
I hope not.
The level can be going fine, and then you get grabbed by these guys, and then it's infuriating. It takes forever to get out of them.
Right, so the next one, I have to go rescue the townspeople. They're trapped in these purple rocks, I think called oinks? Onyx? Oh, no, that's a Pokemon.
The black oing. The black... wait, the...
Wrong
no,
game.
What does he say?
Onyx.
Yeah, okay. These, you use your Wiimote motion controls to just maneuver the light towards the crystals, onyx, whatever.
We'll call them crystals. You got to do it right on the edge. You can't do it in the middle for some stupid reason. Okay, I need you to go away. So I... Whoa, okay. There's a little welcome party there. Right, So now we have to go and defeat 50 enemies.
And this is the level that there's a very minor skip in if she's going to go for that.
If I can do it. Oh, not the other skip. I'm thinking of the other skip. No, I can't do it. Okay.
No, okay. That's the skip right there I was talking about.
Oh, okay.
For the spiral that she was just on. It just gets you. It just skips past the long animation of Sonic running down the spiral. Again, a minor time save, but
Yeah.
the fact that the skip exists is still good nonetheless.
Oh, I've got it in loads of practice runs. It feels really good to get it.
It does. It's one of those skips that's just kind of satisfying to pull off.
It's easy. Again, I just couldn't get Sonic to cooperate. Oh well. No, fellas, thank you. Right, that should be Crystal Cave done. I need to say Crystal Maze. Sorry, that's a TV program in England. Oh, I love this mission.
So next up is Molten Mine, which is the best level in the game. Don't at me.
Alright, please go well. I love this mission.
Also has the best music. Don't at me.
Excuse me? That should have gone over. Don't know if I can have enough soul charge now. Maybe?
Yeah, she needs enough Soul Surge energy, because there are, as you've already seen, several parts in this level where it's Sonic's wall sliding over lava, but if you use the Soul Surge over them, he just boosts past them instead. And wall sliding in this game is very slow, so you're going to want to avoid that. Got past the last wall slide part just in time, so that's good.
Yeah, I made sure not to soul charge at a specific point so I could keep it. Because I really want to go through that last wall, because it's very nasty to go through without soul charge there. Anyway, next boss. Again, won't spoil it.
Life starts with a sunny day.
Done.
How did you?
I have no idea. I just go fast. Right, so now we head over to Faraway Avalon.
Yes, this is home of the easiest boss in the game, don't at me.
And we get to fight King Arthur for the second time. Laze isn't dead, she's fine. Oh, hello, SJ. I haven't seen you in ages. Okay, am I going to get good on G? Yep.
Okay, so the King Arthur fight is, it can start off of two different ways. He can use an attack where he shoots electricity beams at you, or he can teleport his sword at you. And the sword attack is faster from the start. What we're trying to do is to get the fast cycle, or the one cycle I mean, which is hitting those red orbs that he hits at us, and then counterattacking during all these orange flashy parts. and then finishing him off in a bunch of hits without him going on to the second phase of this fight. Just a bunch of perfect time hits.
Yeah, not sure what happened there, but okay. Yeah, it was SGQ. Alright. And that's already 3/4 of game done. Unfortunately, we have fake credits now. And I can't skip them. So we have 5 minutes of relaxing.
Yes, this is a required part of the run because there's no way to skip past these and have the game save your progress because you need that to continue with the story. So yeah, we have to watch these credits. They're 5 minutes and 20 seconds long.
Oh god. So yeah, if you guys want to go grab a sandwich, a drink,
Some popcorn.
have a bathroom break, now is the perfect time to do so. Or is there any donations? Nope. Alternatively, if you guys have any questions about the run, or with us, we'll answer them while we're waiting.
If the game ended here, then that category would be like, I don't know, first half percent, King Arthur percent, something like that.
Beat King Arthur 2?
Problem is, it's not even technically any percent because the game isn't actually over. Like that wasn't the final boss. Merlina's the final boss, a character you never see in the run because you skip all the cutscenes.
Oh, I'm gonna have a drink. This is thirsty work. Whatever percent, yeah. I think it's roughly about 5 minutes.
Yes.
I know I'm not gonna do what my chat does, which is sing this. I'm not gonna do that. I will spare chat that.
We have waited much too long, though.
I mean, we've only got about 7 missions after this.
Yes, they put the credits in the middle of the game. It's
Okay.
a story thing.
So, what game started that, putting credits in the middle? Secret Rings?
Have any other Sonic games done that besides Secret Rings and this one?
I know Secret Rings came before this.
Yeah, Secret Rings did it too, but I don't know what other games.
Can't think of GameCube games. I mean, there'll be credits after the story, but... So pretty much during this run, I would be standing up in my room, having a good stretch. But I can't do that because I'm so afraid of the audio crackling. I want to spare poor chat's ears. Oh boy. Alright, so no one has any questions? I know people keep saying, why does this game exist? And I honestly don't know.
I don't know, why did Sonic Team ever suddenly get infatuated with the idea of putting Sonic in mythological worlds? It's just such a random thing to do.
Dunno, maybe trying something different. Just like Unleashed.
Did you know they were going to make a third storybook game, but because Black Knight failed commercially, they never went through with it, and that makes me sad, honestly.
Why is the game so blurry? Might be because I'm using a Wii and not the Wii U, so no HDMI capture. Because I can't play it on the Wii U. I have a problem with the sensor bar on the Wii U. As in, I would not be able to one cycle King Arthur 2 for some reason. I don't know why it does that. Oh, during high action scenes. I honestly don't know. I think it's the way they've done the game. And I do feel sorry about those guys who said that they can't watch it because of their eyes and it's hurting them. I hope you guys come back and watch the rest of the runs. Okay, very slowly gonna get back into position. Okay, gameplay.
Almost there. Almost back into the game. Ooh, finally. Next mission starting. Oh man.
Yeah, I hope it's not. I'm sorry, guys. It's just the way the game is, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Complain to Sonic Team.
Yeah.
Anyways, this is the next mission, Night's Passage. The castle is crumbling, and we have to escape from it.
And
Never heard that one
there's
before.
so many enemies. And we're gonna skip a bunch of them. Oh, excuse me. That can happen sometimes when you soul charge and against a wall like that, you can just get stuck on it even though you're pressing A so much. Sonic will just keep on running, he won't jump up for some reason. So to avoid that, I tried to stop holding up, but it didn't work for some reason. Okay, I have a quick look at chat, and the first thing I see is hot chocolate, and now I want hot chocolate. Oops. Oh my word.
Almost there.
Yep. Right at the end now. Okay, just avoid these little spike crusher things. Right, so you can pretty much pick whatever mission you want to do, but I'd like to go to Great Megalith. Oh, and by the way, you can switch characters now. You can switch to Lancelot, Gawain, and Blaze, but I'm going to be using Sonic for this one.
Yes, you can start doing that, or you can do that for the levels from the second half of the game.
It should be.
Yeah, they're unlocked after Knight's Passageway.
Yes, we have access to all the 3 knights that we fought before, but the only ones we'll ever still be using are Sonic and Shadow, or excuse me, Lancelot.
Gawain isn't of use because he is very slow. So, rip Knuckles.
Never got a chance to chuckle.
Uh-oh. And Blaze isn't used either. 'Cause she's just a tiny bit slow. Okay, I've still got Soul Charge. Okay, let's hope I can do this. Please? Please be nice to me, game. Yes! Yes, I've done it!
Nice. Good job. She was able to get the Soul Surge boost, whatever you want to call it, in a way that led her to phase right through one of the stone walls. But as a consequence, I guess, she got grabbed by the big knight enemies, but that didn't last too long, so whatever. She got it.
That is so hard to do. It's so finicky. I don't know how to do it. I found it by accident.
I have gotten it a few times in runs, and I'm just kind of like, oh, okay, that
Yeah.
happened.
Okay, so we're heading to Shrouded Forest, and we're gonna use Lancelot. And the reason for this is, okay, watch the soul gauge at the bottom left while Lancelot is running.
It must be nearby.
As you can see, while Lancelot is running, oh dear. Oh dear! Excuse me, fellas, thank you. Yeah, soul gauge goes up, which is really good for this level.
Yeah, so Lancelot has the ability to gain the Soul Surge energy as he moves, but the other parts of him kind of start to rear their head in, namely that he is generally slow for combat. His combos just take a long time to execute, and for dealing with enemies, he's more slow than anything. It's just for his Soul Surge ability that we use him in a few levels.
Okay, Vine Skip? No. Okay, I'm just a bit stuck here.
I must hurry on to the stone. Just watch this.
Okay, we're through. Sorry, I was a bit silent there because I didn't have any rings there. Right, where are we going to? Cauldron. And we're going to switch back to Sonic, because he's the best character for this.
Here we go, Doughblade!
Okay. I have to restart because no, not because of that. It's just the enemies that weren't giving me what I wanted. There we go. See, that is what I mean by the enemies having RNG behavior. Now I can do this. Oh, what the hell?
That guy was standing in the air.
Yeah, I did warn you, this game is very hard to speedrun. Oh my god. There we go.
Yeah, okay. You do not want to die in that lava area because it sends you to
no.
the very beginning of the segment.
Yeah, the checkpoints and
The checkpoints are very finicky.
yeah, the second part of the game. Also, my legs are hurting. I've got to move my legs. Ow. Just gotta avoid these enemies. Excuse me? What?
Whoa.
I've never had that happen to me before.
This has never happened before.
Okay, I should be fine. Well, I'm not gonna get smacked in the face by a rock. Nope. Okay, that's not too bad. I think it's the next one I'm really gotta watch out for. It's this one. And you can use either Sonic or Lancelot for this. I use Lancelot because I just feel more comfortable.
This level is, how to put it, it can just be very annoying with all the enemy, with the enemy placement in the bottomless pits. It can get very scary at some points.
Yeah, and these spiders don't help either. They can knock you all the way back to the end of this. Alright, I need to block this giant. He's actually a little bit faster than me, which is rude. Just be safe. Oh, I nearly skipped that enemy. Yeah, it's good enough. No, no, excuse me. Oh, made it. They didn't push me back into the pit.
Yeah, that part is really scary.
Oh dear.
That part always gives me goosebumps.
Okay. Now I have to go slay a dragon.
PETA would be displeased.
Once again, Shadow's the best character for this.
Battle against a dragon. This is getting interesting indeed.
So the dragon here can be sort of finicky, using that word a lot. It can be kind of finicky with the way that it reads your Wiimote inputs. You need to hit it 3 times per phase for the next part to begin. But sometimes, no matter how much you swing your Wiimote, you'll only register like 1 or 2 hits. So just gotta hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah. I've had that happen a few times.
Prepare to die.
Yep, I'll put...
Yeah, alright. And for the third phase, you don't actually have to approach and fight the dragon itself. Instead, there's a sort of hidden feature that lets you attack a pillar nearby, and the pillar will fall down on the dragon and kill it. So you just gotta hit the pillar a bunch of times.
Hold on a sec. Oh, it's being finicky. Come on. Oh. There we go.
Alright.
Yeah, it's finicky. Everything in this game is finicky.
Using that word a lot.
That's pretty why I don't speedrun it a lot. Plus, I have a whole bunch of games I need to do and finish anyway.
So next up is the final boss of the game, Merlina, or the Dark Queen. And there's either two ways this fight can go. You can go for the quick kill, or you can not go for the quick kill. And going for the quick kill is faster.
You would not understand, nor could you
Alright,
understand.
I'm gonna
That's why
be
I
quiet for
understood
this.
what I must do.
Yeah. The quick kill entails getting a bunch of perfect hits in rapid succession, so we're gonna see.
And you can have dropped inputs as well.
Yeah.
I've got a counterattack with just the right timing.
Oh, come on. I wanna... Yeah, I wanna pull this off. I was driving dropped inputs.
Yeah, that was really close.
That was fine, apart from the dropped inputs. You go, done.
GG, that's the quick kill.
Oh.
And that's the run. And stop the timer.
Well, no, it'll be time at the moment. Apparently the file time's still running until the results screen's gone. And time. Hey, 500 followers. And that's it. Oh, I hope you guys enjoyed that. Oh dear. It's... Speedrunning this game can be fun. It's just, you're gonna have patience. Or if you just want to have fun and not go for top time, that's awesome. You have more fun with it. Anyway, I mean, I'm going to be back running Sonic CD Tails tomorrow. It's going to be a race with Final Flame. So that should be more interesting than Black Knight. Oh, we've got an intermission after this, I think.
Alrighty, you all. Alrighty. So as we continue here, we are going to have a break that will not last the full time that is on the calendar or the schedule, just so that we can kind of get somewhat on schedule here and not too far behind. So again, if you all haven't already, make sure you check out the event schedule. You can type exclamation nothing or exclamation schedule. See all the details about the event, what's coming up, what you missed, like the DDR dance pad you missed already, which is pretty early in the event, kind of. But again, you can always check the VOD in case you all missed anything. Of course, we got kind of the second half of the day happening right now. By the way, so far, thank you all for raising over $2,000 for Nothing But Now, it says Mario and Sonic. Alrighty. Again, if you happen to donate or decide to donate, make sure that when you donate, make sure you choose one of those incentives. You've got some incentives you can put towards, including Sonic 2 Game Gear. We've got an All Emeralds Best Ending category upgrade from just the default 80%. So instead of him just going through the game as normal, you can go get all those emeralds scattered throughout various acts, as well as play that fantastic last level and that glorious final boss that that game has to offer. And of course, there also is the Sonic R karaoke percent, which we have as well. You can have Master Kirby singing that's the last game of the first day of the event. So you can have him sing along as he does the 100% no out of bounds category of Sonic R. Alrighty. So don't forget about that. Of course, coming up next, we have we got Peter Afro Returns we got some interesting games coming up, some short ones. We have Mario Mini Moto, which is coming up, a very short run. And of course, after that, we have Shintak doing Nights into Dreams, our first Saturn title of the event. So some interesting games. Of course, after that, we've got some Mario Brothers 3 randomizer. Alrighty. So sit tight, and we're going to get ready to transition into that. Give myself a chance to stretch. You all go take a bathroom break if you need it. Potty break, whatever break, somebody's break. Share the stream. Go tweet about it. Maybe we can get that. Just to compare you all, we're a little bit behind pace. Golf has done better so far. Maybe not so far. We're about almost 8 hours into the event. Comparison, Nothing But Golf raced 4,500 in 10 hours. We're at 2,008 hours. Is golf superior to both Mario and Sonic combined? Of course, this is a 2-day event, so hopefully we can at least surpass it. And of course, overall, for those who don't know, there is a cumulative goal where my goal set was 10,000 across both days. And if we do reach that $10,000 goal, that means we're going to have a bonus game at the end of it. On tomorrow, we will also additionally add to the already packed schedule, which starts at 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. We will also add on Grand Poo World on top of all those other games you already see up there. Again, if you don't know what's happening, you always can type exclamation schedule to check out the games that's coming up next and tomorrow. Alright. Alrighty. So, we're going to get this set up here, and we'll be back in just a few moments with Mario Mini Moto. All right, you all. We're gonna get this going and try to gain a little time here. Coming up next, coming up now, we have Mario Mini Moto. This quaint little game, and we're gonna have Peter Afro returns. Let's get it going, shall we? All right, so let's make sure we're going and make sure Peter's ready. All right, here we go, you all. We're gonna get over and let's have Mario Mini Moto with Peter Afro. All right, y'all, let's get it going. Peter Afro in this lovely game, Mario Mini Moto. And let's get it done. Boy, this is gonna be something right here. All right, y'all, here we go. Over to Peter Afro we go for Mario Mini Moto.
Yeah, this is a fan game. It's not very good, but it's a fun speedrun. Oh, I just missed the power up. Come on, give me a mushroom. Mushrooms are important because they make you go faster and you can do clips with them. And you're not gonna see. I guess you're not gonna see any here because I'm getting bad luck. Come on. Oh. Actually, I don't think it's faster at this point, but I don't care. I'm just gonna show you. Ooh, cool. So, okay, sounds the fireman PC for this strat. This strat's epic. So yeah, if you just, as long as you don't repeat the start of the, just go back into a flag, it'll let you go through. Damn, I'm getting some good luck. Or actually, I think I'm gonna save this mushroom. Fucking Alo Mao, dude. God, why is Alo Mao so funny? None of that immaturity here. Yeah, I'm backing that. Alright, so I'm saving the mushroom here because the final level has a big clip. I don't want to risk not having a mushroom. Mario Kart 9 looks great. Yeah, this is the real Mario Kart 9. Oh. Alright, so final level. This is the cute meme game. This is a top tier meme game. Full CDI. Damn, if this was the CDI game, this would probably have been the best on the system. Alright. Oh, nice, Naya. Alright, that's the game. Done. 2 minutes and 36 seconds. Top tier meme game right here. Yeah, so yeah. I'll see you next on Super Mario 63.
Well, wasn't that quaint? Don't worry, Peter Afro Returns will be back with another fantastic game tomorrow when he's going to do his run of Super Mario 63. So don't miss out on that one. Alrighty. So, yeah, Super Mario 63. Alrighty. And he has I'm going to say Peter Afro has quite a variety of submissions for this event. Some very interesting titles. But coming up next, another fantastic title. We have coming up next Nights into Dreams, ? Square, diamond, whatever you want to call that. So we're going to have Shintak, who's going to get that going for us in just a few moments. This shouldn't take long. This is a Saturn game, another somewhat shorter title. And so we're going to get ready for that one as well for this day. And of course, after this, we have some more stuff. A game that's a little bit longer coming up after that. Alrighty. So here we go. We're going to get this set up as well for Shintak, who's already live. So we'll be back in just a few moments here with this one, alright? So don't go too far away. By the way, you all, make sure if you haven't already followed him, Peter Afro is not on Twitch, so make sure you all give him a follow. Make sure I give his link out here. There's his URL to drop him a follow as well for some of those amazing cat titles there. He's on Stream.me. Trainer! So good. Alrighty. Yeah, by the way, ALMAO, none of that in here. If you want to be like that, go to another channel. Thank you very much. Last warning, and we'll just sit there and marinate on that. Alrighty then. That'd be nice. Anyway, moving on. So we're gonna get ready for our next game here, and stay tuned. All right, you all, we're ready. Going fast now. We're gonna make up some time here. All right, so Nights into Dreams. What this is, it is something, and I'll just let Shintak show you about it. Alrighty. So here we go. Let me make sure we got our. I don't know if this is even Sonic and well, not Sonic. Nights into Dreams. Not what? Don't worry, I got you. Nights into Dreams. Yeah, that's it. Oh, there's a game called Christmas Nights into Dreams. I didn't even know that. All right, here we go. Let's get that update. And we're going to turn it over to Shintalk for some fantastic stuff. Alrighty? Be ready. Be ready. Let's go.
Alright, howdy. This is the Christmas Night sampler disc for the Sega Saturn. It was released in Japan as part of a Sega Saturn bundle, and it was also released in US and Europe as part of like a magazine release. The Christmas Nights has also appeared on the HD versions, but it has the Saturn version has some exclusive stuff like this little Sonic and Dreams mode, where you can play as Sonic. Basically, you have the same physics as you would if you were to play on foot in regular Nights and Dreams, except you move a lot faster, and it's really hard to move around to navigate on this map. Because basically, your movement is tied to I shouldn't say it's tied, but the more you jump, the better your movement is. What is up with that? Like, for whatever reason, it's pointing the wrong way. So basically, most of the point we rely on the arrow to tell us where to go, but for whatever reason, it is not telling me the correct thing to do. Basically, it just points you to the closest chips, because you need 20 of them to plant the Christmas tree. There we go. The Japanese version is definitely the most common, with the US versions and the European versions being a bit rarer. So after each Christmas tree plant, we get an orb of sorts. I'm just gonna ignore that. That we have to go back to the cake, I guess. It's a Christmas cake of some sort. So the whole thing of this game, it was like released in December of 1996 to hype the Saturn, I guess, because like sales were not doing so hot. But yeah, so you get a nice little Christmas theme here. It's probably like one of my favorite Christmas themes to hear. So we just do a lot of jumping. If you get this map's kind of hard to show it off, but if you chain your jumps, you gain more speed for each time you chain it. Like, it's used heavily in the regular Nights and Dreams speedrun, but it's a lot harder. This is like the only map where you don't really do it. And it's just kind of tough because of all the hills. Like the other areas where you normally do the chain jumping, they're much flatter. So it's a lot easier to gauge when you're going to hit the ground. There we go. Nice. There we go, I got some good speed there. And one thing interesting is if you have enough space, you can infinitely chain the jumps, and the more you chain it, the faster you go. And so obviously it's like, it's good to change it as best you can. Okay, that's number 3. And there's a total of 4 of them. So normally in like regular Nights of Dreams play, you'd be playing as Knights and you'd do like the 2.5D side-scroller kind of thing. But since we never actually turn into Knights and we're just strictly a Sonic, we have to do it all on foot. So it's definitely more unique in that regard. The camera is kind of funky. It only faces in 4 cardinal directions, and you can use the triggers to move it. But the game has full analog support, so we have like full 3D movement. But you can also play with the D-pad if you really wanted to mess your thumb up. There we go. Come on, jump. Nice. Alright, and planted the last Christmas tree. So I initially thought that this game did have like a Spring Valley mode for this, but it turns out it's only available in the Christmas mode. we go. So after this, we get to fight the boss, and it's actually a reskinned one of the early bosses in the regular Knights playthrough. It's reskinned Puffy, except it's reskinned as Dr. Robotnik, and we also get a remix of the final boss music from Sonic CD, the Japanese soundtrack. And he's also very festive looking in a certain sense. Like, it's definitely him, but I don't know, just something about him looks really festive. Maybe it's the hat. So basically, we just the same as the regular Puffy fight. We just throw him through various walls until we get to the end and we pop him, because he's basically like a giant balloon. There we go. Oh, nope, I missed. Somehow this is like tougher as Sonic. I guess because like you don't have the same flying movement to like position yourself properly. Nope, too soon. Come on. He's being real mean. But actually, honestly, it's all on me. Dang. He just flew far. Come on. I will say, it seems like he bounces a lot farther than the actual Puffy would. So I'm wondering if that's just like a beta thing, because this came out like a year before like actual Knights of Dream came out in the in all regions. Nope, come on. This is like a really bad angle. There we go. No, where are you going? So this actually kind of happens in the speedrun sometimes. There we go, and time. So basically we just like get them all the way to the end here, and then this like thing falls down and pops them. But it's a nice little mode, only available in the Saturn version. For whatever reason, it was not in the HD re-releases. But thanks for having me. I've wanted to submit something Sonic, and this is the closest thing to Sonic I run. But as you see, there's a lot of little unlockables and stuff in this beginning.
Alrighty, you all. Wasn't that a nice little dazzling game right there? Yo, thank you so much. Make sure you drop Shintak a follow over there for more Fantastic State, maybe some more non-Sonic things as well. Alrighty. And of course, there's another one, Christmas Nights, too, which I happen to see there. So coming up next, you all, we have another race. We have Super Mario Brothers 3, a randomizer race. 80% Warp is designed Mario 3 randomizer race. So Claris.com and GamerCal will be racing head-to-head in this race, but it's not just any race, you all, because they will be racing the same randomized seed. But of course, this is where you all lovely people come in hand, because not only are we going to race it, by the way, 8-Bit Hyper, thank you for the $10 that came in during that run. But you all, you people, are going to help generate the seed. Now, those who watch my stream a lot, you know I literally give you all the power to generate the seed, okay? So how will that happen? So, not yet. I'll tell you when it's time. I'll tell you when. Don't jump the gun because I ain't gonna pay you no mind, okay? They are gonna have a 12-digit number that will represent their seed they're going to play, okay? So I'm going to type a line of equal signs in the chat, alrighty? I'm going to take the first 12 numbers I see. Again, single digits between 0 and 9, no double digits. I'm going to ignore you, okay? The first 12 numbers I see as I see it in my own chat are the numbers I'm going to take, and that will be the seed they will have to play. Alrighty? So, you're going to see some equal signs in chat. I'm looking for the first 12 single-digit numbers, alrighty? You ready? So this is going to be what you all generate. So when they get mad, they have you to blame for it, alrighty? Didn't I see I was going to type equal signs first? What y'all waiting for? See, Iceblood done triggered you all. See, Iceblood got him. He got all y'all. Get on y'all. Got him. Anyways, there it is. Good. Okay, hold on now. All right, on Train 0, Black Ton 5, Final Flame 7, 4. I'll put a 2-digit number. Monogood 7, Oracle 4, Effectos 4, Culverfic 8, Human Mustard 7, Paradox 6, and lastly, Wiglet with a 7, Omega with a 8, and Ace of Arrows with a 4. All right, so that seed number, as I will give to them, is seed 057 744 nope. 057 744 876 784. Again, that number is 057 744 876 784. So whatever foolishness comes up is going to be because of you all. So, yeah. All right. So as they're going to get ready to generate that seed themselves so they can get ready and play it, I'm going to load up their streams here so we can... Yeah. I think the 0 will be neglected because, technically it's null, but it's all good. If it's too bad, we'll just put there. So anyway, let me get their streams going here, and then we're going to continue this. All right. Alrighty, you all. Are we ready? All right, we're gonna have our rays all ready, and we're gonna go. We're gonna get ready and go to this Super Mario Bros. 3 80% randomizer here. Let me add in our command here to make sure you all follow these runners. Switch over here. All right. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff right there. That's the good stuff right there. You all haven't seen the Mario 3 randomizer. Where y'all been? For those who don't know, also, the Mario 3 randomizer tournament is active right now on Speed. Well, not like this moment, but the Mario Bros. 3 randomizer tournament. We did it last year. In fact, I kind of kicked that one off, and it's running again this year for a second time. So it's happening right now throughout the next few weeks on Speed Gaming. So if you haven't seen one, I encourage you all to make sure you check it out. It is fun stuff. Of course, we all hoping for maximum boss bass, so that we can obviously, you know, you have to troll them, obviously. Too bad this wasn't a crowd control thing. That would be really fun. I'll tell you that. Let me make sure. We got one player screen that's looking a little bit funky. A little bit on the funky side. Alright, I think we got that all resolved. Alright. We got them on the same seed here. You can see what seed they're on by the right side. 8,000 coin, 2,000 double note block, and red shell. So we're going to get ready and count them down, and we're going to have some fantastic stuff here. Let's get this music a nice gentle fade. Best fade ever. All right, here we go. And of course, we'll tell you about the randomizer, the settings they're using, all that good stuff in just a moment. And of course, Wally Walk, thank you as well for that $10 donation as well. By the way, wait. Let me catch up on those real quick. Hatman, $20. Says, this guy, greetings from Cancer, long-time runner, second-time donator. I'm donating because my donation has died from games. Oh. Don't worry, the games will live on. The donation goes to the kids. Thank you for that. Dying for a good cause. And Wally Wall, thank you for the $20 as well. Yeah, wouldn't it have been crazy? All right, here we go, you all. We're going to count them down, and we're going to get this race going. Counting them down right now, and let's go. Mario Bros. 3 randomizer with my knucklehead self-commentating. And here we go. All right, let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 2, and 1. Go. Alrighty, here we go. Make sure you can keep them in sync right now. Just want to make sure we have them in sync. All right, there we go. Alrighty, we got a lead change already, just in the pipe. So, for those who haven't seen this is the Mario Bros. 3 randomizer. Now, of course, if you saw randomizer in its earlier stages, you notice something very, very immediate. Is that one of the biggest changes in the randomizer is that now we actually have physically relocated where levels and items appear on the map. So you notice that 1 is not where it should be, nor 2 where most of the other things. So they have a new added challenge now to not know what the route is even going to be. So we've got randomized pipes, and of course, everyone's favorite first stage of playing a randomizer is good old Second Fort from World 7 in Vanilla. So they have to figure out, first of all, how to get to the castle. And of course, one of those forts controls building that bridge across from that 5 you see on Clearest.com's map. So it could be this one, or it could be the one that's somewhere on the other side of the map. So, a lot of things happen. We got hammers. Again, hammers have the ability to break locks in this game. Locks and rocks as they do in Vanilla. So they may want to use them now, save them for later when it's more beneficial. Who knows what's going to happen, because with randomized maps, World 8 can be fun. Especially when we don't know what levels unlock what locks, wherever they may be. Or build bridges. But more about that when we get there. So as we see right now, so just to give you an overview, so we randomized all the stages. So any stage could appear anywhere. We have no idea where. We also may get a view of some of the lost levels. A few levels that were actually included in the Vanilla Mario 3 code, but were not actually part of the final release product. So they've been added in as well. We randomized, of course, the prizes you receive from our Hammer Brothers or whatever brothers. As you notice, anytime you encounter a brother, we could have any of them. We could have Hammer, Boomerang, the Sumo, or Fire Brothers. And of course, randomized power-ups with a star just sitting there. A little late now, right? And it just so happens you see Claris.com, the first castle that they had access to is actually the one to get out of the first world. So that makes it easy. So again, RNG would have been that one. That makes a shorter first world, which I'm sure they don't mind, not one bit. And of course, one immediate feature you'll notice is that we have gotten rid of those silly auto scrollers. So that allows these people to traverse these castles, airships very, very quickly. And of course, we have our bosses. Our bosses are now randomized as far as their HP, anywhere between 1 and 5 hits, as well as their physics, as well, and their boss arena. So as you see, we're on the flat arena. And of course, we got a number of hits here. And of course, it's pretty close right now. You know, Claris.com had fire, could get a quick kill, but of course, when you're trying to hit a moving object, not exactly easy. So Gamer Cow is going to have a slight lead right now. But again, we just started this mess. Who knows what's lurking behind them? It may be a nice free one. Maybe those hammers will come into play. Maybe they may not even be needed. Who knows? Well, I'm sure we can use one somewhere. So of course, auto scrolls are removed. Of course, the pipes on the map are randomized. We don't know what pipes takes us to where. We have randomized power-ups. You see we got a nice little randomization of color as well. Enemies can be randomized based on their style. So you won't just see a boo in the desert all of a sudden. They're kind of randomized based on the theme of the level themselves. Alright, and of course, items. Look at a poor star trapped. Now, in the rare event that if they happen to grab an anchor is an item that you see in the game very rarely, which prevents the airship from flying away, should you happen to die on it. But if you happen to get one of those, it is an RNG item. So they won't know what it is until they actually attempt to use it on the level map. As you see, Gamer Cow slowly working on their way, with both of them now, through our Parabeetle level, a level that you typically don't see played at all in the speedruns unless you're doing Hundo. A little bit different. This is normally an auto scroller, so you have to kind of be a little bit bold in your jumps if you don't have any leaf action, just because the enemies don't really scroll that far forward. But Gamer Cow is a trained professional. And of course, as you can see this level, that hammer might help us a little bit because we do have that rock. So, confirmed early hammer in this run. Alright, so here we have our lovely desert level, which interesting enough is pretty cool. Sometimes you want to try your speed stress, but when you have enemies randomized, you really don't know what's going to be in front of you. You know, you could just be laying on a spiny and take a death or whatnot. So you might be a little careful as we have a Bob-omb there. Yeah. Why? Because Twitch is silly. Don't worry. That's why I'm here, to make it easier, see? I will fix Twitch just by pressing a button. Click, 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 click. So a little unfortunate there for Claris.com, testing out the vertical gravity. Not exactly what we want there. So again, a little bit of a lead there. Again, power-ups are very nice. Right now, they're playing in a difficulty where they don't have the matching game. So it's going to be a little bit more challenging. They can't just earn a plethora of items very quickly because based on the current flags they have in randomizer setting, we don't have the matching game active. Typically, when we did the first tournament, you saw that. That was a big place of acquiring items. Hopefully, the abundant items were more beneficial, items like clouds, hammers, P-wings. But not this time. Not this time. Alright, so here we go. And of course, getting the 5 1-ups there. Sometimes a nice thing to have early on the run because you never know. Oh my word, Gamer Cow got too fast. That's a pretty unique death. I can't say I've seen that too often. Slip and slide. So anyway, we got Hammer Brother time. Someone tell Gamer Cow to slow down. It's not going to go so fast. Yeah, sometimes you try to go down the pipe and get your input maybe a little bit late. And whoops. Alright, so as you can see, Clarence.com using one of those hammers there, going to go the bottom path and going to head over to the fort from the first world in vanilla. Now, of course, even though not required, it is quicker to end the level by going and getting what would be the whistle, but there are no whistles in this mode. You can still have them, but, you know, kind of defeats the category of playing in a warper standpoint if we have whistles. But, of course, you don't know what you're going to get until you actually grab the treasure chest. So Clarence.com has a little lead, so we're going to do a little sound transition over there. Going through our second airship here. Again, very nice whenever you're going to play an airship. It's always nice to have a tail or even a P-wing, just so you can just get over it, you know, literally go over it. So this is our World 7 airship as we see here. So down into the fight. Gamer Cal not too far behind. Roy, he's our boy. He's also kind of thick here, so there's our first hit. And we're gonna at least a 2-hit, 3-hit Roy. So a vanilla hit requirement. Now, of course, Gamer Cal unfortunately doesn't have a tail. Of course, you didn't get randomized a feather. I'll leave, so we're gonna have to play the boom boom route instead. As Clarence.com falls down. Morton, Roy, they're all salty. Wait, Roy doesn't make salt. I'm still trying to figure out whose kids they are in the first place. One day we'll figure that out. Someone knows all that Mario lore, right? Alright, so there's a hammer suit awarded. Again, the items you're getting from the princess gifts. The princess stone is randomized, so of course that hammer suit generally is a randomizer player. The hammer suit is your desired item to kill Bowser. Again, very, just a few hammers and Bowser is tot. Dead for those non-German speakers. So I'm probably not going to use that hammer unless you just absolutely have to. Save that for the final fight. Kind of interesting when you see some enemies in unusual locations. Sometimes you learn new properties of the enemies that you didn't know, because you never see them in vanilla. You know, Goombas just swimming in the water and whatnot, how they behave. Alright, so Gamer Cal not gonna slip off this time. Now you notice on the map here that you see 2 pipes on the lower level. And of course, pipes are randomized as how they're connected, and as you can see, wow, is this even randomized? Technically, the castle is not really in its right physical location on the map. However, it does belong in this, quote, world, if you want to call it that. So again, another very short traverse through this third world here. It almost Villa Star. Gotta have Peace Beat. Might be able to make it to Boom Boom with a star here. No, not that close. Yeah, maybe a little bit closer. Boom Boom can be 1 kill with a star. And get the wonderful upside down orb. But let's see if this is the right thing here. Uh-oh. So, fortunately, the fort that controls that lock is actually down on the lower part of Skyworld, but Clarence.com does have a hammer, so we're probably going to get some items and then hammer away. Would not be wise to go back down to a lower level just to break that lock. Hey, Mimi, how are you doing? But this is where hammers are nice, because if we had no hammer, we would have to go back down and figure something out here. So here we go. Again, using that P-Wing to just quickly traverse over our third airship for Claris. Gamer Cal not too far behind here. So we got a star for our Koopa Kid fight. Now you can't 1-kill them, but it does keep you safe from harm. But normally you would never have a star here in vanilla, so we got a 4-hit. And of course we can get an all-screen grab. And we sure can. Look at Claris.com over there saving some frames. So when you grab the wand off screen, typically you never jump for the wand. However, if you grab it off screen, you skip the fall and just go straight to it. So only time that going for the wand in the air is going to be a very wise time-saving solution. Oh boy, we got double fire on ice. We were not going to question how that one worked. Let's just accept it. Oh my goodness gracious. How do physics even work? And again, an extremely short level here with only just the castle, the lock has been randomized down near where Vanilla 6 would be, so it makes it extremely short World 4. Man, you all are giving them, remember, you all generated the seed. You are making them have some very, very short worlds. Man, at this rate, we might have them do another doggone seed. Good gracious. And this is definitely a boom boom kill for Claris. Stars. So easy kill there with the star being the randomized power up on the question block there. Man, so again, just literally 2 stages, and of course, we do have the matching game. Well, let's go. I wasn't even paying attention, was I? Who made the seed? The chat. 12 of you all in chat made the seed. Now, by the way, the matching game is randomized. What you get is not what you see. It could be randomized, but it could be any inventory item. So that includes things you don't see, like music boxes, anchors. Unfortunately, Gamer Cow gets a body full of cheap right there. Just kind of stuck in a little pond there. And of course, we got the sun, a level that typically you would have Boss Bass and Vanilla. And of course, the sun has mutated into some strange amoeba and demutated. But not much of a threat in that level. Alright. I'll tell you one thing, we got a lot of starmen in this seed here. Again, the power blocks are randomized. That includes the giant ones. They can be anything. So including a star or maybe a continuous star. If you have a, normally it would be a coin, but if you're invincible, it becomes a star. Could be a 1-up. Of course, all the other power-ups. So here we go, Class.com on the 4th airship. As we got some Boss Bass or some, I'm sorry, not Boss Bass. Right. Boss Bass and some little babbies. Some burpers. So we have a 1-hit kill on our Koopa Kid. Man, y'all really making this one easy, ain't you? Again, so Gamer Kill not that far behind here. Just gotta traverse the airship. Don't want to Kobe in that little gap there. So the king has been saved, yay. The Lion Koopa said he turned me into who knows what. And of course, another star there. Again, it's a 1-hit kill, so a very quick kill as well. Easy. Well, actually, we're on this one. I forgot. There's a world behind. So fast. But life is okay as we move to World 7's map in the 5th world they're playing, Claris.com. So the biggest joy of World 7, there are way too many pipes on this map. And as you see, with the map shuffle on as well, it's already bad enough that we've shuffled the vanilla layer of the islands. But now we don't know still what pipe takes us where. So with this level, because there's so many paths to potentially take, this could be a lead shift. Because you could traverse an entire path and be wrong. Alrighty. So, am I doing 2 games at once? Because I am not playing. The people that are playing are the names you see in the layout. GamerCow and Claris.com. I am simply commentating this. I could try one day, but I'd rather not impress you right now. Just blow your minds away. Alright, so Boom Boom is dead. And of course, we know there's a star up here from the level that GamerCow is currently playing. So, if you don't know, Claris.com destroyed that castle because we don't know exactly what will break the lock. And I think we're out of hammers for Claris.com. So part of this is finding which castle breaks the lock. There are normally 2 forts in this level. And as you can see, we still have 1 lock active. And you see what that fort is down the bottom island. So Claris is going to have to find some way to get down there. And yeah. Or we can find a way to maybe get over there. Maybe we have a hammer. So we found a way across. So it doesn't matter. He's got to get rid of these levels anyway. Camera Cow's going to go star kill Boom Boom as we have a lovely fire snake in our, what would be 1-2 level. A lot of fire. Wondering, how does the grass not burn? The fire on it. Logic. Oh boy, we got a lot of damage that happened here. We got a good old fire. A fire bill in the air, no biggie there. So Credits.com still has a word in the 5th world, Gamer Cows in the 4th one. We do have a hammer there, so yeah, just get a hammer on Credits.com. So Credits is gonna be good on this one. Again, this level is gonna be a guaranteed item no matter what. Just gotta get through it. Rip the frog. Uh-oh, and also rip apparently Green Luigi. So we're gonna go power it up and try it one more again here. Now Gamer Cow's inventory is getting very, very low. There's a matching game there. Again, matching game spawns every 80,000 points. And if we don't find a hammer for Gamer Cow, well, in fact, speaking of hammer, Clarence.com is going to get a hammer, so they're going to get the same item. So that means that I was going to say Gamer Cow may be in a little issue without having a hammer, but now we know there's one right in front of the lock. We don't have to worry about defeating that other fortress. So life is good. Alright, so we got the big guy requiring 2 hits. So Gamer Cow moves on to World 5, and Clarence.com is going to move over to World 6. Hopefully they actually have a lengthy level coming up here. We still have World 6 map we haven't seen yet. Interesting, the longer 2 maps. We got World 6's map and World 3's map. Again, those are the pretty wide maps. So we know that Clarence has at least 1 hammer in inventory. Gamer Cow will probably earn one and use that same one unless we play the matching game at some point. No. So this event, again, exclamation donate if you want to learn about it. This is a 2-day event. It is split into segments. All the castles are right clumped near each other. So, of course, castles can be any castle-like stage, including these forts. The airship type levels, so the tank, Navy, Marines, Air Force, Coast Guard, reserves. But the question is, which one destroys whatever needs to be done? So in the randomizer, because of how it's done, it may need to build a bridge to get forward. You may need to break a lock, and we don't really know what's in front of the castle until we can get near it. But we know we're gonna have to get at least one of them done, usually. In the meantime, Claire's gonna try to clear up this matching game here. Now, of course, again, whatever it matches, say if a 1-up matches towards an anchor in the inventory, it will always match the entirety of the seed. Of course, they're both putting the same seed, so they have the same options available to them. Of course, you don't know which card game they'll get. The card game they get is actually randomized based on what frame they started on. Now, here's something you don't see in vanilla. We do have a lost level here. One of our 8 levels added to the level pool. Nothing challenging about this one, just go up. And we should be okay. Alright, so Clarence.com is eager to get to a view of the right side of the screen if possible. But first we gotta get through a hammer brother. Alright, again you all, don't forget, support the cause if you can. Tweet about it, share it on your social media accounts. Go to your local neighborhood library and just scream out the URL. Looks like all of our pipes are very close to each other here, so we may not get too much information here. Yeah, that's gonna take us backwards. And there's a likelihood the other pipe will take us right above. You can see it. And of course, so you see there's a bridge missing, no shock there. We're just gonna run into the Sumo brother. Legit. Little headshot, thank you so much for that. Zanto, thank you for the $10 towards the charity. And of course, $10 from effects. Who says, hey guys, long time doing it, 4th time doing it. It gives me great joy to donate to a great cause. Greetings from Frames. P.S. View the viewer, donate the frames. Thank you so much for that. Alright, so we see that hammer in the inventory. The question is, do we need a hammer or do we need a bridge built? Oh baby, a double. Alright, so of course the hand stages are part of the regular item level pool. And it means a guaranteed item. Which happens to be OS Frog. So again, a lot of levels in the way here. So, I don't know, sub-pixels here. Mitch would not be happy. What's up, Sweden? So of course on this level, we do not randomize the power because it would make the level unbeatable. So Starmen do stay in this stage. Can't have them stuck like Chuck. Alright, so just another slide and jump across and life is good. Meanwhile, we've got Gamer Gal running through one of our World 8 forts here. So we can make it on the single cycle here. Oh no. It's gonna be close. You look, the timer continues even while you take damage, so you're gonna have to hit the P and go in. You might want to power up, and we'll do so. And Clarice is gonna have to deal with Bertha here, or Boss Bass. Again, if you just run, Boss Bass does spawn like every 5 seconds after a kill, so you gotta be careful you're not running full speed because you will just jump, you just run right into it and get nom-nommed. So you can see the hesitancy that wants to avoid that death. And another 5 piece of stars for Clarice, taking it to 13 lives. Alrighty. So, interesting enough, Gamer Cow beat all the forts, and unfortunately, we know ahead that that wasn't actually needed. It's one of those things that typically I would just play the minimum one you needed and then go back if needed after the fact, because you definitely don't want to waste time playing unneeded levels. You know, we only had one that was definitely on the required path, at least, and we saw earlier that was the only one that actually needed. Clarice.com is going through 5-3. Again, no Lakitu, no Karibo shoe in here this time. But yet another Starman. Alrighty, so done with that one, and of course, Gamer Cow making that same backtrack that Clarice did when we found the pipe. Alrighty, so here we go, double fire here, and of course another matching game here. Now, of course, one thing about when you're playing the matching game, especially as late as World 6, is the fact that there's a chance you get the same card. You know, we have randomized layers, and as you can see, only one fort was needed. The lock position was not relevant to the path. We just take another route. So, Clarice.com is going to continue to build his lead up here, as we got Teddy Ruxpin percent over on Gamer Cow screen, going to take the flight. Hopefully not land inside of a boss. Oh boy, remember, in this game, if you happen to kind of fly out the range of Boss Bass does adjust his vertical position. So don't be shocked to see a Boss Bass literally flying in the middle of the air. Yeah. So here we go. We've got 7-1, and Gamer Cow not going to waste time with this very, very long vertical level. Again, if you have a power-up, you can obviously take any kind of non-tail power-up, except for Frog. But, interesting strat here. So, going to take the P-Wing and take the other route there. So, I'm not sure if he had a mushroom or anything like that, but meanwhile, we're on the last level before World 8. And of course, Boss Bass is a little bit more visible lately. Again, having a tail here is definitely optimal. We can skip the required hidden note block section. And Boss Bass should be really no threat on this stage at all. Alright, as they both enter towards the pipe, towards the cars at the end of the level. Maybe Clarice can go for the third there. So of course you see a lot of stages, and we can't do much of anything so far in this level because we got at least 4 required just in your way. So interesting enough, we just had 5-3 played. Now we actually kind of have a beta of 5-3, except kind of the lower part now is water. We have our backwards swimming Cheep Cheep because he's just swag like that. Again, a lot of lag too because of the because of our bloopers and the blooper babies. And just evades taking damage there. Ruined the triple star, dude. Ruined, man. Ruined. All right, so Clarice got at least 3 more stages. There's no detours here. Again, a lot of potential pipes in this world, and none of them are in the first area. We got a nice little cartwheel grab as we get another Starman. Not gonna speed through it. Oh, boo. No peak speed. I'll just gamble, especially you got a free hit. You know, we're playing the US version of Mario 3, so if you get hit when you're in a Super Mario state, or higher than that, you just go back down to Super Mario, so. It'd been nice if Gamer Cow had a few clouds here, because we could definitely cut down this lead here. Gamer Cow is not going to be happy about losing that there. I already knew what the end result was, so I'm going to probably go back and find an inventory that has a tail when a leaf will do it. And of course, just a little safety, going to do a little Starman action. So we can maintain that over this gap here. Clarence Akami is not trying to lose fire here. Well, mission failed. But it's all good. You gotta be careful, they can clip out right there where you kind of landed. If you can hit a clip sometimes when you don't want it. If you clip there and go through it, you're gonna fall down and die. Don't want that one. Alrighty, so well, Clarice go back for it, checking the inventory for the Starman up the brothers. Again, if you have a star, it's always safer to use this, especially if you're little. Worst case scenario, you play a hammer rubber stage and you are little and you get a water level. Because sometimes you can die, and if you get stun locked where the hammer rubber does not change location, you could deplete your life count significantly fast. Behold the power of blast processing. Oh wait, this is a Mario game. Never mind. I guess Sonic is leaking into the Mario series here. Goodbye fire, hello leaf. It's a jam session for the ice level here as Gamer Cow working the way through. Xanto, the $10 hit no comment. By the way, thank you for that. And of course, we just hit $2,100. With that $20 from Team Matt Blue. Don't forget, you all, when you donate, please put it towards one of those incentives. Don't let your money go unincentivized towards that. You've got that Sonic R singing incentive at the end of the day today. Come on now, I know you all want Master Kirby to sing Sonic R. He's doing 100%, including Supersonic Racing, the Hundo category. You don't miss out on that song. Alright, so Clarence.com has found his way to the end. Easy, right? And man, can we get a star counter here? You have to be about at 10 power-ups that randomized to a star, man. That's pretty impressive. And they all gonna have an equal distribution of showing up here. Well, roughly equal. Did it work? I don't know. I can't tell you. If you checked it, it's good. Yeah, that's good. Got about 1,300 to unlock karaoke. The goal was actually reduced to 1,900 because somebody forgot to put theirs towards it. And Clarence.com is gonna move over to the final world here. Again, some very, very short levels early, and of course, as you can see, Gamer Cow making up some ground here. As you can see, so even though Gamer Cow was trailing a little early, you know, some wrong movements in here. If you have a complex way to Bowser, a path choice could decide this, and Gamer Cow is going to save even more time now by getting the wand grab off screen, and yet another Starman. I mean, I love me some invincibility thing, but dang. Maybe because this is one of the shortest Starmans in the Mario series, you know. The Mario 3 Starman only lasts just over 4 seconds, so it is definitely the shortest, one of the shortest ones. Probably only shortened by playing Mario Kart, OG Mario Kart, and driving off-road. So as they have to traverse World 8, here's the problem. The problem with World 8 being so hard is that, first of all, we have to figure out what the heck is blocking Bowser's castle, if anything. Sometimes it could be 2 bridges that need to be built, which means you have to beat 2 of the super levels, so the super tank, and you don't know which ones do it. The Navy level, the Marines level, the fast airship, the fortress. You don't know what level unlocks which lock. So that's what becomes a challenge when you are presented with multiple paths, especially when you can't see. Now, usually if you unlock something that's visible on the same map you're on, you'll see it. But if it's off screen like that, as you see with Clarus.com, something unlocked or has been created, but we don't know what. In fact, by the time we get to another screen, we may not even know what it is. Now, as you can see, there's a lock there. And oh my goodness, but it doesn't even matter because we have a free path to Bowser. Even World 8 was a nice path. What is going on in this seed? Chat, you all are bad at generating challenging seeds. I'm not sure if I'm gonna give y'all another chance at that. Y'all didn't even make them struggle. So it's very, very rare to have not even one item required to be done on the Bowser screen. For all we know, there might have been a lock that was blocking the dark screen that Clarus.com took, but unfortunately, since we couldn't see it ahead of time, who knows? All we do know is that he is just moments from killing Bowser. Yeah, who had the bad number? Whose number made it? Oh man. Oh, Gamer Cal. So again, Hammers hit every frame, making the kill extremely fast, and Clarus.com is going to be done with this game. So GG's for Clarus.com again, a pretty fast seed, definitely. So there we go. GG to Clarus.com with a time of 34:26-ish. We'll call it 6-ish. So Peach has been paid. Yay, congrats to Clarus taking the win there. And of course, we're going to switch over to Gamer Cal's audio. Give Gamer Cal a little love here. Wrap up this seed. Very, very volumed. Again, you all, if you've never played the Mario 3 randomizer, I cannot encourage you to give it a try. It literally is an endless replay value thing. Since we kind of started the tournament last year, I would definitely say that the Mario 3 randomizer community has grown exceptionally. Because some of them goobers will play this every doggone day. Literally planning it on the way home from school, from work. Bump the kids, let's play Mario 3 randomizer at 1 a.m. in the morning. I see them. I may not talk, but I observe them almost on a daily basis. And you can see why it's so fun. Again, you can get so many races done, and it's just so fun. Of course, the tournament is happening right now. A lot more entries, which I'm fantastically happy to see that we have so many more people that have joined into the interest of the Mario 3 randomizer. So I'm sure Fred F. Coughlin, without his magical work, who created the randomizer, this wouldn't even be possible in the first place. So that is fantastic. Yeah, this seat was very, very fast. I mean, you know, it's one of those things that, you know, it's kind of interesting the time of randomizer. You know, because, you know, when you have something like this where, you know, you could generate that seed where, like, there's minimal levels we played. So if you have a seed, I mean, like I said, we've had people that get, like, 20s. I mean, I've had, like, a 27 because I had all these hammers and we had those godlike setups. You know, and it just happens from time to time. Where you just end up with those seeds where everything kind of works out a nice little path, and then you have those ones that are just god-awful. Where you can't use any hammers because there's nothing to hammer. You have tough levels, minimal power-ups. You know, it's like starting a seed with 742. No one likes that. That's probably one of the worst starts of it. 742, or is what they call it. I believe. See, these guys have gotten so addicted to it now. They give these levels names now. You know? So as they call it, Atlantis, which is a level we did not see in this seed, which is a multi-directional scrolling water ice level. Not exactly the best level to start a randomizer with when you have literally no power-ups. Oh boy, Gamer Cal went too early. Man, Charlie gifted 5 subs early and has gifted another. I thank you so much. Good Lord. Look, I'm glad you are supporting me. Trust me, I am. I really am. That's 25 gifts. I've seen you. Well, I want to make sure that you all today and tomorrow focus on the charity. Okay? So if you want to give me 20 subs, cool, but take that $100 you just did and put it towards the kids. Put it towards those millions of kids that Child's Play Charity tries to help out every year. Help those kids in need who are struggling with ailments and hospitals, with someone with uncurable diseases, long time battles, kids that have been abused and stuff. We don't want to forget them. Don't want to forget them, you all. But I do thank you for that. Now, if you want to drop like a 500 bomb, do that after the event. And GG as well to Gamer Cal. Finishing up as well. So let's give it up for both of our runners here. Getting the Mario 3 randomizer done. And shouts out to the chat. I'm sure Gamer Cal and Claris are not too complaining about your generosity of seeds you all made. Now, I believe that I still have a link to it. Do I still have it? Okay, so that totally might not be accurate anymore. So, but hey, you can obviously join the Mario 3 randomizer Discord. It used to be the tournament Discord. Now it's both. The home of the tournament Discord and of course the randomizer. Of course, there's tons of people there that will be glad to share their tactics, their skills, their methods, their strategies. You can schedule races and all that good stuff on a daily basis. So, GG to both our players, and of course, we don't have a Sonic randomizer in this event. Even though there is a Sonic 1 randomizer. Sonic 1 Game Gear randomizer. Which I've played on stream a couple times, man. But yo, thank you so much. I don't want to minimize the trialing. I thank you so much for being all nice, yo. Thank you very much. Alrighty, is there really? I played on stream. Hey, maybe we'll make it a bonus incentive. Alrighty. But with that being said, you all, we're gonna get ready to move over to our next event. Alrighty. So that means that coming up next, we do have who knows what. We've got Sonic Rush. We've got some DS action here. Literally a layout just for this game because it's the only NDS title that we have in the entire event, I believe. So, Azwatek is going to be running this game, Sonic Rush, in an 80% category. So you all stay tuned for that as I get ready and set them up. Hey, remember, you all are watching. You watching Sonic Speed. No, you're not. You watching nothing but Sonic and Mario, or is it nothing but Mario and Sonic? Supporting Child's Play Charity. Again, type exclamation donate, exclamation nothing. You can read all the right up there when you donate. Don't forget, maybe I should show this to you all. We're buying a little time here. Let me show y'all this. Let's tell y'all this something here. As I got people being all nice right now. Y'all being all nice and mess. All nice and mess. So thank you so much, Psychic, as well, for the $20.74. And it says estimate was 5,500. GG 3426 equals USD of 2074. That's how you do math. That's how you do maths. And of course, Final Flame that says we cannot hit the karaoke incentive. We cannot not. Yes, we can't not. Yes, indeed, we can't not. And just to show you why we're here, when you all donate, see, here's the donation page right here. You click on donate, and you have these options over here for our challenges. So when you donate, click on challenges. You can donate towards one of those incentives here. We are less than $200 away from making Final Flame have to get all the emeralds in Sonic 2 Game Gear, as well as play that fantastic level. Anonymous with the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Then, of course, Master Kirby. That's today. So that's a big incentive, but it's a big reward. The dulcet tones of Master Kirby singing every song as he plays every stage in Sonic R. That's 100% no out of bounds. He will be doing Supersonic. Okay? And of course, there are some polls here. Save or kill the animals in Sonic Adventure 2 tomorrow. Actually, Mario Party 2 Bid War isn't relevant, so I'll just put that wherever I feel like it. And of course, we also have our Sonic CD 2011 soundtrack choice, which is currently tied between US and Japan. Again, that race is tomorrow. That's Tails race is tomorrow. And of course, Sonic Rush, which is about to happen, right about now. So let's say Blaze is going to have the lead on that one. So, yeah. So, it's like until we get it going, you all have time until the run actually starts. But in the meantime, we're going to get set up for this next event, and you all sit back and relax, all right? Go use the bathroom if you got to. And go pick a boogie. What you got to do? By the way, thank you for that tree fitty from Claris.com. I tell you all, as I'm setting this up as I read, because I'm multitasking like that, we have $3 for the signal edition from Claris.com that says, "Hey guys, long-time viewer, third-time viewer. It gives me great joy to view a great cause. Greetings from Games. P.S. View the Germany, save the donation." Thank you so much for that. An amazing donation there. For the kids, yo. For the kids. Alrighty. So we're gonna get set up and give me like about 1 more minute. We should be good to go.
Okay.
Streaking lights, sounds, and instinct are the elements that keep me going. I am fighting my own mission. Nothing's gonna stand in my way, no.
Okay.
All right, you all. We are Red Tea now. This lovely music. We got those issues resolved, and we're good now. So we got people in commentary. When Discord starts acting stupid when your mics don't work, but we're all good now. Coming up next, we have Sonic Rush. Sonic Rush is coming up right now here. So I hope y'all are ready for this, because I sure am myself. Alrighty. Sonic Rush for the Nintendo double screen. And we're going to count them down, give them some audio. And now let's get it going here. Alright. Over to them we go.
Three, two. All right. Here we go.
Alright, so we're gonna be starting in Carnival Night, which is Blaze's first zone. Blaze has can do a lot of Blaze's vertical tricks can go very high. So she has access to a variety of shortcuts that Sonic cannot do. A lot of smaller stuff, mostly.
Yeah, at the same time she struggles a bit when it comes to certain momentum-based shortcuts. Like there's even one in Deadline Act 2 that Sonic can do easily, but it's impossible for her to do.
Yeah, the enemy chamber skip, I believe you're talking about?
I'm not sure what it's called. I just know of a specific skip that skips going around a technically scripted section.
Yeah, too. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them that Blaze can't do, but that because she struggles with speed. There's a big skip that a lot of people thought that was impossible with Blaze in Huge Crisis 1 that she can't do with her speed, but she can do with other ways.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah. That's
yeah.
Programming at its finest. Okay.
You could do a.
I should have just gone to the lower path here, but it's fine.
Yeah, that's all good. Sometimes things happen.
And that will be the end of Act 1.
Not too bad.
And next up we have Act 2.
Act 2 is one of my favorite zones in the game. It's really fun.
Alright, so I don't know if we've properly explained the game yet, so...
Alright, so the big mechanic thing, you use boost. Boost makes you go much faster than if you're spin dashing. So you want to be boosting a lot, and boosting into enemies also makes you invincible, which becomes very important later. But then there's also tricks. If you do consecutive tricks, you get boost. Also, killing enemies also gets you boost. So you want to kill enemies, you want to do a lot of tricks, and and if you max out the boost gauge, you will have max boost for a period of time.
Well, that looks like we're taking the lower path.
That's how it be sometimes, you know?
Yeah, I couldn't quite get the momentum skip there.
Yeah. I vertical trick off of something there instead, but that's fine. It works. That's how it be.
I will say, compared to someone like Diamond, my routes aren't quite as optimized, since I'm more of a casual speedrunner of this game, but rest assured I can still autopilot this game at this point, with how much I played it.
He's good enough, yeah. Although I'm hoping for more submissions. Huh?
Maybe if I get really bored. I've also got tournaments in college, so...
Yeah, I see. I do follow you on Twitch, so I see that somehow you also stream Antinomy of Common Flowers, which I have done speedruns of.
Yeah, I host regular tournaments for that. I think I lost track of okay. Recovery strats. Alright, and this should be fun. Okay, I didn't just
Alright, so
jump through that.
I don't know if you're gonna do it, but if Blaze tricks like on a specific pixel while going up into on a flat surface, she gets a massive amount of speed.
Yeah,
So,
I know about that. I just accept it if it happens, but I don't aim for it typically because it's I can only get it inconsistently.
Yeah, that's fine. It takes a lot of really good timing to get. It takes a lot of grinding and timing to get it down generally.
Oops, missed the stuff. Switch. Up tricking. Oh no! I missed it. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah, it's all good.
And that is the end of Act 2. Not the best time, but it works.
Alright, so here's the best boss in the game.
Agreed. Well, actually, I kind of like Egg King as well, but yeah, for speedrunning, this is one of the best bosses in the game.
I don't know, you probably don't know, there's a consistent setup for this boss that can get you 23 seconds every time if you do the same exact things. But this boss is actually pretty well designed, in my opinion, because of the fact that you can actually recover using the green guys if you miss the hit.
Well, they're purple in Blaze's story, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm used to Sonic. I've only started learning Blaze recently.
Ow. Oh, wow. That was unfortunate. That's not how you're supposed to fight that boss.
No. Definitely not.
Dang caterpillars.
Yeah, because I'm not aware of a boss in any Sonic game where dying is a viable speedrun strat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely not in this game, no.
Okay.
But you shouldn't die to any. You shouldn't die. Most bosses.
Especially not on easy mode. At least, normal mode, it's excusable, but that's why we don't use normal mode for speedruns.
Normal mode is terrible. Never, ever again.
Yeah, I know death can be good in some levels to reset like global timers and that.
I think that is an interesting thought.
Right, now time for the real first level.
Leaf Storm.
And for once, I did not fail that jump at the beginning, even though that's what I always do at the beginning of each marathon that I run this game, even my own.
That jump is not. You can definitely screw it up sometimes. That's just how it is.
Alright, gonna go here to get a bit of boost energy just because I don't trust my abilities. Okay. Ah, darn it! I missed.
Yeah, I take it that was the tricking into the rail.
Yeah, and I got up to the rail, but I could hit the spiral part, which doesn't count, sadly.
Yeah, if you trick into that rail, you get a massive amount of speed.
Okay, that was pretty on par for Leaf Storm Act 1.
If you run this game, you will see this stage a lot. That's just how it is.
Yep. This stage in Night Carnival 1.
Uh-huh.
I think I got the frame perfect trick twice in a row there.
Oh, let me see.
Three times. Well, not.
Yeah, damn.
That,
yeah,
whoa!
you definitely did.
Okay. That was not at all what I intended. Well, I recovered. That's good.
I've never gotten that one. Like, I never even thought of doing that one.
Jump button didn't quite work properly there, leading me to get hit by an enemy that I didn't mean to get hit by, but all works out.
Yeah, those enemies are actually kind of annoying because they're placed in a very unfortunate place where if you're not boosting, you will get hit by them most often, unless you go out of your way to not.
Yeah. And I don't have boost for this point because Blaze is slow.
Yeah.
And I got
jumping.
Are you serious?
Oh. You should try like jumping down them. I think like that's faster. I'm pretty sure.
Really? Okay, I'll try that. But I don't want to tell you how many times that's happened to me. Even once for an NPC playthrough that I might redo. We'll have to see, but NPC
yeah,
is
it's just
a collab channel that I do.
I see. Oh, cool. But yeah, you just die sometimes. Okay, this boss sucks. It's really boring.
And they love it so much
Like,
we get to do it twice.
Why? Life is pain sometimes, you know? Alright, so...
well, at least in this game it's only one boss that you do twice, unlike Colors where you do 3 bosses twice.
Yeah, that sounds pretty bad. Yeah, but this is a hell of a boss to do twice.
Oh yeah, don't jump over this thing too quickly, otherwise you will definitely die.
Yeah. Okay, so the thing is, I think he's got the good pattern that if he only rolls after three hits, then the odds of that you're gonna get only 2 rolls are really good, and that's the good luck you want.
All right. Okay, another roll.
Sometimes you'll get 3 though. But
yeah, I've once seen this guy roll like at least 4 to 5 times in a row at once.
Wait, what?
Yeah, back when I was just watching my cousin do time attack things with this game way before I had a DS.
Oh, time attack. Then yeah, it's not normal mode. I guess that makes sense. On easy, I've never seen him roll more than 4.
Alright, and I'm sorry, I realize, BigJon, that you want to keep things clean on your server. I've never been able to get an S rank on Act 1, so I'm sorry. But that's...
If you're talking about Lee Storm, then yeah, me either.
I was talking about Mirage Road Act 2. So the Act 2 and the boss have rank S, but the other one has just rank A. And so, yeah. I tried to fix that for the for the stream, but no.
Yeah. Okay, so the thing is, Sonic could skip that enemy chamber that he did.
Yeah, I was able to skip it. I just accidentally got shunted to the bottom path that time.
But wait, can't Blaze not skip that?
She can skip it. It's unless there's something else. Unless you're talking about something different. I'm talking about the thing at the beginning.
Oh yeah, I guess. Oh yeah, that at the beginning. Yeah, I see this. But yeah, Blaze is kind of limited in this level too, relatively.
Yeah, there is a trick in Act 2 that she can do, but it's harder for her to do than it is for Sonic because it's momentum.
Oh, you take a different route than I do here. I see. I take the invincibility route.
Huh. Yeah, the path I took at the first thing was just because I missed the thing. I missed the hand, unfortunately, and got shunted to the bottom path, and I didn't want to reset the level.
Ah, that's rough.
Ah. Why can't I hit enemies? Alright.
Also, yeah, I guess I should say now that if you spin dash into an enemy instead of boost into an enemy, they die immediately. So if you want to always spin dash into the very last enemy, or an enemy that spawns another enemy. Wait, you can do that?
Yep. You can also do it with Sonic, but it's easier with Blaze.
Huh. I never knew that. I never tried it.
Yeah,
Neat.
unfortunately you can't hover to the end of the stage this way, at least not to my knowledge. Otherwise, I imagine that the times for this particular act would be much far lower than they.
God, I wish. That would make this game easier to grind.
Yeah, we'd still have to deal with Act 2, but at least that would be
One less.
Yeah, one less.
Oh. Oh yeah. Oh, I found you can like.
Why did
If you tap left and right, while you're waiting while you're in place, it kind of looks like the character's dancing. It's pretty good.
Oh yeah, I know about that. That's great. Alright.
It's pretty good. I don't know why I didn't realize this earlier, but I realized it during my last stream of this game where I took record back.
Alright, let's see. Okay, I got it. Awesome.
Nice. Yeah, it does a big slope jump up there to skip a good chunk of the stage or lower path.
Yeah, I failed the slope jump there, but I did get the other basic trick.
Good. Nice.
Well, I skipped the loop jump. I mean, I got the slope jump.
Yeah, the slope jump's the important thing. The loop jump that's not the most important thing. I think the slope jump takes you to another way slower path. If you miss it.
Yeah. It's pretty important, all things considered, and that's not the shortcut I want to take. This is the shortcut I want to take. Need more momentum. There we go. What am I doing?
Oh, that's an interesting way to go there. Huh.
Yeah, that's the way you do it with Sonic, but I forgot Blaze. There's a spring there, and Blaze can just up B.
Yeah, she can just.
I know that there is a room of enemies that Blaze can skip, but I forget which one it is, and honestly, I've never been able to get it.
I haven't learned Blaze's this level yet, but I should probably take a look at the IL.
Alright, we liked it so much the first time, it's time for another gondola.
If you hold left here, you save a few seconds at the very beginning.
At the beginning?
Yeah, like before it falls down.
Really?
Yes, if you are on the left, you save a few seconds.
Oh yeah, I bet you guys didn't know about this little thing if you tap the character.
Yeah, they're silly. The egg pawns are kind of silly here. Oh, what?
Yep.
So, wow.
Wow, I'm surprised that there's things about this game that I know about that you didn't know about.
Well, you probably played it a lot more casually than I have.
It was one of my first games, and I even had a lot of knowledge about it from my cousin before I even was that into gaming when I was really young. So yeah, that's a safe assumption.
Yeah, I'd say so. I kind of.
And that's the end.
All right, coming in on the worst boss in the game.
Agreed.
By a very large margin.
Agree wholeheartedly. I hate this boss so much. It's awful for speedruns. Why does it exist?
Okay, so the big thing about this boss is that it can fly up and throw bombs at you.
That's hardly the worst thing. It can catch your method of attack. Like that.
Yeah, if you time... I found that it will never catch it if you time it correctly. The bombs are the worst part by far, because it can do it.
The thing about timing it correctly is that you want to go fast, and already jumping at the second hit. This is great RNG. Lovely.
Oh lord, that's pretty bad. But the bombs, like, it could go up and throw bombs infinitely. Like, it has the potential to do that.
I've only ever seen it throw 3 at a time, except on normal mode. Woo!
Like it has to. It's like the odds are that it can do that. Not that it will, but like the times on this boss can range from like 120 to 3 minutes.
He's jumping over each one except for the first hit. This is great. This is great.
It really is the great equalizer. Really goddamn is. That's how this boss is. Yeah, the bombs.
Okay, I think they're mentioning some kind of problem with the BigJon stream in the chat, but I don't know what it is.
Hmm.
Thank goodness for spin dash storage, making this attack easy peasy.
Yeah, I love spin dash storage. It's not really useful in most other places in the game, but sure, it is definitely useful there.
Stop that.
A lot more useful in Rush Adventure.
Like against the whale, and I missed a quick hit there. He's probably gonna jump over it. Yep. That. Screw you, RNG for Egg Scarab.
That's like a minute lost compared to a good time, by the way.
A good time for Egg
It's
Scarab?
also
What's that?
118. I've gotten a 118 before.
God damn!
I got it like only a week or two ago.
Good! Well then.
Yeah, that's how bad that. And this is a cool zone, because Blaze can do a skip that Sonic has a lot more trouble with fairly easily.
Ah. Okay, destroying you, getting some boost energy. The problem with Blaze compared to Sonic is that I often come to points due to a slower speed that my boost energy just drains out.
Yeah, it just happens.
Ah! I missed the ground there. Alright, pray for right word. Nope, left. Oh well.
No loop.
I believe it's
No loop skip.
There's a loop skip for that level?
Yeah, if you can reverse slope jump at the end and skip both of those loops.
Alright, I didn't know about that. Otherwise I would have totally gone for it.
Fair enough.
And that was not wise of me in terms of time, but hey, now I have full boost meter. So
yeah, that's good. Definitely need it for the part coming up. Although you do get a full boost gauge coming up soon, I think.
Fair.
There's a really cool trick coming up that it's very hard but it is you can do without reverse boost jumping up. You can skip a good chunk of the level by tricking in the right place. It's really neat.
I'm not sure if I'm familiar with the trick you're referring to, actually.
It's something that I believe Speedbreaker uses, and Kirby showed to me at AGDQ, and like, oh, I'm gonna do this.
Alright. And ended up on the left again. Blah. You can sometimes end up on the right for those water wheels, and it saves like milliseconds.
Yeah. Oh, I have absolutely no idea how they work. I wish I knew.
Alright, super skip here. It's hard, really hard with Sonic, but very easy with Blaze.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot harder with Sonic. This Water Palace is one of those zones where everything is possible. A lot of these things are possible with both characters, but they're definitely harder for Sonic than Blaze. Yeah, that ending section, scary.
Normally I boost from the third platform, but I kind of panicked there, so I boosted on the fourth platform instead to the end.
Yeah. This boss, it's just kind of boring.
Yeah. If BigJon were reading donation comments, then this would be a point where I'd say would be a great time for reading donations.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah, the propeller hurts for most of his attacks, actually.
Yeah, the propeller has a very big hitbox, and it's really annoying, actually. I've died to that propeller before.
I might have died once or twice when I was a child, but I don't think I do that anymore.
I've died in runs to that propeller.
What possesses you to hit the propeller during a run and lead to a death?
The hitbox is really big, dude!
Egg Dragon, thank you.
You want him to do the, you want him to lower the water level.
Yeah.
That's the good look.
If you get each hit, when he lowers his head, he does that pattern based, typically. Like, I think the next step will be a water level lower. Yep. Ow! Can I get it? Oh no, I missed it, darn it.
I actually generally take damage and then jump right backwards, and then I get the hit. It's actually really safe.
Yeah,
it works
I don't know
every
what happened
time.
There. Oh wow. That belly flop attack is really strange. Sometimes it functions very weirdly sometimes. Oh well.
Yeah, the timing's weird.
Alright. Well, there's Water Palace done.
Alright, time for probably still the scariest zone in the game.
Maybe when I was a kid, but nowadays...
I mean, I do really dumb things with this zone still, and so it still kills me.
Yeah, that's fair.
I do blind jumps. At the platform section after the first vehicle, I go for an air dash with Sonic. If you play the stage risky, prepare to die. That's just what...
You mean like I'm playing? Hitting spikes?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Oh yeah, that's the thing. You're
That wasn't it. Okay, there we go.
So are you gonna do the big skip in Act 2?
The big skip. Remind me.
The one where you fall onto the spikes with the second one where you fall onto the spikes. With the I can't even remember the.
I can think of two where you fall onto spikes, and the first one I might not be able to get it. That's really hard to get. But the second one, that's a cakewalk.
Yeah, if you hover you hover into the hole. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that one. You're gonna go for that one. That's good. So that's actually a really cool trick, albeit. My opinion.
Who here likes Sonic 2 Game Gear?
Dude, it's a good game.
Yeah.
I've never been able to beat the first boss because I played on the other version, the harder version.
Well, for those who like Sonic 2 Game Gear, donate to Save Tails.
Yeah, you should do that.
Forget the animals. Save the tails.
Well, you gotta save Tails, because that's the canon ending.
Exactly.
Tails isn't.
Tails is...
He's very much alive.
Nope. Ooh. Okay. Oh, come on. Well, that was a botched up ending.
Oh yeah, it took too. Oh, this is spicy. Good lord.
It's a very... If I was Sonic, that would have been a death.
It would have, yes.
I'm pretty sure I can just up R, yeah.
Yeah, you can do that.
I forgot you can do that with Blaze for a moment because, I've been practicing Sonic so primarily.
Yeah.
Now, top path. Yeah, at least with Blaze, I don't need to worry about inconsistent homing attack shenanigans.
Yeah, homing attack sucks.
Yeah.
It's so awful.
It has its moments sometimes, but ultimately, it didn't need to be in this game. It just gets in the way when it just gets in the way when I try to jump dash.
Yeah, it's like it can kill you. It kills you in Mirage Road 2. It kills you in this act. It kills you a lot of places. It's not great.
Let's see if I can get this.
Yeah, the homing attack does tend to work much better in the 3D games.
Yeah.
Well, once they've sorted out the issues that you can see in the adventure games and Heroes, where if you get it just right, you just orbit the enemy.
Oh yeah, no, that's pretty fun.
Yeah, more Sonic 2 Game Gear love.
I don't know why they had to put so many autoscrollers in this game.
They were still figuring out the 2-screen thing, like, hey, this would be a great idea.
Alright, here comes the skip. So he's going to fall onto spikes coming up.
Don't ask me why up R there, I will never be able to tell you because that was not what I intended to do. Alright?
So if you hold spin dash and then boost off of a ledge, you keep the spin dash in midair. But Sonic doesn't do that. Blaze doesn't do that because Blaze just has a hover.
Alright. This section that everyone died on as a kid.
Yeah, that whole section after that is just lethal because you can run off on that item box platform and die with momentum. It's terrible.
It's just brutal. And then of course, now we have one of the more boring but also fun bosses that has a trick that I found once to get an early hit during one of his attacks. That is very inconsistent. But
oh, if you're talking about the jumping, yeah, that oh god.
Yeah, that very specific frame perfect trick.
It's possible, but don't go for it ever.
You saying that makes me want to go for it, admittedly.
Man, no. It wastes more time than it saves. That's my issue with it.
Oh, wow.
I also just can't get it.
This
boss is awesome.
This is terrible luck.
Yeah, bullets. Every time you can give bullets on every single attack. And he can also use the air, blow you away. But the bullets, you want to see as few bullets as possible.
Thankfully, easy mode lowers the spawn rate, and no jumping, wow. Just a lot of blowing. This is like the worst RNG ever. I don't think I've ever seen this RNG.
This is really bad luck, but at least you can get bullets there. That could have been worse.
And he keeps going with the slow swooping attacks.
Yeah.
And bullets. Okay. Okay, I missed the frame perfect window, but I still got it without wasting time.
Good.
Oh, hello there. Mash for your life. Bullets.
At least this boss isn't boring. It's annoying, but it isn't boring.
Yeah. Keeps you active.
Yeah, you're doing something.
Yeah, though we don't...
Even if it isn't...
yeah, though we don't, really see it here... Ow. Though we don't really see it here, he doesn't have a lot of, open windows of open vulnerability. Okay, that's time lost. Yeah, he doesn't... For his attacks, he typically doesn't have that much, his vulnerability windows are very, very, slow. I mean, very, very short compared to other bosses,
Yeah,
so...
they're very small. The other bosses, you get way more time to hit him.
Alright. I was running as fast as I possibly could have. Are you serious right now? Alright, that was...
Blaze has issues.
That was after he already pecked. The hitbox should not have been active there. Oh my gosh, that was awful.
Well, it's over.
Yeah, it's over. Thank gosh.
2:57.
On the dot.
My.
Of course, now we have one of the more fun stages.
Yeah, this sounds pretty neat.
With one of the best themes in the game as well.
Oh, you should. Oh, I guess I don't know. I don't know if a marathon is a good time to do this, but if you basically if you push the trick button and the jump button on the same frame while going into a spring, you can trick onto a grounded into.
Oh yeah, you can get in the spring.
Yeah, you can do that, but you can also trick off of it. You can get an up trick.
Wait,
and you can skip. This is most useful in this stage because there's a skip that Blaze can do that we used to think that Blaze couldn't do, but we didn't know how Blaze did it, but she can. It's actually really neat. I've been doing it in my practice.
Okay, so you're supposed to use rocket cars here, or we're just gonna ignore them?
Yeah, rocket cars, they're slow. They're very slow.
They have to charge up, and then they don't go at full boost speed. It's better to just boost jump. Heck, I think you don't even need boost to pass most of them.
No, I don't think so. Some of them you definitely do, though. And I would not use them, I don't think.
Uh-oh. Alright, that's fine. The recovery!
Are you gonna do the hover glitch into the crane for Act 2?
Oh, I know
really
exactly what you're talking about, and yes, I am definitely doing that.
Good.
In case you don't know what we're talking about, Red Scarf, you'll see.
It's pretty good.
And it skips us an annoying enemy section that Sonic has to do. Like, it has an enemy section that has to do with certain flying enemies that you have to hit, but they're super high up, and so you have to ride these slow-moving blocks to get to them, and Blaze can just skip that with a glitch.
Yeah, Blaze doesn't care. Blaze just skips it. It's the biggest glitch in this game.
Yeah, by far. I mean, short of accidentally glitching into a wall and dying. However, that.
Yeah, I've done that before. I've also glitched out the music to make it not play.
Oh yes, I've done that twice on Mirage Road 2.
Yep, I've done that on that zone as well.
I don't know
it just
what
happens.
I think that.
I actually think it has something to do with the one-up. One-up you get from rings.
Maybe while tricking a lot, you just override the sound channels or something.
I remember doing it. I would get it around when I got a one-up, so I think that it has to do with the one-up, like getting 100 rings.
It could be something to do with that because I managed to get something in Knuckles and Sonic 2 where you get a one-up, and while it's playing that, the speed, you get a one-up while you have speed boots, but the speed boots run out while it's playing the one-up jingle. When the music returns, it's still accelerated.
Interesting. This isn't the. I'm not exactly familiar with this route, actually.
Is this not the speedrun route?
No, this is not the route I use. I use a route that's very similar to Sonic's.
Well, this is the route I use with both Blaze and Sonic, so maybe I'm just taking the wrong route.
Yeah, like I generally use the same route with Blaze Sonic right up until an upcoming section. Yeah, this section I believe he's on.
Yes.
He's gonna skip. It's great. If you hold hover into a crane and then you jump, you will float upwards.
Yeah, there's a few other gimmicks in the game that this works on, like the swings in Night Carnival come to mind, but it's really only useful there.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm playing clumsy. Okay, let's not overtake and fall into a pit.
Yeah, that ending section is definitely very scary for Sonic. For Blaze, not as scary though.
And now, the long-awaited return.
It's Egghammer V2. Oh boy.
Yeah, I think it's called Egghammer Fortress, actually.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I like calling it V2 because it doesn't deserve a good name.
Yeah, I just called the first one Egghammer Snake, and then this one Egghammer Snake Mark II. I have my own names for many of the bosses.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it works.
Alright, so he's using the aimed missiles this time, and 3 volleys, which means I don't know if that's the fast one or the slow one.
The missiles are particularly awful in this fight. They're so slow.
Yeah, his vulnerability window gets even smaller, way smaller, as the fight goes on, so I panicked a bit there, because I thought I was going to miss it.
Yeah, but it's generally pretty easy to hit it, relatively. Especially to Egg Falco / Egg whatever, Egg
Sonic.
Eagle, I don't know.
Sonic the Rush and the Rushiest.
So I just had a quick look up of the names. The first Egghammer is Egghammer Mega, and this one is Egghammer Fortress.
Yeah, but I prefer
Interesting.
Egghammer Snake.
I just call it, well, I guess that's, well, I don't think I can say what I call it here.
Well, alright. So, one quick thing. Let's see if he, for the last hit, is going to do 2 missile launches in a row, because that's happened many times before. Many times before.
Yeah, it happens regularly. It's a regular thing.
Okay, we're going with this volley again. Oh my gosh! It happened.
Typical.
I called it.
This boss is really mean. It's definitely the second worst boss in the game.
Yeah. Yeah.
That reminds me. So you know, I take it okay, so you know how to fight, like a good way to fight Sonic, right? Sonic kinda sucks,
I know of one strategy that seems to be RNG, but if it's not RNG, then please tell me how to manipulate it. It's knocking him in a corner and continuously jumping.
I just kind of jump a lot, because that makes him less likely to do his stupid tornado attack.
Yeah. Okay, so what we just saw there was a momentum trick that Sonic can easily get just by rolling down the hill and jumping, but Blaze has to boost at a specific point.
This is the best zone in the game, by the way.
Okay, that's the path I need to take, so I'm... Oh my gosh, are you serious? Oh my gosh, are you serious?
The rocket, if you're doing it now.
There. Jeez.
Oh, that's an interesting route. I don't think we'd... Kirby and I don't do that one, that's interesting. Yeah, there's a rocket coming up where he can skip a unless you do the rocket thing, right?
No, I just either jump dash or burst hover over it, depending on who I'm playing as.
I see. Yeah. Oh yeah. You just Like, this is definitely a different route than I take.
Alright. Alright, let's see. Ah, man, I missed the thread the needle gap with that rocket. Basically, I found this out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I found that out in Kabarmani's playthrough of Sonic Rush. There's a thin gap between those that area that you can actually thread the needle and get the rocket through. It's stylish and saves a bit of time.
It only exists when you're on it. It doesn't exist when you're going through it on the rail. So you can just go through it.
That was not the place to jump. Ah, wow.
Alright, so there's a big skip. There would be a big skip coming up here if it was Sonic. But Blaze can't do the enemy chamber skip.
Oh no, she can do it. Oh, not the enemy chamber skip, but she can do this little skip here. Yeah, see? Wow, that was not actually the way
Oh yeah, this. She can do that. It's hard. It's definitely harder than with Sonic. Sonic does not have much trouble doing that.
Yeah, and here's Act 2. We start out with a rocket. Okay, I think I might be a bit low, so I'm just gonna, yeah. Did not thread the needle there.
Alright, so there's an upcoming, yeah, if you, on these, oh yeah, I don't know what route you do, so.
I do this route. I take the lower route for the enemies. Since both sides have enemies. But this one has less hoops.
I see. Alright. Yeah, I guess that works.
Time to recharge my boost. Okay, so right here is the trick that Sonic can do, but Blaze can't. You can't. It's just it's a boost jump up that slope, but unfortunately Blaze can't get enough speed from her boost to be able to do it. So you have to go around.
Yeah, you take advantage of the changed gravity up there.
Exactly. Missed the burst hover to kill my vertical momentum.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you can fall way down there.
Whoa, what happened there? I like burst hovered upward.
Huh.
That was pretty ridiculous. I've never seen that before.
What?
I think I was due to some gravity shenaniganry that was going on.
Yeah, that must have been some gravity interesting stuff. But you definitely don't want to fall down missing that one-up from the one-up area. If you have to do an enemy chamber, it's not very fun.
And plus, this path is just shorter overall.
Yeah. You can skip right to that path after doing the chamber, but you have to do the chamber.
I think that's too low.
Not too punishing of a death if you did die.
Yeah, but I didn't die. Managed to
good.
Get there with some boost energy to spare. And now it's time for probably one of the best rival battles in the entire series, all things considered.
Well, I think Blaze is a better fight because Sonic's tornado attack is awful.
Well, yeah. Alright, let's see if I can get it. Nope.
The issue with the Sonic's tornado attack is it lasts like 25 seconds. It's actually absurd.
That, oh my gosh! Okay, let's
This-
not screw this up. Aim for sub 30. Aim for sub 30.
That was pretty good. I've had fights that go sub 12 on the first phase, but that's because of glitches, but
Sub 30! That was an amazing time.
that was a really good main fight. I will have to say that. For no action cancel, that was really good.
Action cancel?
So there's actually a specific pattern where you can actually get them to stop attacking you. And
I
sit there
know about that. I've never been able to manipulate. I don't know how to manipulate that, but I've done it a few times. And now we have.
I've got it.
Fights again.
I've got a video. I can actually explain it, and I've got a video on it.
Ow! Wow.
If you want to talk about it later, we can do that.
Oh yeah, I'd
Okay, so
love
this
to know how to do that.
Okay, so this boss, it's kind of like, well, you want it to do a bunch of attacks. It can fist slam you. It can throw fire lasers at you. It can do a purple laser. The purple, you really don't want the purple laser. But if you get hit by the fire laser or the purple laser, you have to do another attack. So it's really slow.
Yeah, the purple shot canisters, as I call them, they can be annoying if it's the slow one, but the fast one with multiple is actually pretty fun to dodge, all things considered, especially on normal mode. Oh.
The slow one's really nerve-wracking.
Okay, let me just say one thing about that get ready to be school attack. The hitbox lasts way too long for that one.
Yeah, and it's an insta-kill.
Exactly. Like, just gonna play this safe here. Now on normal mode, he has, on normal mode, Egg King here has some, enemies he can spawn in to impede your progress up his arm after a few hits.
Oh wait, what? Oh.
But that's thankfully not in normal mode.
It's been so long since I played normal mode that I don't even remember that.
Alright. One more hit, then the final hit. Oh, we get the shot canister attack. Ah, but it's the boring one. Darn it. Especially since this is easy mode, since you get so much space to be able to dodge it. I want to see what the hitboxes for this attack look like, actually.
Yeah, actually, that would be interesting. I would agree.
Alright.
Like, do the upper areas have hitboxes?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, I figured they would. That makes it a lot scarier.
Alright. I lost a ring somewhere? Whatever.
Oh.
Huh. Oh well.
Alright, so this final attack is so underwhelming.
Well,
So
if you fail to actually hit him, he breaks the ground underneath you and restarts the fight.
I mean, you're right, but it's almost impossible to not.
Okay, I delayed up time.
GG.
Alright, that's a pretty good time.
Hit underestimate. Cool.
Well, at least with that boss, is you actually get to land the final hit, unlike the Zavok boss fight in Sonic Forces.
Yeah,
that would.
Rush has me mesmerized, BigJon. Well, on that note,
Should watch
what were you saying?
No, that was good. It was good. It definitely learned a bit.
And I think I have some things to learn, like how to manipulate the Zone 7 boss to get into that pattern. So yeah.
I think it's a specific positioning, but I have a video on it on my YouTube channel.
Alright, well if you can link that to me, I would love that. So yeah.
I can give you some info too.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. So yeah, that was Sonic Rush with Blaze. Thank you, BigJon, for having me on this event, and for making a special layout specifically for my game. I look forward to seeing that after I end the run here. And on that note, good luck to the rest of the runners. And be sure to...
Alright.
Huh?
Wait, I have one thing to say. Donate for Sonic R Karaoke after the Game Gear. Please, please. Donate for Sonic R Karaoke, for God's sakes.
Yeah, Sonic 2 Game Gear with Saving Tails is very close. If not, it's already reached its goal. I don't know. I believe it's very close last I checked. If that's met, or when it's met, then vote for Sonic R Karaoke before it's too late, because that's happening at the end of the day.
It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah. So yeah, on that note, I shall turn the stream back over to BigJon now, however he wants to set that up.
Boy, I tell you. Is everybody still good? Want to make sure everybody's still good. No one's seasick from the double screen. We all good? I hope we're all good. So coming up next is going to be some more double screen action, you all. Coming up next is Super Mario. Well, I mean, I guess it's technically still 2 screens. Super Mario 3D Land for the Nintendo 3DS. So we're gonna get that coming up. We have Zelda Cubed coming up with that 80% run. So we're gonna get they're gonna play 3 DSs at the exact same time. That's right. You all were sick on 2 screens. Wait till we have 6 screens at the same time. All right. All right, so we're gonna get set up for that. Again, don't forget that incentive is indeed a thing, you all. 183 to unlock Sonic 2 Game Gear All Emeralds, but Sonic R is tonight. Go find all your wealthy friends and family and neighbors and big time streamers who have just endless pockets of money to help support that cause, and of course get you all some fantastic incentives for your generosity. Again, we are 183 away from Sonic 2. We are 13-12. We got a chunk to go for Sonic R here. I'll have to give y'all a discount at this rate. We'll see. But nevertheless, don't forget there are some other incentives and goals there as well to be met. So again, type !donate to check out the donation link and click on polls and incentives to see all the things you all can put towards. We can go ahead and close out a couple of those now since we're done with the game. But we're going to get ready and get set up for this game, so give me a few moments and bathroom break time until we get this set up. Alright, so I'll be back in just a few moments. Alrighty, are we ready for some good old 3D land? Again, more double screen action. So if you're prone to issues with 2 screens at once, then well, this one shouldn't be as bad. This one should be as bad. All right. So we got Zelda Cube is going to bring you some Mario 3D Land for the 3DS. This is an 80% category. May I please see a hype in chat? I'm looking for an hype. Looking for an hype here. I'm going to change my game on Twitch right quick and Super Mario 3D Land. I don't have 3D World behind it. That'd be kind of cool. All right, we're going to give him a countdown. And our next voice you will hear will be that of this guy. Just so that I don't break the internet. Uh-oh. Did I break the internet? Okay, we're good. All right, y'all, here we go. Time for some 3D land.
Oh, hey. Hey everyone, my name is Zelda Cubed and I'm going to be showing off Super Mario 3D Land today. This game is a very fun, fantastic speedrun, and I can't wait to get started. Alright. The first thing I'm gonna do is, when I delete this file, I'm going to exit to the home menu, and that's the instruction manual. But by exiting to the home menu, it's going to reduce the amount of tired messages that I get throughout this run. So every 30 minutes, there's a message that pops up, basically saying take a break, and yeah, those are annoying, and they don't add to the speedrun, except for time. So yeah, anyway, I'm gonna get started, if that's alright. 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so the very first thing that's going to happen is after this intro, I'm going to get the first power-up, which is the Tanuki suit. And the Tanuki suit absolutely makes this run what it should be.
How's the run going, my guy? I'm sorry, I passed out.
Late, as always.
Yeah.
Alright, this is Moistened Law, by the way. He is the world record holder in New Super Mario Bros. DS, and
well,
he
I was until like a couple of days ago or something. You please beat my any percent.
Wait, really?
Yeah, he's 2301 now.
Okay, he's the former world record holder.
So I'm, yeah, I'm Mr. Washed Up over here.
Alright.
Yeah.
So, 1-1. 1-1 can be quite challenging at times, but it is doable.
Yeah. It is the unofficial hardest level in the game.
It is actually like one of the hardest levels to do optimally, though. That is missed jump. That's okay, because go off the left side tree strat. Anyway, so yeah, the reason why we're collecting the star medals, which a lot of people don't actually know, you need 100 levels to unlock the final level.
Yeah, you basically need like a lot of the star coins to unlock the final level, and because you use the warps to skip some levels, you have to get pretty much almost all the star coins in like most of the levels, or else you won't have enough by the end.
Yeah, there's like 108 in total, so you have like 8 star coins of leeway.
Yeah. And you skip like very specific ones, which are the slowest, of course, because that's how you go fast.
1, 2, I'm going to show off this thing called the crouch strat, which I just did. Basically, if you crouch off ledges, you go fast. That is not ideal. That's alright. I'll try to do this one. I did it. Yeah, if I'm quiet during some of these levels, it's because it requires a lot of concentration.
Yeah.
Some of these levels.
I should be providing better commentary, but I woke up 2 minutes ago and I don't have the stream up yet. So, sorry for the, I don't know, the mediocre commentary.
Alright, 2-1. In this level, so one thing that's interesting is that when Tanuki Mario walls on top of this wall, like there's something that prevents him from gaining height. Like it's like shoves him down to a portion of the wall where you don't gain height. So in order to get past that, and you can do that in rare instances when there's a corner that you can wall jump up, and it just so happens that there's one on this level. So you're gonna see that in a few seconds.
Yeah,
Oh, or not. Nice. That almost never happens. That's called a bonk. They're not very
Oh. Yeah, that's a very interesting way to die in that level, because normally you bonk and you like land back on that platform, but if you bonk in a really like specific angle, you can also fall off, which is very unfortunate.
Yeah, that almost never happens.
I don't think I've ever seen that one or done it.
I've done it like less than 5 times. So. Alright, here's what I was talking about with the corner. Pretty bad.
Yeah.
That's epic, dude. That's so good. Yeah. Alright, 2-2 is the actual hard level.
Yeah.
So I'll happily take the death on 2-1 if it means I don't die here. Basically there are these platforms, and with the Nuki Mario, like these platforms are supposed to hit a tile, and it makes more platforms appear. But you can skip all of them. It's
Yeah.
fun.
There's a couple of like question blocks and little platforms like throughout the level that you can just kind of like do wall jumps and flutters to not actually have to hit the green blocks. Like right here, he crouches and oh my god, what was that?
Alright, there we go. So yeah, that's fun. That saves a lot of time.
There's a bunch of interesting things. Like those 2 wall kicks that he did earlier were are actually somewhat difficult to get like the angle right for, because sometimes you'll just wall kick like straight out, because wall kicks work in really like strange ways in this game. So it can be sometimes difficult to like get the right distance.
Alright, so this is the first mystery box in the run. Mystery boxes are a lot of fun because it's basically an auto-scroller of 10 seconds until it stops. So what a lot of runners like to do is they like to see how many backwards long jumps they can get.
Yeah, this is like where you see the runners just like kind of screw around.
Alright, now 2-3, I'm gonna do something like it's called hyperspeed. It's not to the full extent that it can be used. It's really cool to watch individual level runs of this game, because Luigi can do hyperspeed a lot better, but you can do this as Mario.
Yeah, basically, he's gonna do like some diagonal like long jumps, and if you hold like the right angle, you can like sort of work around the speed cap that the game like gives you, so you can build up like a really huge amount of speed and use that obviously for some cool things. And
I tried to do this. Sorry.
It's also showcased in 5.5, which is significantly later in the, but that's a much larger example of it. You hyperspeed through like half the level, and it's cool.
Alright, there I tried to do a strat that I never actually that I never actually tested.
Mm.
So,
You tried.
I think.
Uh,
All right.
I was
two-
wondering what that weird like long jump was.
Yeah, I thought to myself, I wonder if you can hyperspeed that coin.
So your 2-4 is a really interesting level because every time you jump, the platforms change. So like you have to make sure that like every single jump is like exactly the way you want it. So like anywhere where you can like skip certain jumps can be useful. It's really weird the speed strats that. you do.
Okay, so I have a consistent pattern so far this run of making a mistake in every level. Hopefully that doesn't happen in the next level because this is probably the hardest level in the run.
I mean, if you make a 1-second mistake in every level, it's not that bad, you know?
Yeah, I guess. But what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna play this safe. You can do this jump completely blind, but sometimes I fail the jump even not doing it completely blind, so I'm just gonna wait. a
Oh
bit
yeah,
for
this is
to
one of
come
the.
over here. Okay. Mario wanted to get on that platform.
So this is one of the auto scroller sort of ship levels. So there aren't actually like auto scrollers. It's just that the camera doesn't like follow. So you can do these blind, and that's what top level runners' game do. And in runs, these can be like pretty huge reset points, and they can also be super frustrating to learn and do in runs.
This is exactly what I was afraid of right now. This run is like my worst nightmare right now.
Mm.
Okay. But it's lame to not do the jump, so I'm going to do this. So the reason why I reset is because I need the Tanuki suit. It just wastes too much time not to have it.
This game is somewhat like, because the game saves after every level, you can go for really difficult strats if they save enough time that if you fail them and reset to, you know, try them again, they'll still save time. But, like...
What was that?
But
oh, no! Oh, no!
Oh!
Oh, no!
What? Wait, that didn't... What even happened? Where was the platform?
It disappeared, dude. This kid's still 57.
This is like what happens on 2-ship when you're on like a decent pace going into it. Yeah, except that was not the case.
I literally practiced World 2 for like 2 hours before this run. Okay, there we go. That just happened. That's okay. Oh, the cube never misses his jumps.
Yeah. I don't know what happened there. How did you miss the like when you failed it? How did you even miss the ship? Because you didn't do it diagonal. You landed on the platform.
No, but even so, I don't think I've ever done that before. I practiced this level in all of World 2 for like 2 hours before this run. And like spent all my time practicing those levels, so
it's pretty normal to screw up World 2, but like it's not normal to do that.
Alright. Yeah. Alright. So that's okay. I would argue that World 2 is probably the world that I'm the worst at. So
Yeah,
hopefully hopefully the rest of the run goes better.
Yeah, a lot of this run is significantly less like risky. Like there's the movement is much more consistent for cubed and other top level runners. Like the first 2 worlds are just kind of a nightmare. It's the same way in like a lot of speedruns.
Alright, and now we're moving on to 3-1. So the interesting thing about 3-1 is you're supposed to go like inside it and climb up the inside. We're not gonna do that, that's too slow. So right here, I'm going to shoot a cannon, try and get this star coin quickly. Yeah, alright, that's good enough. Okay.
So that cannon shot can be really weird. Like if you shoot like too low and miss it, then you have to go like all the way back to the cannon and try again. Like, and if you can like, it loses a lot of time if you like do a super unoptimal shot. So it's sort of something that you try to like play as risky as possible, and sometimes you just do something really stupid with it.
Right, so funny thing actually is that for the longest time, like speedrunners, what they would do is they would actually go around like the outside and go back and get that last medal like from the door we exited, and then J-Dude just realized, wait, that's slower than going the intended way.
Yeah.
Alright. 3-2, I'm gonna try and get the epic pipe time.
Yes.
Getting 490, like getting 490 for a long time was sort of thought to be like a legend, and then somebody actually did it. And I almost did it there, but unfortunately not.
Yeah, I don't even think I've gotten 489 because I'm pretty terrible.
But yeah, this level for the most part is just a normal swimming level.
Yeah, this is one of the levels that you don't normally see mistakes on. It's like after there's a decent amount of levels in this run that are really difficult, but then there's some levels where you can like top level runners pretty much just autopilot it.
The funny thing about this level is that this is the only level in the game that we know of as to get out of bounds on, but unfortunately it's not faster.
It's kind of sad that it isn't useful anywhere because it actually looks kind of cool.
Oh, use that coin. That would have been really great. Use that coin.
You know, the movement that he did in 3-1 this run was quite clean.
Except for the bonk.
Yeah. Yeah, that pipe, like, getting the long jump onto the pipe, like, shouldn't be hard, but it, like, you end up screwing it up a lot of the time just because, I don't know, it's just one of those things. It's one of those things that you kind of have to screw up a bunch.
Alright, shoutouts to Giant Bumblebee. Okay, so this level, it's kind of interesting. There's a long, straight section on the level where you just have to hold one direction. Well, I actually find myself dying here more times than I'd like to. Like here, it's so easy to like go almost the entire way and then just accidentally have one minor compartment and just fall off the level.
Oh yeah, this straight section is the straight section. It's not like actually supposed to be hard, but that's sometimes what makes you die on something a lot is it's not difficult, so you end up like letting your guard down and doing something extremely stupid.
That star medal is cool, by the way. I grabbed it like out of midair.
Yeah, that normally you'd have to wait for it to like reach a certain spot and then long jump into it, but if you like jump at the right time and have the right like and you go through the right spot in the air, you can just kind of grab it before it reaches the area that it's programmed to fly to.
Alright, this level has a challenging jump, and so far, out of all the challenging jumps I've done in this run, I'm not feeling too confident. It goes well.
So yeah, 3-4. This level is
Okay, that's one way to spell it. This is so stupid.
Yeah, this level you have like there's a area in this level where oh oh jeez, oh lord.
Literally all of the levels that I practiced are going, and all the levels that I didn't practice are going well. That's okay. You know what? I decided from this moment on I'm gonna play perfectly. Okay, no more mistakes allowed.
Yeah, we're just gonna get like a 59 or something. What is the best possible time with this run?
My estimate is 105, so glad I made it 105.
Just make the estimate 53, to be honest.
Yeah, 53 is like the god time, and I don't think anyone's ever gonna get it unless they decide to sell their soul in this game.
Yeah. So the jump he did at the end of 3-4, normally you have to wait for the block to like sort of waltz all the way over to that little warp section and grab the coin while going in, but with the jump that he did, you can like grab the coin and enter the warp at the same time, but it can be like super weird. A lot of times you'll like grab the coin and die, or you'll enter the warp and not grab the coin, so... And you also can't see it while you're doing it, so it's completely blind.
Okay, that is unfortunate. That means I lose a cycle, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, there's a really fast cycle you can do on 3 airship, but unfortunately that will not be showcased. But who found that? The really fast cycle? Was it like...
I don't know who found it. I just kind of existed. Okay, so this boss is really badly bosses. So let's not get affected by them. I go into the corner to manipulate where he's gonna go. So I actually almost got bad luck. Thankfully I did a tail swipe there. It's faster to jump on their head for the first and second hit. I'd rather just do a tail swipe if I can.
Yeah, the third hit, it's faster to hit him with the tail, because his death animation, you hit him with the tail, is faster. But, like, for the actual hits, when you hit him with the tail, he, does, like, the weird thing where he flips and, like, flops around.
Shoutouts to runners that die trying to get that coin.
Oh yeah, the three ship coin, that's an interesting way to lose a run. But it's surprisingly common.
Okay. We're out of World 3, and I'm only 4 minutes behind my PB. Let's go. It's still 59. Alright.
Postcards in this game are top tier.
Alright, so, I'm only 4 minutes behind my PB, and my PB is, my estimate is 10 minutes behind my PB, so, I'll only be 2 minutes overestimated by the time this run is over.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone hates this level, by the way. Cosmic will probably be in the chat saying something like, they don't. They do.
Yeah, 4-1 has a lot of interesting movement, but it can be, it's a pretty huge pain in the ass.
Alright, so that strat we just did there called Cannonless, is called Cannonless. Very original name, and a lot harder than the version of Cannonless in Super 64, clearly.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what kind of Cannonless you're doing, what strat you're doing for it, but...
That's harder than OG Cannonless.
It's harder than triple jump glitchy wall kick Cannonless, to be honest.
Yep. Alright. This level is fun, or this mystery box, I used the name of the black shirt on the file menu. So what that does is that makes this one have 2 coins and a Tanuki leaf. It's pretty good.
Yep. So, yeah, the getting 2 coins there, obviously. Well, not obviously. It allows you to skip like getting one more coin in the levels, so you can go faster because yeah.
This level is like the only level that is like a vertically based level. So like most levels, it's like moving across horizontally, but this one is actually like vertically based. And that, to grab that star coin, you're supposed to use a red block, but you can make it quite easy with a Tanuki wall jump.
Yeah, the red blocks are just kind of like suggestions in this level. You don't really need any of them.
That was like the first good level in this run, by the way.
Yeah, that was actually super clean movement.
Alright, so that's all the warp pipes that exist in this game. So from now on, we've got to actually play through the rest of the worlds.
The interesting thing is in Warpless, you do the star coin route a bit differently because you don't have to collect all the star coins or almost all the star coins in the levels that you play because you have more levels. So there's some that you normally can't skip at 80% that you would in Warpless. So that's an interesting like difference in the routes.
Yeah, it saves a lot of... Like, that star coin is surprisingly slow. Mainly due to the pipe conversions.
Yeah.
So right there, you can actually despawn him. Like, you sort of kill him while he's invisible or something like that. I did not get it that time, but that's okay. Like, it literally saves no time. Alright, so now this is the most exciting part of the run. Mario wins by doing absolutely nothing, except for the things that he has to do to not get hit.
Yeah. Just nice little like hiding in the corner from the problems in life.
Mm-hmm. Look at this, he's jumping.
Oh yeah, this is extremely greatest section in the whole run, to be honest.
I'll be honest, there have been times where I've forgotten to grab that coin. I'll be honest. Thankfully, I didn't do that here.
It'd be hard to remember, you know? This is just the most riveting section of the entire...
Yep.
Too much focus on other things.
Alright, and just like that, Mario's back into the real world.
Yep.
That was a really good cannon shot.
Yeah, the cannon shot there, you can be really easy to it can be really easy just like go too low and just bonk on the little platform that the flagpole's standing on. It loses a bunch of time. So you have to like get back up and platform to the flag.
I've been told that this level is based off of a video game series, but I can't figure out which one it is.
Yeah.
That would be more funny if I was running 100% more special ending.
Yeah.
Like, because the coin that you get that literally plays the Zelda music.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's like, this is a really interesting level.
I mean the Unknown Game series music.
Yeah, we're not allowed to disclose that information. My uncle that works at Nintendo says so. If you tell him the secret, 5-2, he'll kill you.
It's also one of 2 levels in this game that stumped Seed Gaming on being this.
Rip Steve, to be honest.
Yeah, so
he got called out live.
We told him that you can just keep moving around in. Alright, this next level is the second worst level we've done. Not because it's hard, but because it's dumb.
I feel like you've said that like 3 times.
There are a lot of dumb levels in this game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, someone found a cool strat here where you do like a crouch boost onto that and then just bounce up to that coin, but I don't know how to do it.
Was it J-Dude?
Probably, I don't remember.
Yeah, there's a J-Dude who... I can't remember how long he's been in the community. It's been like a...
He's been speedrunning for... Why, dude?
Well, in terms of speedrunning, he's a pretty experienced speedrunner known for finding a ton of new strats. and he found a couple of really interesting stuff in this game. A couple of really interesting things in this game, including a very cool strat in the final level that we'll see when we get there.
That strat was probably his best find in this game.
Yeah, it's super cool. We're gonna hype it up so that, you know.
We're gonna hype it up so that way I can fail it.
Yeah.
Alright, so I'm like 3 minutes behind actually. If I can still get like a decent run out of this. Alright. This level is cool. So something interesting is that most of the time you're not able to directly out of the, use the propeller directly out of a long jump. But since we're Tanuki, what he does is he'll actually like flutter for a second, and so we can use the propeller out of the jump. And that makes this level a lot easier to optimize.
Yeah, it also means that you can do some strats that like where you have to. You can do some very interesting strats on this level, I guess. I don't know what I was gonna say, but then this final section, you just kind of do like a diagonal long jump and hyper speed.
I accidentally released like my control stick a little bit too late, but that only wastes like 1 in-game second, so we're fine.
Makes being able to flutter out of the long this level a lot safer, because at the end, like if you don't get the right angle, you can just kind of go like zooming off to the side.
I never even thought about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very true actually. Alright, this level is kind of hard, but cool too. So hopefully it doesn't go too terribly. Okay, hello. I don't think I've done that one before. I don't think I've ever done that one.
Don't worry, we're showing the best of all this game, including the best deaths.
I don't think I've done that one before.
Most of the time, resetting and, you know, trying a level again is faster than just re-entering it, because you keep Tanuki. And there aren't really Tanukis in every level, so, you know, sometimes you can, if you lose Tanuki in the right spot, if you don't like that, you can be stuck without a Tanuki for a while.
Alright, this...
There aren't any, like, super cool strats on this level, it's just kind of difficult.
Yeah. It's not even that bad, it's just it's easy to make dumb mistakes on it. And I am a master of making stupid mistakes.
Yeah, well...
That's why I think my record's good, even though it's not. Because I just make that many stupid mistakes.
I mean... I guess speedrunning is just decreasing the number of stupid mistakes in your run.
Pretty much, yeah.
I mean, that's once you've started going for all the optimal strats, which is pretty much what Zelda Cube does with his game now.
Yeah, so optimal I failed to flutter out of that box. Yeah, you can cancel animations like pipes and like boxes by fluttering for a split second. But
yeah, normally you have to hit the ground before you actually start moving, but you can flutter before he actually does that.
okay, another level that I practiced really. So hopefully I don't miss my jumps.
Maybe you should just not talk about having practiced the level, and you won't fail it.
You know what? I didn't practice this level. Now it'll
Yeah, you just go in straight into this.
Let's do it.
You woke up like 2 minutes ago. He's ready to destroy this level.
By the way, Peach actually escapes from Bowser. It's like the only time she ever does it. Even more lore than Undertale.
Peach starts whooping my guy. Dude, what if like Peach just... What if there's a skip where Peach just escapes before you get there? Just kind of win. Don't actually have to beat the game.
So this level is very exciting. A lot of complex tricks that I'm doing while going down the stock.
Yeah.
Please work. Thank you. That took me ages to actually get in a marathon. That's a pretty cool strat though. Save for like a second.
Yeah, the fish bounce is really interesting.
You
It's
were
also
right.
Easy to fail.
Okay, you know what? I didn't practice this next level either.
I think easy to fail describes speedrunning this game. There's a lot of things that are easy to fail in this.
There's a pretty cool strat on this level called Elevator Sip. Not Elevator Skip, because I made a typo when naming the trick. But I almost got it, but my wall jump just was barely not high enough. Okay.
Yeah, the elevator game, I'm not sure what they were thinking, just kind of like being able to like walk outside of them, but you know.
Yeah, that's kind of annoying when that happens. When you like try to like save those extra frames and it just doesn't work out for you. Alright.
This game is not very forgiving of small mistakes. There's
it's like
a lot of places. There's a lot of places where in this game, if you make like one stupid mistake, you can lose like 30 seconds to a minute.
That's always fun. Now the cycle for the rest of this game are gonna be messed up, and I don't know. We're just hoping that it works out. Okay, good. Looks like they were fine. Oh,
Yeah, the
man.
piano keys are super weird.
Right there,
You
I
can,
tried to. Sorry. Go ahead.
You can like bonk into them sometimes. Like sometimes they just you can play the section one time perfectly, and sometimes it feels like you're doing the same thing. It doesn't work, even though you know it's your fault. Sometimes you just can't help but playing the game.
Right there, what I tried to do, I tried to like do a safe strat where I slid down and landed on like the teleporting platform, just because like that timing is not easy to get. But I forgot that the cycles were messed up, which is why I fell down. But otherwise, the level fine. I'm gonna go for the fastest cycle on this upcoming level, though. It's really hard, so if I get it, I'll be happy with this run. I don't care what the final time ends up being. If I get the skip, or if I get the fastest cycle on this next level, I will be happy with this run. So yeah, I'm gonna probably ask for some quiet. But basically, what I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna try and get there too fast. Try and get perfect time to make a precise jump and then make it fast at the end.
How much time does this strat save? I don't exactly remember. I've only seen you do it like twice.
Like 3 in-game seconds.
Alright. I'm gonna do some silence.
Yes! Let's go. I don't care that I bonked there. No, please. Okay, so that didn't save any time because that ended, but that's fine.
Jeez, you made that cycle by a really tight margin.
Yeah, that cycle's tends to be tight. Because like the thing is, you can't go too fast. You have to go at like big speed. Like you have to like purposefully slow down so that way you can make the jump that red platform, and then you can make the cycle with the platforms at the end. But
If you go too fast, the platform before the red platform prevents you from like jumping straight to the red platform.
okay, this run was a success. That's like. So yeah, this level is probably the level that I understand the least of. The ending doesn't make any sense to me, so I'm probably just gonna play it safe. But like, in like the run that I did at SGDQ, for example, like the ending, I have no idea how I didn't die, and in my personal best,
There's a lot of.
That's fine, whatever. I'll take it.
This game has a lot of really interesting mechanics that can make speedrunning it kind of weird.
Yeah. The ending to that level is just weird. Like, there's not. I'd like somebody to come up with a consistent, fast strat. So yeah, Jay, dude, you know what? Most of your strats I hate, but please find a strat on this level that makes that ending good.
Dude's found like so much stuff in different games. He found a reroute in New Super Mario Bros. 2 that saves 6 seconds. He found a new Ghost House strat in DS that saves a bunch of time too. And there's like a couple of other also done a bunch of stuff for, so are there any games that he has found new strats for these run?
I can't think of one. I think like almost every game he's found a new strat for. I don't know what pace I'm on. Probably like 101 or something at this point. But I'm just happy that I got red cycle. That strat is really.
This was an interesting run.
I did the same strat on 2 ship. Like, I died like 4 times on 2 ship. I failed all of the easy levels, and I failed all the levels I practiced, and then got the hardest strat in the game.
Yeah. It's just sort of a combination of some very strange mistakes, and also some very cool movements.
The level I just did is a very long, by the way, so I hope you didn't fall asleep while I was doing it.
Such a technical level, man. Like that skip he just did, it's like the pinnacle of all of speedrunning tricks. It's quadruple frame perfect.
Speedrunners have managed to say like it's getting a 5 is like one of the easiest things you can do in speedrunning. Getting a 4 is a lot harder, but like doable. It's one of the it's like definitely one of the well, I wouldn't say it's one of the hardest IL records I actually is, but like it's insane how like IL players like SSR and King Boo have managed to get a 4 on that level. King Boo is also the world record holder for 3D World and good at just about any game he plays.
Yeah. Has he done full runs in this game? I haven't.
He's done a few, but he's never gotten like a good PB because he only played it for a day. I think he has like 3.
Some people just like pick up games.
Yeah, King Boo is really good though. Like really, really good.
Some people are just unfairly good at video.
Pretty much, yeah.
I don't think that I'm one of those people. I have to put a lot of work into not sucking.
The next 3 levels all feature like a skip to do. So hopefully they all go well.
Yeah, World 7 are quite entertaining to watch. Good movement in.
This is the first skip right here. That'll work easy. That was really good. But basically you get a boost off of the platform. And you can make it there and skip the interior of the clock.
Yeah, you basically use the extra momentum that you get the moving platform to be able to make that jump all the way up there.
Yeah, some like to call it fidget skip. We called it that for like a week back when fidget spinner used to be like an actual good meme.
Yeah.
7.5 also has a skip at the end of it. It's like this auto-scroller with this platform that slowly falls apart as it continues to go, and eventually, like, that's okay because there's a backup to this level.
There's a bunch of like pair Goombas
That
in
might
the
not be okay. Actually,
area
it
of
is
the
because
platform and you can just kind of bounce off of them to like not actually have to use the platform.
that was interesting. That was almost as bad as what Jarvitz usually does there. Actually, that might be worse than Jarvitz.
The live callouts.
Again, another level that I practiced.
Oh my.
Literally, like, the only level that I practiced that went well was 6-4.
7 Airship has a really interesting blind skip once we get there, so the rest of this run is pretty interesting.
Alright, here's the actual level, and it's probably gonna go well. I think that's the way it works. Yep.
So, yeah, they
That's
just
the way
kind of
this
like
game works.
arrange all those pair Goombas, and I don't really know. Okay, the hardest part about that is like grabbing the coin while landing on the platform, because a lot of times you can like grab the coin and land on the platform, and then run off the platform to your death, or you can grab the coin and then try to jump onto the platform and then you die. Like, there's just so many ways in which that skip can go wrong.
Right, I need to be able to hear the game for the...
Alright.
Really? I'm actually kind of surprised that didn't work. That felt really good. That was like better than some attempts that feel like they don't work. But yeah, if this level goes well, I can get to the end of it. Literally, I got this every time in practice. I don't know what's going on. There it is. Okay, we're good.
Alright, so, like, doing the level blind, as you did it there, saves around 15 seconds, and it's something that only, like, top runners of this game end up going for most of the time.
Yeah.
It's interesting sort of how when you go far enough away, you can, like, the camera sort of looks at, like, unloaded things. It starts to unload the level, even while you're still looking at it. So, create some more cool things to look at, I guess. My commentary is
That was almost a perfect fight.
mostly just me talking, saying cool things.
That was still a good fight, though. And that's World 7.
That
Hey,
fight's-
Jake, would you mind doing me a favor and telling me what my World 7 time is in my TV? Because I'm sure you're watching the stream.
The boss fights in this game aren't, like, super hard, but it's, like, really easy to get hit by their, like, badly programmed hitboxes.
Alright, and now we're going into World 8. World 8 has some of the stuff. They're some of the coolest, too, though. Like, right
Yeah.
away, I'm gonna be trying to do, like, a pretty hard, but really cool cycle in the first, in 8-1.
World 8's got it all. It's got cool trick at the end, some auto-scroller skips, some just all-around nice stuff. Initializing capture twice.
Did it come undone?
It came undone, like, temporarily during the cutscene. It's fine now.
That happens sometimes. The capture card isn't broken, it's just sometimes a cable gets loose.
Yeah.
So right there, I tried to do a pretty cool strat. Unfortunately, I hit an invisible block, which caused me to be just that much slower and not make the cycle. But that's okay. The rest of the level is still really cool.
Yeah, there's gonna be an interesting strat where he, instead of going into a cannon and like shooting to the end of the level, a star coin, he sort of skips it by jumping from a weird angle to grab it and go to the end of the level without having to use the cannon. This game is mostly programmed from it's mostly built from a 2D standpoint, which is kind of funny. So there's a lot of cheese where you can just kind of like jump at a weird angle and platform that's like later in the level.
Okay, that's not good. I wanted to manipulate the enemy so that way I could trick off. But now I have to do this backup strat, which I rarely ever do. Okay, we got it, but I don't know what to do here. The cycle's
Oh
out.
yeah, the way that you normally do that jump, that spiked enemy, you do like a...
Are you?
You do a spinning long jump onto him, and like the tail swipe from the spinning long jump like hits him, which like it flips him over, and then you can long jump off of his exposed area, which it looks super cool when done right.
And dude, this is not. Okay, this is a cool strat right here. Hopefully I don't mess it. Thank you. That saves almost nothing, but let's see. And then the last skip. Okay. This run is flawless, by the way.
No mistakes whatsoever. This is...
Okay. Now we're moving on to 8-4. There's like 3 skips in this level that in conjunction like skip the entire thing. It's supposed to be this color, and we absolutely just destroy it.
Yeah, they leave you like little platforms throughout the level that are just close enough that you can just kind of like...
Yeah, the thing is, whenever this game is done set race setting, it either goes like extremely well or extremely terribly. Like, there's no in between.
Yeah, there's like some mistakes in this game that lose like 2 seconds. There's some that lose like half a second stuff, and then there's some that lose like 30 seconds to a minute.
Yeah, there's almost like no in between. Okay, that was close. Oh my gosh, my life flashed before my eyes right there.
Oh, jeez.
I had to like change my angle mid-long jump to make it onto the block.
Yeah, that was looking like...
That was scary.
God, that was
scary.
Sketchy. But
yeah, that's cool.
Being able to save that is pretty epic. I don't think that I've ever done that level like actually well.
Oh, right. I forgot that I'm supposed to play at the start of this level. That's a cool strat that I did right there. That saved a little bit of time. Oh,
You should remember, we're showing
5 times in my life. There's so many jumps that are tight that no one thinks is tight. That's why.
Yeah.
I could play it safe, but I choose not to.
Showcasing every strat and every death. You get to see all the game.
Exactly. This level I literally practiced 10 minutes before starting stream.
Yeah.
And I was doing... It's like I wanted to practice that crouch strat at the start. And I got it like every time. And then... This run has been something special. I'm better at this game than its run. I can promise that with.
There's a lot of where he does like movement that is a lot more impressive than it looks. It's super easy to lose like 5 or 10 seconds in some areas to like his movement without really feeling like you did much wrong.
Okay, this upcoming level, so I've had my 3DS like break on this level on like many runs, right? So I've gotten this far, and then my 3DS just broke. But yeah, hopefully that never happens again.
I haven't actually heard of that. Oh no.
It happened.
That can't be good, man.
This run is something special, dude. Okay, I'm gonna go get my spare 3DS. I'll be right back.
Oh my god, dude. Not like this, man. This is the last thing we wanted to have.
And if only Jarvis were here, he'd know what to do. Okay, so in case you haven't figured it out this time, this is intentional.
Yeah.
If you die 10 times here, it gives you power-ups, and it saves time, and it's actually really lame.
Yeah, but
it's so dumb.
It saves
like
time,
a minute. It saves like a minute over. So dumb.
Did you guys used to like not do this? Or
no, I think ever since the dawn of time, speedrunners knew that this was faster. But yeah,
the reason why
what is nice is sorry,
you could just you get a P-wing, and there's a really long final boss section that is I think is pretty cool, but you know it takes a while, so you can just kind of skip it with the P-wing.
There's a really cool crouch strat here that I haven't. Sorry, J dude. I've shown off enough of your strats this run.
Yeah. I mean, his biggest find is gonna be the very end of the run, so. He gets the spotlight.
Hopefully I don't fail it 3 times, like I did in another run.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, don't worry. I'm gonna show off your best strat, baby. Don't worry.
Yeah, dude, the god gamer.
Okay, so I don't know if Super Mario 64 is being run in this marathon. It probably is, but just in case it isn't, give you guys your desire for BLJs right here.
Dude, it would be really 10 minutes on the BLJ and then the rest of the run perfectly.
Guys, we did it. We saved Peach. She's good. Time in like 2 seconds. I'm surprised this run is only a minute. Okay. That just happened.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. You just reinvented the game to make the run longer. It sucks.
We just wanted to show off the cool strats.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like if I tie my golds for the rest of the run, this can barely sub 1. Let's do it, guys.
Just play perfect.
Yeah, plus I get to save 2 seconds on this gold here. I think my gold has this soft reset.
I mean, anyone can just play perfect. Hold my beer.
Okay, this is gonna be tight, but it's possible. Alright, 8-6 is kind of scary to do at the end of the run. Because, like, you've gotten this far, and then you have to, like, do this really difficult level. So let's do it. I'm not gonna do this crouch boost. I'm too scared. You can do a crouch boost there. It saves a lot of time, but
8-6 is another where they put a lot of auto-scroller elements in. You just kind of like get around them with some somewhat tricky jumps. It's not that hard to go around the auto-scrollers, but to do it optimally is difficult.
yeah, so that went well enough. We might be able to do it if we get JJ to the first try. We might be able to do it. It might be possible.
That's assuming
it's gonna be extremely close though.
That's assuming the cannon shots go well though. The cannon shots are
That's true.
super nerve-wracking at the end of the run.
Yeah. But yeah, so of course J-Dude's very cool find that he has happens to be on the very last level. So if you ever get here on world record pace, which I don't think I have since J-Dude has found this, it can be nerve-wracking. I'm imagining it'll be nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
This is the difference between getting a sub 1 and not getting a sub 1 right here. Let's do it.
Yeah. And I'm gonna shut up.
It's okay, you've got like 10 seconds. You gotta actually wait for this and then take it.
Okay, so time to say something in those 10 seconds.
Time's up.
Oh.
That looks good. Please make it. No! I missed it by like pixel.
Well done.
That's so dumb.
Oh my god, that's... Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Alright, this will be like one
But you can see what that strat would have looked like if you got it. It's just like, it's the coolest thing I think I've ever seen anyone do in this game.
Yeah, you like hyperspeed down the hallway. That was looking so good. Okay. Yep, that just happened. This is a 102 now. You know what? I'm gonna do the strat. I'm gonna soft reset, get Tanuki back. This run's already bad enough as it is. We can still come underestimate.
I mean, yeah, just...
Let's just get the strat. Let's just get it first try.
I mean, yeah. We're not trying to impress anyone with time, so we might as well...
Yeah.
Do the strat.
Okay, my goal is to get my warp with BB. Which we can still do.
Yeah.
It's a good thing that I set my estimate to be 105.
Just move the guy to your left. Make the plumber go fast.
That would have been so cool if I got that. That's not gonna work. Good thing I caught it though. Alright, I'm gonna see if I remember how to do it.
Does Mario ever actually do any plumbing? Because, you know, he wears like the outfit and everything, the overalls, but he doesn't, never seen him actually.
Alright, we're just gonna chill here for a bit. Remind me that I'm the world record.
So you can just kind of like, you can cheese a ton of stuff with wall kicks in Tanuki. Like if you reach a platform and you're just slightly too low for it, you can like wall kick and flutter to get that extra height to get on top of it.
Reminder that I'm the world record holder of this game and somehow, like, even doing all this garbage, I still have the record. Come on, someone needs to beat me, dude. Alright, if I fail these cannon shots, I will
These cannon shots are like... they're not supposed to be hard, but at the end of the run, it's just like it's super easy to just aim too low. And the problem with aiming too low is you have so long to think about how you failed the cannon shot.
Yeah, I played that second cannon shot because I didn't want to fail it.
Yeah.
Instead of doing the task cannon shot, they did this.
Yeah, if you like hit the side, you can like hit the side and still end up landing on the platform, which saves
Yeah.
like a really small amount of time, but it skips like the little like shock animation from landing that Mario does. And if you're a little bit off, you can like do it and then wall kick onto it, which is I don't think it saves any time, but it's like it can be kind of scary. And then the Bowser fight. This Bowser extremely difficult.
Yeah, I was afraid that this stuff would happen. That's why my Yeah. Well, alright. Time is going to be when I hit the flagpole. And time.
Bada bing, bada bang.
Alright, thanks for watching, everyone. I hope it was fun.
Considering everything, you still got a pretty good time for...
We should delete 2 ship. It's the reason why I didn't get a sub 1 this run.
Yeah. That was like... There were like at least 3.5 minutes on 2 ship.
Alright, thanks for having me on, BigJon.
This was a...
Thanks for putting on a fantastic marathon so far.
Yeah. I guess thanks for letting me come on commentary, because I guess I like... I mean, I almost didn't come on commentary.
Woke up like 2 minutes before it started.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it.
You can, I guess, I don't think there's anything interesting with the credits. You just kind of like float around with Peach. Ooh.
Alrighty, there we go, you all. Good old 3D Land. I tell you, that game is so good. If you haven't seen 3D Land, that's a fantastic game. Get yourself one of them third dimension DS's. You definitely should give it a try. Alrighty, so coming up next, you all, as we continue with the Mario and Sonic Nothing But event, exclamation Nothin. To see all the information about the schedule and, of course, how to donate to get to that next incentive that we have going on here. We got a couple of incentives still there. A couple of bid wars, saving killer animals in Sonic Adventure 2 tomorrow. And even a bid war for the game we're playing right now, but on the other category of Tails. But right now, we are going to have this race coming up next between Master Kirby and Jasper the Fish, who are racing Sonic Compact Disc in 2011. Yeah, Sonic CD, the year is 2011. So get ready for that, you all. Get comfy as I get them set up, and we're gonna see who's gonna win this race. Alright. All right, are we all ready for some Sonic Compact Disc between these two knuckleheads? I'm going to warn you. I think one of the streams may be scary. I'm just saying. Not. Well, you know what? I'll just let you visually see it. Okay. So, so don't run. It'll be okay. Some games have variable frame rates, but I'll just leave it at that. All right. So, the next voice you will hear will be Chronon. He will be doing commentary. There we go, you all. So we're going to let Chronon take over as commentary for Sonic CD 2011. Alrighty. Let's get her done, shall we? And a nice gentle fade.
Damn it. I wasn't the one who spoiled though. Oh my god. Alright.
We are live.
Oh, hello, I'm Cronin. I'm the commentator here for this blazing fast race for Sonic CD. Got Jasper the Fish. That's him. And then we got Master Kirby.
Yo.
Alright, anything you guys want to say before I do a countdown?
This game is fun.
It is. It is really fun.
It's Sonic. We're gonna go fast. Hopefully not fail. No promises though.
Yeah. Alright. Well, then I'll do I'll count down from like 3 to 1, then go. All right. So it's like, okay, I'll just do it. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. Good luck.
Good luck. Have speeds. Okay. Palm Tree 1. Immediately you get the speed shoes because fast. The interesting thing in this stage is that you're going to be bouncing off some enemies. You can usually get a good clear from that ramp. You can also just go up it and jump over the tricky tower there. Has a red spring. So it's in this game they have like lots of bait objects like springs that'll bounce you backwards right near the goalpost. Also gonna happen on the next stage. But yeah, good times. Palm Tree 2 has a bunch of different routes here. Okay, so they both lost some time there. Jasper unfortunately died, and Master Kirby is glitching. That's cheating. So the big gimmick of this game is time travel, if you didn't know. In this category, they're not going to use it maybe more than once. If you hit it, it's going to lose your time. You have to wait in that cutscene, and it'll also change the level design. Depending on which way you go, it can be different either way. So depending on how the runner is used to that, it can totally change how they play through it.
Time travel can barely put it
on. Music change. Alright, excuse me. Eating dinner. Anyway, boss stage. So, this is like Sonic 1, it's 3 acts. 1, 2, and then the boss stage, which is usually really short. Bosses are usually free. Like, they're well, most of them. Okay. But, yeah, not much to say here. You just damage boost behind Robotnik, and, hit his butt a few times, and then get the heck out of there. Go through 2.
Yeah.
Pretty much it. Good stuff.
Got a 22 on that.
Ooh. Collision Chaos. Well, I guess first here's Metal Sonic and Amy. Lore? Something? Whatever. They're out of there. But yeah, Collision Chaos is a pretty crazy stage. It's filled with a bunch of like kind of pinball mechanics. It's like the weird casino carnival type stage. It's meaning what that? Huh? Is that a thing, Jasper?
Yes, it is. So basically, what that clip does is that you can jam yourself like with the roof and the spikes, so you can go through that thing, whatever it's called. And for me, it saves time, and I'm like the only person or the only human to ever do that in a single second.
Nice.
Hands fire was popping off a little bit.
I mean, that's really cool. I've never seen that. Yeah, good stuff. Awesome. Let's see. I think I may have missed it, Master. Did you get the jump in the bubble room?
Alright, I need to...
Oh. Okay. There's you can jump through that segment. It can be, so like there's a bunch of stuff in these stages that can bounce you around. So,
Alright,
that's like a notorious part for it too.
45, 62. Alright. Alright, time for BigJon.
Yeah, you got a 37. Alright. Yeah, this is basically the Sonic Spinball stage. It's hard. You have to react very quickly and know how these flippers work. And even then, Robotnik can shoot these bombs at you. And they he's a good shot.
I'm having a bad... Oh no. I'm having a bad one.
Wait a second. Master, you got a 14, so... that's good. That is super, that's a really good time. Like that's really good.
I'm expecting on this stage.
Yeah, it's a scary stage.
Alright, I got out of it. We got 53.
Nice.
I could
Yeah, that's...
but just like... Alright, time for Tidal Tempest, the first trick in the run.
So we don't really have the note slope, as it'll be called really in the Tails run, but basically we're going to, or they're going to, I'm sorry, not me, but they're going to go on top of the stage, and they can use that to basically skip the water section, which is really slow because water, and basically take a beeline straight to the finish.
Wait, isn't there a strat like where you hold to the future and I think do some movement and save time
IGT, yeah. You can, that wall that, like, that blocks your path, like in a tunnel, it disappears in the future. Then you can bounce off a box, and then there's some platforms that just go straight right. It's a pretty... The timing is a little small, but it's not too bad.
Oh yeah, I've had that happen.
Oh, where you get stuck in the wall, right?
Yeah, I've had that. I've had that happen a few times.
A low volume? I guess I can speak louder if that's known to you guys. Let's see, title. So Jasper's on title 2. Really straightforward stage. He's taking the rightmost path. You got some options here. Meanwhile, Mess is on the boss. Nice. So, the one thing about before the boss is there's a door that opens, and you want to get 4 hits on Robotnik before he gets there, otherwise he does a whole loop of the stage. On the boss itself, there's a quick kill too, and if you don't get it, you're gonna have to...
The first phase of this stage is like pretty easy, but then the second phase is like... Can I get... Alright.
Yeah.
Yes, let's go, boys.
Nice. So Jasper got some time to catch up a little bit. Quartz Quadrant. These two stages are like pretty much the next to Stardust, like the most straightforward of them all. I've been saying that word a lot, but like there's a few obstacles in your way, but basically once you get on the middle part, you just hold straight right. And there's speed shoes on both stages, so that's really cool. You can pretty much blast through them.
Well, come on around with the speed shoes. That's nice. Also, no one ever told us what won the US, the Japanese soundtrack video. Oh. What's currently leading, by the way?
That's close enough for someone to change that. Just saying. Although I love the US soundtrack. Just saying. Oh. Yeah, that's good.
The US soundtrack has a few good songs. It's not my favorite one, but it has a few good ones. Also, that big ring that you see right there, you did not already go through it during a 100% run, or any official run of this game.
Yeah. Those lead to the 3D special stages, which most people have bad memories of for this game. It's pretty hard.
The all-time stones category.
One day there will be.
Alright, now on to
nice.
GT3. This is
yes.
the most straightforward of them all.
So I was saying earlier the bosses are pretty easy. Robotnik literally destroys himself here. Like Sonic's just working out.
That's probably true. This is also on top of dodging those spikes that drop down on you once every few seconds. And that was a 58. I think that's a new goal for me. IG.
Oh, cool. Coming up here, well, for both runners is going to be Wacky Workbench. This is the bane of all runners of this game.
Definitely not my least favorite.
So the floor isn't even lava in this. The floor is a bouncy castle, and you can't die. You just constantly lose time flying into the ceiling. It's,
oh no!
It's all about really controlled movement.
It's a blast for the password. I don't know if that improves things or just makes it worse.
At least it's not the future.
True. Unless you get really lucky, the future is not what you want. Also, I'm very fucked. Oh no. Crap, I haven't played on the past. Anyway. Oh hey look, there's a pump. And look, there's a generator. In the old good futures category, you'd want to go to like the past of the first 2 stages of every zone, so you can get like a good future on them. So when the boss for each zone comes in, it would be like good future palm tree free and good future metallic free. Those are just 2 examples, but that applies to all 7 bosses. Pikachu is a pretty straightforward level. All you're doing is just trying to dig this and grabbing streaks, which is pretty convenient because you can get a really low time when you do movements correctly. Alright, what do you think that's about?
Some nice backups there, Jasper.
Alright, now we're heading on to the Wacky boss. Now, as long as you don't choke, this boss is pretty easy to do. I don't know if you can explain that.
Yeah, so the boss itself it's a giant machine. You just bump into it and it moves up. First hit, you hit him as soon as you can. Second and third, you can wait a little bit or hit him immediately. Say it's just a tiny, like a fraction of time if you hit him on the top of his animation. It's just makes his animation go faster. The only thing you have to do is jump from platform to platform and raise yourself on the levels and hit him one last time when he's like stuck in the ceiling because Robonic's a genius.
I have like a visual cue, like whenever Eggman's like expression turns happy again, I like to hit him again. It's just like a safe backup. But yeah, nonetheless, this boss is easy, and also the animation everyone's been waiting for. Eggman doing the semi-floss. Alright,
nice. And Kirby there, getting actually one of the harder movement techs in Stardust 2. So there's this huge gap. It's really slow if you just go there in normal speed, so you want to get a jump off the ramp and just clear the gap in one go. Stardust 2? Stardust Speedway 2?
Oh wow, I'm really behind.
Sorry, was that a spoiler? I mean, you never know.
I mean, yeah, true. Oh my god, that is true. I've had many wrong, but if the race is not over yet, there's still a lot of things that can mess you up, especially in the final boss.
Yeah.
We'll get to later.
Yeah. The pit is has taken many moves. Rest in peace. But the Stardust race here is actually it's a boss in this game, so it's not really that hard in this version at least. It's basically not a scroller. The only really places you can save time, at least IGT, is before and after the race itself. Metal Sonic will go back and forward ahead of you. He rubber bands around you. Robotnik will always move at a set pace, and he will kill you if you mess up enough. But you can really go at almost any speed and clear it just fine. But it's really more about just memorizing the stage itself, and especially near the end, so you know when to beat him when you need to. So Jasper's gonna be on this race here in a second. Massa is going through Metallic Madness 1. Metallic Madness is 1 is actually pretty hard. There's a bunch of like little holes in the floor, especially near the beginning, that if you fall in, you have to take the bottom route, which is ridiculously slower, by like maybe 2 or 3 times. And it's very easy to get tripped up by stuff there, but you got it pretty well. Metallic 2 is a little bit more open-ended. There is a trick both runners are gonna do. Now, the conventional way of beating this stage is you go under to like a bottom area, then you become mini Sonics, or like in Sonic Mania, and you go through like this little labyrinth and play around and then come out the other side. Now, in this game, you can use the pistons to get like a peel out or a spin dash, and it will just send you flying right above the flag, and you can just beat the stage. So it's super good to know, and it's actually it is a little bit hard to get the timing sometimes. It does. Yeah, it's probably the hardest trick in Sonic's run, at the like end game. There is like one more big trick, but it's not as hard. The timing is just really tight on the piston jump.
What just happened? Oh.
Yeah, so for the final boss, it takes 10 seconds for each one of these attack cycles, and you can skip one if you hit him twice, and Master did. But for a final boss, this is really not a problem. He's very easy otherwise. He's the pinwheel. He's like laughing at himself, I guess. There's really not much to say about it. I did forget to mention the pit. That's I guess that's gonna be time for Master there. Yeah. Anyway, the pit is a little tricky. It's a lot better when you know how to like get into it, but it's totally designed to kill you. Jasper is gonna come up to the pit in the final boss in a second. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so like there's like these platforms, they're spinning. You can, if you stay too long, they'll flip around. Platforms are spinning. You can if you stay too long, they'll flip around. There's a bunch of springs and bouncers, and it knocks you all over the place.
It's a really trolley room.
Yeah, it's something you want to just get done with as soon as you can. And also, these lightning bugs are pretty, excuse me, pretty hard to hit. If you don't have, invincibility or a shield, you have to do some really crazy jumps to just even knock into the one. They're very tricky. Yes. So yeah. Again, time will be coming up for Jasper in a little bit. Basically after the last hit, when the one panel is gone. So pretty soon.
Yeah, that's a PB.
Oh, congrats, man. Nice.
Pretty nice game to pick up. It was the first game I ended up learning, well, other than Mario 64. Suffolk with Mike running it. And it was like, why not pick it up? Very easy to pick up, but very hard to master.
Funny you were saying that. I was just looking at your aisles earlier. It's good stuff. But yeah, this game is if you want to get into a Sonic game, but you're like scared of some glitches or you don't know about the 3D stuff, this is short. It's almost entirely glitchless. Very fun, good music, just a good time. There's plenty of runners that have played it before and still play it now. So please feel free to join. If
Yeah,
this,
and the cool
speaks to
thing
you.
is, the CD community has gotten really big since the last time I actually like put in work in runs. Like out of nowhere, there's a lot of new people. There's a lot of people who are willing to help out.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, still alive. Huh. Awesome race, guys.
Thanks. I love that laugh at the try again. Oh my gosh. But yeah, that's CD11. Thank you for watching and enjoy the rest of the marathon.
Alrighty, you all. Sonic CD 2011. The game we all should go play. We should go play 93 first. 92? 93. Please, half the people who run that game weren't even alive in 93. I'm talking about, shoot. Oh, there goes my desk. Alright, so coming up next, we have Don't Let Your Eyeballs Fool You here. We have Super Mario World for the... Wait, whatever it is, I tell you what, it's not for the Super Nintendo, I can promise you that. We have Super Mario World for the PC Sega. Let's just call it that. How about that? Again, if you haven't already, make sure you all show some love for Master Kirby. Master Kirby's like my little brother. We got a picture we took a couple of GDQs ago. It's worth like $1 million now. We gotta go find it. And of course, Jasper Fish, who PB'd in his run. So congrats to him, the first PB I believe we had of the entire event so far. So, so let's get ready in just a moment here for whatever this experience is about to be. This guy is streaming at 674p. What in the is 674p? Must be one of those dramatic resolutions or something. You know, I got a list of people who've been streaming on some resolutions, but 674p. 674p at 60. I ain't never heard of that one. Nah, that's something new every day. Must be them new strats here. Oh Lord, I got the wrong person streaming that, man. Alright, y'all. So by the way, you all, don't forget to check out the incentive exclamation nothing or exclamation donate, as well as exclamation all the good stuff. So we can see all the things that you have there. Are y'all seeing Shannon? We can hear Shannon, didn't we? Yeah, we're using that lovely. Wait, 670. Lord, I can't tell. 674. 674p. I'm about to go look this up, man, and see what 674p may be. So Iceberg is doing Super Mario World for the PC. This is quite a creation. If you haven't seen this before, you know, we couldn't get with too many vanilla Mario World categories, so we had to deal with this one. I apologize in advance, but I have played this myself, and I must say this is glorious. This is indeed a glorious thing. I mean, first of all, Iceberg is playing, so it's going to be something amazing. That is a guarantee. So, here we go, you all. Super Mario World. This is, so, you know what? I'll let him talk about it, but technically, I guess it's considered to be a Sega ROM hack. We have taken the best of Sega and Mario and jammed together in this mess. I mean, this creation, I'm sorry. Alright? Alright, you all ready? Let me see some red T's in chat. FMCU's, where you at? I know y'all ready. Alright, so coming up next is the one, the only Ice Plug with Super Mario World for the PC Sega. Alrighty? Get hype. Be scared. Let's go.
Yeah, here we go. Super Mario World. Oh, I'm giving you all the spoilers. Alright, let's go. Super Mario World for the Genesis. Featuring Mario and Luigi and, well, Mario. Mostly Mario. Oh, nope. The game is getting spoiled for y'all. Okay. So, Super Mario World for the, Genesis. It's a great historic game. Also, what's the name of the game again? I'm gonna play one player. So this is the moving story of how they moved out of the Mushroom Kingdom into where they were in where were they? Where were they in Yoshi's Island? Yeah, they moved out. So you got all these enemies here. You can't kill the enemies by jumping on them. If you jump on them, you take damage. Ow! So we're going to deal with this somehow. So if you look at the screen, you see I have health at the bottom, and I have lives. And those green fists are a mystical power. I'll talk about those later. Don't worry about that too much. So I'm picking up as many of those magical fists as I can. I know roughly where they are. I messed that one up. Oh no, oh no, I'm getting killed by a Goomba. Alright. Swing your arms from side to side. Come on, it's time to go do the Mario. Take one step, and then again. Let's do the Mario all together now. You might notice this is the wrong music for this area. Don't worry about that too much. Alright, and Bowser is not here. He is there. There we go. Hadouken! 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 And here's a box. Hadouken! 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 Bowser dies in 8 hits, but also has teleportation abilities. There we go. No sweat. This is actually 1-1 from Super Mario Brothers. It's kind of redesigned. That's why the boxes are everywhere. I'm gonna take a tactical death. That lets me get 3 more of those Hadoukens. Those green fists are Hadoukens. They let me score a free hit on the enemies and the bosses. I'm saving them for the bosses. Hey, look, a 1-up. You wish. Oh, goodness. What was that? Alright, 1-2. If you remember this level from Super Mario Bros. 1, this is 1-2, and you can skip over this level by going over the top. Let's do that right now. There we go. Hope you enjoyed that one. Thank goodness there are no piranhas to worry about. Let's take the warp zone. Just kidding. Swing your arms from side to side. Come on, it's time to go. Do the Mario dip down low. Make your booty clap. Come on, it's time to go. Do the Mario. Hey, I got a 1-up. And Bowser again. Yep. Just going through the movements. Bowser dies in 8 hits. No sweat. There we go. Looks like Chip and Dale. Okay. Another tactical death. This is the jungle. Remember, there were jungles in Yoshi's Island. Don't get it twisted. I don't see what the problem is here. So remember, we're moving to Yoshi's Island, so we had to move through the jungles. Just jumped too early there. Watch out. Remember, there are bats in Yoshi's Island. This is them. I picked up a time stop item that stops all the enemies from moving. Until now. There's a health kit which restores 1 health in those boxes. You can find an acorn which recovers more health. Also, some of the platforming is picked up. I'm probably gonna die somewhere in this. Feels like I've slipped into a different place. Different rules, different space. Feels like I've slipped into a different place. Nice jump. Oh, these impossible to dodge fish. But I just dodge. Okay. I picked up a med kit, so I'm still alive. I got an acorn. We're in there. So these sliced cheese platforms, if you walk along the right edge, you get moved along on the screen. So I'm a little bit closer to the right edge as I was earlier. Just a little bit closer to the right edge. Don't worry about this too much. Here's the boss. Hadouken! 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 Point blank Hadoukens. And here's a urn. Whatever that is. Alright, we beat him. As I was saying last time, the platforming kind of picks up here. We'll take another tactical death. Again, the tactical death gives me 3 Hadoukens. The platform game is tolerable. There's some rocks. Where are these rocks coming from? Don't ask. Don't worry about that. Beef jerky. If you're on these platforms, you can walk right and kind of speed them up a little bit. Just pretend like nothing happened there. Oh, goodness, whatever. Pick up my safety acorn again. Oh, more of this beef jerky. I told you I was gonna die somewhere. That's to give y'all more time to donate. Watch out for this mole. So when you're jumping in this game, you have two styles of jump. If you hold the button down and release it, before you reach the crest of your jump, Mario has this triangular jump that I'm doing right now. But if you hold it a little bit longer, you get this sort of smooth parabolic jump. And part of the reason that you'll end up dying is if you're trying to do a short jump when you want to do a long jump. Okay, Armageddon happened. There's lava everywhere. Also, other things that they include inside those boxes are death potions. They do damage to you. Also, these spikes. If you're playing this game for the first time, you're going to run into all of them. And if you're playing this game for like the 30th time like I am, you're going to run into like some of them. Oh, there's one there. And that one there. Oh no, Indiana Jones boulders. Or he gave up. See, these are all triangular jumps, and that last one's a nice, smooth parabola. Right, that's not a health. I thought that was a death potion. Alright, give up. Here's Overdrive Ostrich. Hadouken! 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 And a nut. Everyone seems to like this music for some reason. I'm not sure why. This is the water level. It's got water and it's in the background. It's another time stop item. Another item that I picked up at... Oh, I did not want to shoot that. Another item that I pick up is invincibility. It's a shield, it's not a star. The star is a 1-up. Also, these turtles. They're really obnoxious. No little off-screen jump for you there. Almost forgot about that one. Okay. Second level. This one's really hard. The first one's kind of challenging. This one, like, they went a little bit overboard with these platforms. There's a lot of jumping in this game, and the platforming is not that good. These roughly, approximately diamond-shaped platforms. Alright, good, we got that one. Come on. Oh, get out of here, bat. is right. Oh, our Oprah. Oh, oh, oh. Oops. Careful with the platforming. These logs, they do not play around. That last log has a high chance of suspending you in midair for like a frame. And if that's the frame you so happen to press the jump button, you go right down that waterfall into a pit. And you, well, die. These turtles swimming in a waterfall. Alright, please don't die. Great. We're out of there. Don't worry about that transition either. Trained professional. Donkey Kong? I don't know what you mean. I forgot the name of this level. It's got this ridiculously long, it's like Nucleon Site Dump. But it's the water level. Well, according to me, it's the water level. What's happening to my sound? I think I'm sliding down the volume slider accidentally on my headphones. I think either that or it's like getting really muffled for everyone else. Alright, there we go. Much better. Hadouken! 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 No. Anyway, this is a Tunnel Rhino, or sorry, Librarian Tunnel Rhino. Substitute Teacher Rhino. This boss takes forever. That's why I really want to have 9 Hadoukens for this boss. Got him. Just in case you were confused if this game was for the Sega Genesis, this very Sega Genesis sounding song. Oh my gosh. Sega-ness intensifies. The shield is an invincibility item. And it goes from the sink to the counter. And it throws all your nice food away. Yes, there goes your turkey, and there go your vegetables, there goes your radishes, onions, and leeks. There's your potatoes, tomatoes, and carrots, your peas, your strawberries, your eggs. This is a graveyard encounter. Expanding platforms, they expand and contract as you enter as you scroll them on screen. Yes, this is a graveyard encounter. Such a graveyard encounter. And it goes from the sink to the counter. And throws all your nice food away. Yes, there goes. Scrolling this screen all the way to the right so I don't have to worry about these platforms contracting at inopportune times. Maybe. I was a little bit farther to the left than I wanted to be, but Feature-length platforms is the name of those, by the way. Alright, scroll the screen up correctly. Oh, excuse me. I know that your powers of retention are as wet as a warthog's backside. But thick as you are, pay attention. My words are a matter of pride. It's clear from your vacant expressions that the lights are not all on upstairs. But we're talking kings and successions. Even you won't be caught unawares. Whoops. Meticulous planning, tenacity spanning decades of denial is simply why this is Bull Sonic. Hadouken! Hadouken! A bell. Hadouken! 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 Another bell. Hadouken! Oh, he missed. He dodged me. Get rid of me. Get out here, apparition. There we go. Rocked his bells. Into a different place, different rules, different space. Feels like I slipped into a different place. Taking a look at my face. Oh, I got a football to my face. Feels like I slipped into a different place. Different rules, different space. Feels like I slipped into a different place. I forgot where these Hadoukens are. What is up with the sounds? Play them notes, harpsichord. Gosh, I'm rummaging through these boxes. Different place, different rules, different space. Feels like I slipped into... Oh, there we go. Taking a look at my face. Feels like I've slipped into a different place. New Donk City. Get outplayed, son. Oh, jumping chicken. My nemesis. What is this? What is this? What is the sound doing in this game? I guess it's because it's just nothing but Sonic and Mario Marathon. We're tuning out all this Donkey Kong business. Oh, hit them notes, double bass. Go ahead on contrabass. Ooh, that blast of Sega there. Alright, I'd rather not die. Oops. Oh, jumping chicken. Oh, and another one. Alright. Good stuff. Okay. You can do it. Oh, a little higher. Jumping chicken. We did. Oh, alright, we're in there. Final boss. Oops. Hadouken. Hammer. Alright, he's levitating. Don't worry about that too much. Alright, and these bubbles are the spawn of Satan. Alright, there's another hammer over there, but... There you go. Oh, he died while trying to attack. Alright, we did it! Time is now. And... here's the cast of characters. There's Chip. This is Dale. Just like you all know from your childhood, Chip and Dale. This guy, obviously Jeff. The fish is, well, Hardy. The bat, Matthew. Don't talk about the elephant in the room. Yeah, don't talk about that. Also, yeah, make sure to follow the runners. Danelle. The monkey is obviously Corey. And the mole, Eugene. Don't worry about that. The names get better. The candle is obviously Dick. The ghost is named Bill. The ghost is obviously named Bill. Like, you should have saw that one coming. And this bird, Candle. This guy isn't even in the game. It's Ghost. The most appropriate name, Bruno. Yeah, the bird is named Candle. So what is this chicken named? Well, the chicken is named Wang. There you go. The rest of the credits. So just in case you're wondering, the history of this game is that Squirrel King is a bootleg version of Chip and Dale for the Sega Genesis. This game is a ROM hack of Squirrel King. Just thought I'd provide that elaborating information for you. Thank you all for watching. Coming up next is Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. I hope you enjoy. I'll see y'all later. Mario and Luigi are off to save the day.
Wasn't that a delightful experience? That definitely was, that was something. Ice Play never disappoints with his amazing game choices, and of course his amazing singing. Of course, if you missed his first concert today, during that interesting creation, you will have another Ice Blood concert tomorrow. In a game that a lot of y'all probably more commonly know him for singing, Mario Land 2 tomorrow. So we're gonna toss some babies in the lake and all that good stuff. Alrighty. So don't forget that. Alrighty. Now, coming up next, we have Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. This is Hero Story. We got Hero Story today and Dog Story tomorrow. Alrighty. And of course, we do have a Draco Dan that's going to be doing the run of this. And of course, let me remind you about some incentives here because time is running out for these, okay? So I'm going to need you to go find the big ball of shot callers. Go borrow your parents' credit card and ask them for permission first. All that good stuff. We have, first of all, we have Sonic Card Karaoke Percent. That's tonight. I might have to give y'all a discount because, I mean, you all do not want to miss Master Kirby singing every song in the 100% Supersonic run of Sonic R. Alrighty. And of course, we have almost met the goal for Sonic 2 Game Gear, which is all emeralds. Changing that category away from any percent and making it best ending, all the emeralds, so you all would know and I need to take notes. So when I do this run myself, I know where the heck everything is. Alrighty. So that's coming up next. So again, let me talk about some donations we got in during that run. $20 from Soap Dish Nick. Thank you very much for that. $4 from Zero Much. He said this game is a thing. It was a thing. It's now no longer a thing, but it is something. $5 Anonymous. Telling us to watch that new SMB Genesis port with the YouTube link we saw in chat just a minute ago. Pokey Deluxe with $10 says this event is good. Keep them coming. I think you all keep them coming. Here, look. Let me remind you all, we are behind pace from Nothing But Golf, the first Nothing But event. Golf has done better than Mario and Sonic combined. What's really going on here? See, we're gonna need you all to share this out. Get your social media stuff. Get your tweet decks and all that stuff. You know, we raised 4,510 hours for golf. Now we're at 2,312 hours for Mario and Sonic. Is golf better than Sonic and Mario combined? What is this? Again, if you want to know all the stuff that's going to happen, !donate. You can see both the schedule of the events for today and this is a 2-day event. Day 2 starts tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern. This was going for a little bit longer tonight. And of course, you can go to the donation link and of course click on those incentives and those polls and those bid wars. We got a bid war for Sonic Adventure 2 Battle tomorrow for Dark Story to save or kill the animals. Alrighty. Alright, so with that being said, I'm going to take a little moment here to get set up for Draco Dan's SA2B run, and then we'll be back with our next Sonic game, alright? Now sit there and be quiet and have a good time. Alrighty, you all. We are all set up for Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, performed by the one and only Draco Dan here. He has a guest commentator with him. I'm not gonna put his Discord name. I'm gonna put the name that most of us know him by. I think it's more relevant to one of the legend here. So, all right, you all ready? Let me see some red cheese in chat to see if y'all ready for this. Alright, here we go. We're gonna pass it over to them to get this going. Alright, so good luck to Draco Dan, and let's get it going.
Alright, well, hello everyone. Hopefully we're good, hopefully we're live, hopefully everything looks and sounds nice. I am Draco Dan. This is going to be Sonic Adventure 2's Hero Story. With me, I've got helping out on commentary is Mike, aka Sega Junkie, if you want to introduce yourself.
How you going? My history with Sonic Adventure 2 is long way back, but I definitely at least know most of what's going on in this run, so hopefully I'll be able to help out.
And most importantly, he's just a cracking bloke, so happy to have them along. So I'm just going to do a countdown, and then we're going to begin. So 3, 2, 1, go. My splits didn't start because my auto split is disabled. So I guess I'll try and split manually as I go through the run. So we're starting out the run with City Escape. This is Sonic's first stage. Thing I should immediately note is that about 40 seconds into the stage, I'm going to be coming up to one of the potentially biggest skips in the entire run. It's extremely difficult to land and kind of pseudo-random in how it works, so I'm basically going to give it one attempt and carry on if I don't get it. I'll basically explain it if I hit it, but long story short, I'm going to need to store a lot of speed through a speed pad, which would otherwise slow me down too much, and then hopefully use some pause buffering to get a couple of inputs very close frames together so that I can do a trick jump off this ramp at the right time. Let's see how this goes. Are we going to get it? I actually got C skip. Alright, good start.
Nice.
So, technically, this is world record pace so far, but there is the entire rest of the game to go, and as well as the Sonic and Tails stages, there's also the Knuckles stages to contend with, which are extremely RNG heavy, and now I'm making execution mistakes now that I'm past the difficult stuff, so there you go. Don't die here. Alright, didn't form the pit, which is quite dangerous when you have to play that section with bad camera, which is caused by the strat that I use there to increase the consistency of CE skip. But we're in truck section, and this is a good example to see how Sonic's fundamental movement works in this game, that when you're going down slopes like this, you want to, as much as possible, just let the spin dash roll. It basically behaves how you'd expect a ball in real life to behave. If you roll a ball down a hill, it's just going to get faster and faster. But if you're going along flats or if you're going uphill, you want to keep unrolling from the spin dash and use spin dash chains to keep your speed high. So
Yeah,
that's what you're going to see a lot of with Sonic's movement.
The main reason you also do that is to, if you unroll, then it's more likely that you'll actually stick to the ramp. Stick to the ramp as you're switching from going flat to going down the hill.
Absolutely, yeah, that is true, for that truck section specifically. I messed up like one of the ramps, but it wasn't a huge deal. So, if you know this game much at all and you're particularly observant, you'll have noticed that as I completed the stage, I didn't get an emblem cutscene. I'm not doing a New Game Plus run. I took some time before going live, basically when I was setting up and practicing, to set up a relatively new PC glitch called Emblem Skip, which just disables the emblem cutscenes. This game is timed by IGT, so it doesn't make any difference to the run timing, but since this is a marathon, it's not too bad to just streamline the RTA a little bit where we can. So here are the Knuckles stages, or this is the first Knuckles stage, Wild Canyon, and we've got to find 3 pieces of the Master Emerald using hints. And the pieces are randomly generated. We can get 3 pieces, as I did just here, spotting a piece inside the block as it was out of draw distance. And now going towards my first or second now piece. And now I just need one more hint to know where my last piece is. Probably Pillar Out of Treasure. Alright, back down here. I potentially could have seen this as another 3 piece, but this is a very odd layout, so... Wow, no, take me off. Alright, fine. 27, I'll take it. It's not on the better end of times that I would like to get for Wild Canyon, but as I say, these stages are very random and there's just tons of variance in the times that you're going to get, so I can take that. It's perfectly healthy. Getting that piece that was inside the block is almost always really bad, so I'm just happy to get under 30 seconds there.
I think between the 3 different locations, there's over 100 potential locations.
In Wild Canyon, there's 90-something, and for the rest of the stages, it's over 100 per stage, yeah. So it's basically 100 per stage. If you want to, average it out somehow. So we just got introduced to Tails, and we've already, in that span of time, dealt with a boss fight. Tails is introduced to you through a boss fight, which is a very simple affair, and now we're into Prison Lane, an actual stage for Tails, and Tails' basic movement is, in my opinion, actually the most difficult of the 3 characters. Maintaining momentum with Tails and moving quickly is considerably difficult since you can't really corner particularly well with Tails. If you corner too sharply, you're just going to lose all your ground speed, so what you're going to see me do more often than not is try and do all my cornering in the air after I jump. So... that's an example just there that I cornered it a little too sharply before I jumped there, and I lost all my speed, and I simply couldn't make that jump there. It only loses a couple of seconds though, but with Tails, those seconds start to rapidly add up. As far as Prison Lane's, stage-specific gimmick, this also introduces you using the lock-on system, where you've got to get series of enemies that are keeping doors locked. you can also get some lock-ons early through walls, as you might have just seen me get there, which actually unlocks a door early. And that's generally possible because the lock-on system really doesn't care about the line of sight you have to an enemy. It doesn't matter if your laser's actually over the enemy, it's just that each enemy basically has an area where if you're aiming at them from a specific area, you'll get the lock-on, and some of them are really weird. Alright, so just trying to deal with these early lock-ons. That's a particularly difficult early lock-on that I got there, so I'm quite glad that I got that. That's probably the most difficult one on the stage. So I'm going to try for this second gate hop. Hopefully I don't mess up my movement this time. Oh, bad. Okay, so I did it with an even worse camera than the other one, but I got that no problem, so weird how that works out sometimes. The camera can make it particularly difficult, obviously, both to see where you're going and to maintain a straight line, and to not do too much cornering to keep yourself going in a straight line, so it really can make things difficult. But yeah, I managed to deal with it just fine with a 139. I'd ideally like to finish the stage like a few seconds faster than that, but a sub 140 I'm not too unhappy with. Alright, Mel Harder. So I'm sure you know all about this stage and how we're about to pick up the light shoes. So just doing a bit of platforming. About 90% of this level, give or take, is just above water, which is just an instant death, so yeah, we better try not to fall. And here's the light shoes. So now that we've got these, we can just use light dashes across Trail of Rings. The light dash, unfortunately, is on the same button as every other action. Like, you have the jump button and you have the action button, which controls somersaulting, spin dashing, light dashing, bouncing. It does everything, and it just depends when you use the action. The light dash triggers specifically when you are next to Trails of Rings, but using the right action.
The later 3D games are better about it because they actually have certain chains of rings are actually tied to the light dash. This game doesn't care. You can use it in front of a single ring and you will dash through that single ring.
Yeah, and some of the light dash trails in this game which are intended to be used, like in a casual sense, they've been made more awkward to hit than they should be by virtue of the fact that, say, the ring trail is a bit too high off the ground, so Sonic doesn't really collide with it properly, and it can make some light dash collisions actually pretty tricky to land. So I did a rocket platform skip there where, you know, you normally just go around the rocket platform a couple of times to grab the handle, but I can just do a spin dash jump from the sloped surface at the base of the platform. The physics in this game are like really dynamic, and especially with Sonic, because you can gain so much momentum by spin dashing, you can do some pretty crazy physics-based stuff if you exploit slopes to like gain extra height.
And that's stuff that carries over even from the old games.
Absolutely.
Hey, that's everyone's favorite cutscene.
Like, I know this is like a Sonic and Mario marathon, but to me personally, the thing that really sets Sonic games apart from Mario games is the amount of physics exploitations you can do. Like, they're both solid series of platformers, but the amount of physics exploitations you can just do in Sonic games is remarkable, honestly. And I completely messed up Shadow 1 there. I landed a semi-task strap there to save quarter of a second on the spin dash going towards him, and then I just completely messed up my timing for the third hit when approaching him, so I lost a couple of seconds back. So I landed a strat that saved about a quarter of a second, and it's very difficult to hit, and then I messed up an absolutely elementary approach and lost about 3 seconds. So that was good.
So on that second hit, it actually looked like he didn't attack at all. What's going on there is something called storage. So again, with every single action being on the jump button, on the action button, when you tap B, the game immediately kind of stores a somersault. And then if you release B before the spin dash comes out, it'll throw out the somersault. But he doesn't do that. He immediately jumps after going through, so you never actually see it. But it counts as a somersault for the purpose of dealing damage.
Yeah. There's also a very little-known minor trick that you can do called infinite storage, which is if you tap the action button for like no more than 1 or 2 frames, it will basically give you storage for an infinite duration without using the somersault until you jump or do something else. But nobody uses infinite storage, and even in like speed play, I don't know of any spot where you use infinite storage in the run. It's just a neat little quirk that you can do. So I'm coming up on another one of the most difficult skips in the entire run. This one I am not very good at, so I'm again going to give this one attempt and just carry on if I don't get it. This can
Speaking
work.
of physics exploits.
I think I got it. Oh no! I had it and then I. All right, I'll give it one more attempt then, I guess, because I was gonna get it there. I can't believe I messed up the end there.
Oh wow, that is so close.
All right, well, No, Sonic, where are you going, dude? Speaking of stored values, you can like store speed in certain situations as well. That was interesting. Yeah, the reason that I missed that skip at the end there was if I hadn't been inputting, I was basically trying to fight against the camera pan, but if I hadn't been doing anything, Sonic would have just climbed up the ledge on his own, but I interrupted the animation by trying to input, and yeah, that was entirely my fault that I missed that. Again, like, I got the hard part of that trick, so that's a real shame. That is Green Forest Wall Run. Specifically, it's the hardest variant, which we call TAS Run. It was unveiled in the Hero Story TAS, and we previously thought that it was a TAS-only trick, but yeah, we've done a lot of ironing out with that to make it a bit more RTA viable, and I almost got it, so yeah, there you go. Like I say, I messed up the easy part at the end. The long story short of that is that with all the loops in this game, there's a mechanic called loop speed, where at certain intervals throughout a loop, if you're using directional input, the game will give you a burst of speed to like help you around the loop, and by standing in the right spot on the side of the loop and spin dashing off it and homing attacking into the loop speed trigger, it basically forces Sonic into what the game thinks is the current downward direction, and you can change what the current downward direction is by using slopes again, because that's basically how wall running works in the game, that you're essentially changing the direction of gravity for a short duration of time. So I use that to force me onto the tree, and then as long as I keep my speed high, I'm able to stick to the tree and run up it, and hopefully jump off it at the top. But if I'd waited like slightly longer to jump off, or if I'd done my jump slightly differently, I may have made that as well. So that's a real shame that I didn't get that, but hey, I got CE skip, so kind of makes up for the time I saved from CE skip, I suppose. So we're in Pumpkin Hill, and this third piece I've got is what we call an ambiguous piece. It can be in two spots, and I just got screwed over. The hint text is identical between the two pieces, and you basically just have to guess where it can be. So I went to the spot that I thought was more likely, and it wasn't that, unfortunately. But 43 is still an average time. Like, that would have just been a very, very good set if I had gotten it at the right spot. But I'm still coming out with an average time, so it's fine.
The way that he's determining which is more likely or less likely, by the way, the game, it's not perfect, but it has a sort of algorithm. When it draws the three pieces, it tries to get them fairly far away from each other, so you don't just get drawn with three right next to each other.
Yeah, for piece 1 to piece 2, it's very predictable, because piece 2 is always going to be at least moderately far away from where piece 1 was. But for the third piece, it's a lot less clear, so I just try and guess the largest total area. But it's, like I say, it's a lot less clear from piece 2 to 3. So now that we've got Tails as booster, we can use the hover jump, which I'm going to try to do here for a very tight trick. Okay, good. So I used a 5-frame window by pause buffering there to get a very good hover jump. You obviously jump with the A button, and then if you hold the A button again, you hover. But if you're doing that as you're still ascending in your jump, it gives you a little more upward momentum. It's not much, but it is enough to make certain broken tricks possible, like getting on that weight there, which isn't meant to be possible on that cycle. And since the rest of the stage is cycle-based, I'm currently on pace to save about 10 seconds over what you can normally get. I made quite a mistake getting over the cages there, but the timing required for getting this faster cycle is generous enough that if I don't make any more mistakes, I should still make it. You can generally afford one major mistake and still make the cycle, as long as you don't make any follow-up mistakes after that. This might still be possible. Gonna have to see. Yeah, I should be making this. I'm just gonna need to hover jump on them. Yeah, there we go. So, yeah, we used to think that zero cycle, as we call it, and we call it that because when that was discovered, we didn't want to rename the cycles, so we just went one faster than the first cycle. We used to think that was like really, really tight and you could only lose tenths of a second, but as just the level of play has increased and our movement has gotten better, there's more time that you have to play with than you think, but we still obviously try and save as much time as possible to make the cycle lenient. Like, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to afford that one major mistake if I'd been losing bits of time everywhere else. but this is going to be a 0 cycle mission streak. This is going to come out being about a 206, maybe a 205 if it's super good. We'll have to see. Nah, that's a 206. Yeah, that's fairly average for 0 cycle, without abusing the in-game timer at the upgrader.
That was a little tough.
So, yeah, aside from the mishap in Green Forest, this is honestly a very, very solid run so far. Here's another RNG segment here, though, so the pace can swing quite widely depending on what I get here. And I'm checking for free pieces in this intro cutscene, and I've already seen one, so I already know where one of my pieces is. So I'm going to go up to the top of the stage and trigger water level 3 to empty out the stage, which makes it a lot easier to traverse, and now we're just going to go emerald hunting. So behind 2 heads. If the radar didn't ping, this is in the ghost room, so I'm going to use a clip here on this signpost. And I went in the wrong direction, so now I need to not die. Ugh, that's a big mistake. Oh well. That's kind of silly that I took that direction with that clip out as well, because for behind 2 heads specifically, that's like not preferable, so I'm just going to go in this direction this time. There we go. Now I'm close to the piece. Yeah, so that was just a big error of judgment on my part. And last piece is container next to the jumbo skull. This is a pretty good last piece though, fortunately. Like, I made a big mistake going towards my second piece, but this is a very convenient third piece to reach. Just go down the narrow path, and it's right here in the container, next to the jumbo skull. The game does sometimes use accurate hint names for the pieces. Sometimes they're way too cryptic, and sometimes they are very literal.
Yeah, this is perfect.
Can remember there being one in Dark Story that's really, really bad. It's like 3-color container in Mad Space. I think that's it.
Yeah.
And there's no way you can make it make sense.
Yeah. Like, most of the hints in Mad Space to begin with just don't correspond to anything you'd expect, because the hint text is either backwards, or if you get a second hint, they directly lie about the location of the piece. So, yeah, Mad Space is kind of an anomaly in that regard. So this is the only driving stage in the run, Route 101. Typically this is viewed by runners as just being like a plus 2-minute break in the run. Like, this is a very pedestrian stage where it's basically going to go the same every time. You might get a couple of seconds of variance, assuming you don't make any like big mistakes like running into a wall. It is possible to die in this stage, but it's like very uncommon. So I'm basically just coasting along, expecting to get a 214 or a 215 at the end of the stage here.
If you do, though, it has no checkpoints, so it's one of the biggest mistakes you can make.
Yeah, there's a couple of spots that you can accidentally die from just going over the side barriers, and there's also a very weird glitch that can happen where when the cars reach a certain point at near the end of the stage, they just despawn. But if you collide with a car as it despawns the stage along with the car. So that's just an instant death, and since it's at the end of the stage, that loses over 2 minutes. So on just the regular cycle pace that I expect, that's not a risk, but depending on where the cycles are, you do have to be aware of on the last corner, okay, if there's a car near me, I need to like stay well away from the cars, because yeah, that's the last thing you want to happen in a run. You wouldn't think that Route 101 of all stages could be the most costly death in Hero Story, but that is the most costly death in this category if you accidentally trigger that. I don't think there's any other single mistake you can make in Hero Story that costs over 2 minutes.
No, I certainly can't think of one.
Right,
it's just about the longest stage in the run by itself.
Yeah.
Never mind all the checkpoints.
So, you'll notice throughout the stage as well that I'm wiggling back and forth at all times. This is to maintain my boost speed cap. You have the regular driving speed that you have, and you can use boosts to speed yourself up. But if you wiggle back and forth to maintain the drift, you actually don't go back down to your regular speed. You just maintain the boost speed. And then it's just controlled by if you, hit walls or cars to decelerate, or if you go up slopes. So I pretty much just save my boosts for after I collide with something, or after I go up a slope to get back up to max speed. So, Hidden Base, we're entering the trio of desert stages. A lot of runners agree that this is pretty much the most technical part of the game. Like, the space stages at the end are very glitch heavy and have major skips, but these stages for the most part are just very technical and very involved. This is basically going to be hover jumps and out of bounds of the stage, where as soon as this point I'm going to use another pause hover to get over this fence. And yeah, we're just flying. So there's a lot of stuff like this in Hidden Base where I'm going to be cutting off little bits of the stage by using hover flights. And all the quicksand around me is, of course, an instant death if I fall into it, so I am not going to do that.
Yeah, it's a common kind of programming thing from games of this era, is that if you weren't expected to interact with something, it probably doesn't have a hitbox, and therefore there's a lot of walls here that you can just go straight through.
Pretty much, yeah. The way that this game generally handles it is that they made the walls solid up to a certain height, and then once you go high enough that you weren't really meant to be able to get up there, they were just like, alright, that's good enough. They won't get up there, so we don't need to keep rendering that, I guess. So that's going to be exploited in Sonic's next stage as well, once we get the bounce bracelet to be able to use Sonic's most prevalent glitch, the super bounce. I'll explain that a bit more when we get there. So far though, this is a pretty nice paced hidden base with a 1/12 checkpoint there. There's a couple of other variants that I could have used at the spot I did my first pause hover that would have been a couple of seconds faster, but they are much more difficult. And I mean, a pause hover is already difficult, but they're like much tighter. There's the fastest variant is pole jump, we call it, and I don't really believe people when they say it's frame perfect, the hover jump that you need, but you need 2 near enough frame perfect pause hovers back to back to be able to make it. And you also need to have had no movement mistakes before that point in the stage, because you're trying to meet a mini cycle at the spot that you come out. So if you've lost a bit of time, the cycle's going to be too high and you'll just fall in the sand. So I don't particularly like going for that for the sake of 2 seconds, and I'd rather just use more consistent strats. So, out of Tails' stage, into Sonic's stage, Pyramid Cave. I mentioned that we're about to get the bounce bracelet, that's going to be about 30 seconds into the stage. So far I'm just really trying to conserve my speed through these hallways. Pretty nicely done actually, with a mid-12 checkpoint there. And I'm going to use a weird thing called a geometry bounce here. I call it a geometry bounce, where certain corners and collisions just really don't know what to do with you when you approach them at high speed, so they just bounce you straight up or bounce you in a specific direction. And now here we have the bounce bracelet, and we can use it to do this. If you spin dash towards a wall and then bounce before you hit the wall, the game simply converts all of your current horizontal speed into vertical speed. So if I just go forwards towards a wall, then I suddenly go really fast upwards away from it. And this is possible on pretty much every wall in the game. So you've already seen how it can be a little broken, and I just got a really precise door clip there. It's less precise than it is on Dreamcast, thankfully, because the hitboxes are bigger on Dreamcast, and I also personally believe that the resolution of the game has something to do with it, but yeah, there we go.
So for context as well, a regular bounce, you saw the platforms where he actually got the bounce bracelet. That's roughly how high a normal bounce is meant to go.
This is another one as well. Like, the short platform that I just got over there, you're meant to be able to get just enough height to get over it with a regular bounce. You can get ridiculous amounts of heights with a super bounce, since, as I said, it's a simple case of however fast you were going forwards, you suddenly go that fast upwards. So since you can go pretty fast as Sonic, you gain ridiculous amounts of height sometimes. So a 136 for Pyramid Cave is pretty respectable, and so Hidden Base is, you know, like I say, Tails' most technical stage. Pyramid Cave is definitely Sonic's hardest stage. Death Chamber is definitely Knuckles' hardest stage. I'm going to do a couple of free-piece checks in the intro room here, didn't get them. Bugs Food. Alright, so I'm going to be able to use a weird strat here. Because of the first piece that I've got, this is in the blue room. I mentioned about how the second piece is always going to be at least moderately far away from the first piece. The blue room is very far away from the red room where the level starts. So after I get this piece, I'm going to intentionally take a death. And the theory is that you then have a high probability of getting a piece in the red room when you respawn, which basically cuts out the travel time to the piece. And I got one. So this is going to be Beauty and the Beast, I think. Yeah, based on the radar range. And I'm going to try and keep this box intact because there are some pieces that I can use this box to clip towards. Such as... Okay, I'm not going to do it for this one, actually. This is in the green secret room, or the red-green secret room we call it, but this is close enough with the regular route that it's not really worth clipping for it and risking taking a death if you perform it incorrectly. So I'm just going to go here normally. So, pretty good Death Chamber overall, that I got a blue first piece, respawned for a second piece, and then my third piece wasn't too far away. I quite like that. It's because you can use that box that I got the second piece in to clip out and go to different spots on the stage as well. It is possible to complete that stage without picking up the hammer gloves to break metal boxes, but then there are some pieces in Meteor Herd where you need to be able to break metal boxes as well, so it's not worth trying to skip them. So for King Boom Boo, I'm going to try a very difficult strat here to save a few seconds.
Nice. Looking forward to seeing it.
I missed it. I got too close to him, and when I was baiting him towards me, so I couldn't really initiate Fireball Skip. But that only saves a few seconds if you get it, so it's no big deal. The real big deal with King Boom Boo is getting the 1 cycle. Casually, you are meant to just do this fight in 4 cycles where you hit him and he runs away too quickly to catch you. But if your movement is very precise, you're able to keep up just enough with him to be able to keep landing blows. You can actually outrun him as well, but if you get too far ahead of him, then you'll turn him around when you punch him, which kills the 1 cycle just as effectively as not catching up with him. So I had to use a precise angle there to moderate how quickly I was approaching him at that point. But a pretty good fight overall, and going straight into another boss fight with Egg Golem. And I can use the same super bouncers as in Pyramid Cave, but these are extremely precise because the platforms are very narrow. I have no more than 5 frames, I believe, to perform each super bounce, and that is charging with the B button, releasing it, and pressing A, and then pressing B. I basically need to do 2.5 inputs in 5 frames to get each of these super bounces. And I'm kind of choking. I got 2 good ones, but now I'm choking getting the 3rd one. This is the last one that I really need to have a good fight, because you get the other 2 hits in a different fashion. Alright, I'm gonna get greedy. I'm gonna go for another bounce, because why not? Okay, I got it. So, I didn't get punished for once. I have been punished doing that before, so... And this is a split where, if I'm running against my PB splits, I have an extremely strong split here, where I have a 23, which is about as good as you can get in this fight. So, even though I made, only a couple of mistakes in that fight, it basically cost nearly 20 seconds over what I get in my PB. That is a rough split to run against.
Yeah, they are fairly costly mistakes because if you miss the bounce either early or late, I can't remember which one, you fall into the pit and it takes quite a time to get back up again.
Yeah. I'm not really scared of Egg Golem though, but I am scared of this stage. Eternal Engine used to be a really simple stage where you just met a cycle halfway through the stage, but now we have a really dumb clip we can do here, which I'm going to try basically until I get it. And I got it first try. Nice. That is one of the most inconsistent, dumb things you can do in this run, getting the clip out here. I'm at this point just going to fly towards the end of the stage. Honestly, basically, the stage gameplay is over. I'm just flying towards the end of the stage now. With the old route, where you play half the stage and then clip out after meeting a cycle, the stage is about 2 minutes long. And that cuts out a significant portion of the stage where you can expect a skipless Eternal Engine to be in the region of 3 minutes. With this route, this is going to be about a 120, so this saves 40 seconds over what was already a really notable skip. But the clip out that I did there, it is ridiculous to perform that clip out. You need to be able to jump and shoot simultaneously to break both of the wooden boxes so that the metal box can fall on top of you and push you out of bounds. But depending on how you approach it, what your speed is, how long you held the A button to jump, there's a lot of ways that can just not work. And since you need to use the metal box falling on you, you only get 1 attempt at that. There's another set of boxes in the other corner of the stage, so you can basically use 2 attempts per life, but if you miss it those 2 times, you need to take a death to reset the room. So that is a very scary skip to go for.
Classic Draco, though. Everything you've called out as being stupidly difficult.
Alright, I can't do CGSS, and I'm not going to hit it. I'm going to call that. I'm not even really fully joking, because I was practicing it earlier and I got it not very often, so I'm a little frightened. But this run's been going pretty well so far. So Meteor Herd's the last RNG stage, and I've just got a magnificent first piece. I paused when I got my second piece there to check where this piece is. This is another one of those pieces where the hint text refers to 2 possible spots, but the placement of the text on screen does make a difference. So I was checking where the text aligned with the pause box to see which variant it was, and then I got an amazing third piece and got a 30 Meteor Herd. That is, what? That saves 20 seconds over what I got in my PB. I wish... Yeah, this... What? I don't understand this run very much. This is scary. I'm a little worried. It's fun, though. And
that is an incredible Meteor Herd.
Yeah. The, you can get, over a minute if the RNG is bad enough, and for reference, the best time you can get in the stage is around about 20 seconds. Like, there's 2 specific sets which are just ungodly good. They get you about 20 seconds. Aside from that, though, getting in the region of like 30 is what you can reasonably expect with a really, really good set. So that was just really good RNG that I got there. And I messed up Rouge a little bit, but we're still gonna just, you know, handstand on her a lot and own her. That fight's meant to be quite difficult because her AI is meant to be very erratic, but as long as you are airborne, more often than not, she just remains very passive. So as long as you're just jumping around her or drill diving on her, she basically just stands there and let you own her. So here is Crazy Gadget with definitely, in my opinion, this is the most difficult skip in the game to perform, CGSS. I have practiced this skip like a lot though, so hopefully this is going to go quite well. Basically, I'm going to need to get on a specific spot on the wall after changing gravity, do a very precise spin dash jump to get out of bounds, which involves me weaving between multiple kill planes whilst I can't see where I'm going, and I can't really see the kill planes either because you know they're invisible. And then the camera is going to be behind me, and I'm going to need to guesstimate where to fall into the goal ring, but there's some visual cues to follow. Alright, I went too high on my angle there, so thankfully the checkpoint is right before the skip, so we get to just try it multiple times. But I did just mess up my initial travel angle there. Alright, I'm out of bounds second try, so now that I'm out of bounds I should have this. I just need to, like I say, pay close attention to some background visual cues to make sure I'm going to hit the goal ring, because if you miss the goal ring you just die, so yeah. But yeah, we're in. So second try CGSS after really fluffing the first attempt. I can certainly take that. Overall, this is a run and a half. I'll put it like that. This is a really good run so far. We've got 2 more boss fights. We're about to come up on Eggman 2 for Tails, then Sonic's last stage Final Rush, and Sonic's final boss, Shadow 2. Eggman 2 is casually meant to be... In fact, I'm going to demonstrate something here for Eggman 2. So I've recently been doing blindfold routing for this boss. This is a route you can perform with a blindfold on. So I missed a hit there, but I'm still like doing it. But the route that I took there, you can perform that with a blindfold on. That's not too difficult to perform without looking at the game. If I like had a cam, I would be able to actually demonstrate that. I'd be able to like blindfold myself and do the fight. But yeah, it is what it is. A 16 is still a very good time, even though I missed a hit there. So here's
Am I thinking of the wrong fight? Or does Robotnik normally run to the right at the start?
Not if you get really close to him. He doesn't move off until you shoot towards him, so you can get up close to him and just shoot him in the face, and then he'll always respond by punching towards you. So, against my better judgment, I'm going to try fast FR once. This is a bad idea. I'm going for a... I've talked about stuff being like pseudo-random. This is basically random, and by that I mean I've got less than a 15% chance of landing this. Okay, no, I didn't.
Yeah, no, this is just to do with collision detection. So the width of the kill plane is slightly less than the distance you actually travel in a single frame, and therefore you can be on one side of it on one frame and on the other side of it on the other frame.
Yep. It's... Oh my god. Alright, I got the checkpoint, it's fine. So 2 deaths in Final Rush, and only one of them due to me making really bad decisions and going for skips that I shouldn't be going for. But that was like a 3-second death, otherwise it's not too bad. So I'm using the slanted rail here to skew my gravity, and with a precise direction that I'm holding, I'm able to maintain this skewed gravity and essentially attempt to fall around all of the kill planes in the stage. I actually didn't pay a lot of attention to when I was meant to reset gravity, so hopefully I've done this correctly, because now I just need to fall towards the end of the stage and hope that I have enough height, because if I'm not high enough to hit the goal ring, I don't really have any ways to gain any more height here. But I started from the checkpoint, which means add like a second or so to the full timing because my movement's different, so I think I've timed this correctly. And I use a variant of this that is safer in general anyway, because you generally end up getting closer to the goal ring faster. Yeah, I've got tons of height here, which means I probably actually turned about as quick as I could have afforded to without hitting a kill plane. I probably inadvertently came very close to hitting a kill plane there, but yeah, we're through. Fine. It's... Final Rush skip is not meant to be scary, it's meant to be quite elementary once you've mastered it, but if you haven't been paying attention to the timer to know when you need to reset gravity and stuff, then you are basically just making an educated guess on when you need to turn there. Like, you can see because of the amount of height I had at the end there, like a couple of seconds, if I'd fell for 1 second longer in the wrong direction, that would have then added an extra second to get back to where I need to be, and then, you know, that time rapidly disappears. So here's the last boss, Shadow 2, and I'm just going to try and land 5 quick ones on him, and time is on the 5th hit. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and time. I mean, on my timer, that looks like a 34, 31-ish. That's like a mid 34, which after emblem skip, it cuts off about 2 minutes. So normal RTA for the run, that's like a mid 36. That's a pretty respectable run.
Yeah, I had no idea if you actually used emblem skip glitch in your PB, but yeah,
no, during my regular runs I don't, because like I say, it doesn't make a difference to the run timing, but whenever I bring this run to a marathon, I figure, well, I might as well help the marathon stay on schedule. If I can save 2 minutes, I may as well do it.
Yep.
So that's the run. So hope you guys enjoyed. This was Sonic Adventure 2's hero story. Like I say, I was Dracodan, and Mike Sega Junkie joined me here. Hope you guys enjoyed it.
I still am Michael, I think.
Maybe. I mean, according to the stream, you're the Mike89, so it's even better.
Alright, well, great job, man.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Hand it over to...
Quite happy with that run.
Mario Odyssey next.
Oh, nice. Alright, so make sure you guys don't go anywhere and catch Mario Odyssey, and I think we're like about to be, after that, done with the runs for day 1, but we've got a lot of runs coming up for day 2 tomorrow as well.
All right, you all. Good stuff there from Draco Dan, of course, the Mike 89, commenting along with it. Again, we'll see the other part of the SA2 run tomorrow. We've got a Dark Story tomorrow as well, so you don't want to miss out on that one. We have an incentive for that one to save or kill those knucklehead animals floating around all those stages. So again, make sure that when you donate, you can put that towards that poll to let them just sit there and die, or take them home and share them with your friends and maybe kill them later. I don't know. All right. So coming up next here, as we getting close to the end of our first day of stuff, we have Super Mario Odyssey. Heading back over to the Mario segment, we have the World Peace category being run by the Dangers. Alrighty, and of course, an update, you all. After this, we have our final game of the day, which is Sonic R. So, I'm being nice. First of all, before we talk about that, we did meet the incentive. Good job, ladies and gentle ladies, on meeting the incentive. We do have the Sonic 2, the 8-bit Sonic 2 Game Gear Best Ending All Emeralds incentive was met. So that has been met. So that means tomorrow when we get to Sonic 2 Game Gear, Final Flame will be playing everything. All Emeralds Best Ending. We get to see some Crystal Egg action, and we get to see that final boss and all the emeralds scattered throughout the whole game. That's gonna be fantastic. All right. If you're interested in how long, what's going on, type exclamation schedule. The whole schedule for the whole event is there. Today, day 1, and starting again on tomorrow, which is almost here, at 9 a.m. Eastern. Day 2 begins at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. 9 a.m. until around the same time. All right. And also, with that being said, King JNF, thank you for the $85, which kind of sealed the deal on that incentive. Said for the kids, the rest is up to you, Big J Hype. All right. So we have to have this met before this next run ends, or before he starts anyway. $392.76. That is a $1,000 discount. Well, about $950. So find your friends. If everyone in chat gives $1, then everybody in chat would get $1. All right. How much would this be on? That's why we have the schedule there. That's why I just told you the type of schedule, because all the times are there. See? That's why we have a schedule to give you that answer. That's why I worked so hard, spending 3 hours trying to figure out how to use Hararo, because that's the most unuser-friendly thing to enter information in. Times are all there, approximate end time, approximate start time, durations of runs, runner's name, links to their Twitch channels, links to the speedrun.com leaderboard for the applicable game, all that good stuff. Hopefully everybody's on time, alright? So coming up next is Super Mario Odyssey World Peace category, so we're going to get ready to get set up for that one, so you all stick tight, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Probably quicker than that. Alright, you all. It is time for some Super Mario Odyssey World Peace category run by D Dangers and, of course, Kirby Salong is the commentator, co-commentator along the run. So let's get ready for some Mario Odyssey, shall we?
All right. What's poppin', gamers? How's it going out there in the Twitch lands? My name is D Dangers. I've got some Super Mario Odyssey for you coming your way. Joining me on commentary is my good friend Kerbis54. Kerbis, how's it going?
Pretty good. What's up, guys?
And yeah, we're gonna do some Super Mario Odyssey today. I'm not showing you the most popular category, that being the any percent category, but we are going to be doing a route that's similar and, in my opinion, quite a bit more fun and a little bit inclusive of some stuff in the game. So I think it's going to be a very nice little showcase of what Super Mario Odyssey has to offer. And I think we can get started right away here. So I guess I'll go on 3. So 3, 2, 1, go. Now, Kerbis, maybe tell us a little bit about what makes World Peace the category that it is.
Yeah, so like Dangerous was saying, it's similar to any percent. There's actually a lot of kingdoms that we'll run through in this run that are exactly the same as any percent. But what World Peace is all about is there's an achievement in the game itself called Achieve World Peace that you can get at the end of the game. And basically all you have to do to get that achievement is to complete all the story moons, or at least complete the last story moon in every kingdom in the game. So the game kind of calls beating all the story in a given kingdom achieving peace. So Dangerous is going to do that in every kingdom, as opposed to any percent, which only does it in a handful of kingdoms.
Yeah, a lot of the shorter kingdoms, it kind of is required to complete the World Peace section. But in a lot of the longer ones, any percent is going to go about kind of cutting through, getting the absolute fastest moons, and then leaving right away, leaving the kingdom in complete disarray. Very disrespectful, in my opinion. So we're going to do things right with this run.
Yeah, a lot of the story moons wind up just being too slow for any percent because there's a lot of cutscenes and stuff attached to them. So any percent runs opt for much quicker moons. But yeah, we're going to see all the fun stuff, all the stuff that you would expect to see in a casual playthrough, but we're going to do it speedily.
Exactly.
And also another thing about World Peace is it's actually, you would think it wouldn't be like as glitch heavy as any percent because you're doing like the intended story stuff, but it's actually more glitch intensive because there's going to be some story stuff that can be skipped.
It just so happens that a lot of the glitches that we have discovered in this game don't really have a purpose in any percent because you avoid some of the areas that use them. But in World Peace, because we are accessing a lot more areas of the game, we do kind of utilize some of these tricks to our advantage. And some of them are really cool. Some of them cut out minutes upon minutes of story content, which is very convenient because that story content can be kind of boring sometimes. But at the same time, this category in itself is actually pretty fast. It seems like everything goes pretty fast because even though we do have to go out of the way for a lot of story moons, the moons that are remaining are basically the absolute fastest ones we can get. So anything that isn't story content is going to seem extremely fast. Now, I'm about to do first moon skip here.
It's actually the first story moon that you're supposed to get in the game, but he's going to skip it right away.
Yeah, there is a distinction between an all-story moons run and a World Peace run. All-story moons, of course, is pretty self-explanatory, but in World Peace, all we need is the final multi-moon in every kingdom, which means that we can skip some of the slow and boring stuff.
And it might not have been entirely obvious what he did there, but when he wall-kicked and kind of dove up onto that ledge out of the water, there's actually an invisible wall there that's supposed to prevent you from jumping over there, but for whatever reason you kind of slip underneath it. So that's what he did, basically.
And there are a couple different versions of this game. 1.0 just so happens to be the original version of the game, and it just so happens to have a couple glitches that access things a little bit quicker. But 1.2 can actually get under that invisible wall as well, but when you get up to the boss fight, it just doesn't trigger. And that's part of why 1.0 is the optimal one for this category, as well as some other fast categories like any percent.
Yeah, that was like a day one patch of this game that they basically didn't allow you to start this boss fight unless you collected that first story moon. So it became one of the ones that you weren't able to skip.
Yeah. Playing on 1.0 allows a lot of these other sequence breaks to be quite a bit easier to perform as well. So, in my opinion, one of the more fun versions to run this particular category on would be 1.0.
And it definitely seems like Nintendo was conscious of your ability to skip certain story moons, and they kind of hard-coded it in to not allow the next story moon to be collected unless you collected the first one. But some kingdoms, they just, I guess, kind of underestimated us, underestimated the gamers, and they just didn't account for that. So some of them are entirely skippable.
And now a little bit of a tricky thing I just did there is one of the major kind of glitches that we use in this game that allows and facilitates for some major skips is what we like to call moon clipping. Basically, when you grab a moon, it changes the phase of the game, and Mario doesn't become part of like the physical realm. Basically, he also kind of warps in a direction, usually upwards, so you can kind of manipulate that to your advantage in a situation like that to skip having to leave the alcove and just clipping directly up and back in bounds.
Yeah, moons have a weird property of sort of pushing you out of bounds if they're right next to a wall or a ceiling, so he kind of used that to his advantage with a well-timed cap throw to just push himself entirely out of bounds. And that's a more minor glitch that only saves probably a couple seconds, but
yeah, you will see that moon skip or that moon clip application happening a couple times in this run with varying levels of time save ability. But Sand Kingdom here, this is the first kind of large kingdom in the run, and this is the first one that kind of diverts away from the any percent route entirely. The first two kingdoms we kind of had to achieve world peace in order to continue, but this one you don't. So we are going to have to go out of our way to achieve world peace here.
yeah, and this is where the route starts to differentiate itself heavily from any percent. So normally I'll kind of explain what you're supposed to do in Sand Kingdom to achieve peace. Normally you would go, you can kind of see this tower off in the distance on Danger's screen. Normally you would have to climb that tower, there's a little 2D section to go through, and there's a moon up top of there, and that's the first story moon of the kingdom. And then it kind of opens up the little island off to the west, and there's some moon shards you gotta collect. And then once you collect all those moon shards, it opens up a pyramid door. And you can't really see the pyramid yet, but there's a pyramid sitting at the back of the kingdom. And yeah, so collecting those first two story moons would open up the pyramid door. But you can also just clip through the pyramid door, and that's what Danger's is gonna do. So he can entirely skip those first two story moons. They're rather time-consuming moons to collect, and also with the cutscenes attached to them, this winds up saving at least a minute, maybe two.
And we're through just like that. So you can achieve this, like I mentioned, there's a couple different versions of the game. You can achieve that clip on 1.2, but the setup is a little bit more precise and a little bit finickier to set up. Whereas in 1.0, I feel like they didn't really have a full grasp on how that glitch worked yet at Nintendo, so it's extremely easy to just slip right through the wall.
Yeah, and funnily enough, you might have noticed when he walked up to the wall, there's a little text box of Cappy trying to talk to you. And what he's saying there is something along the lines of, I don't think you can brute force your way through there, but...
I beg to differ, Cappy.
Joke's on you, Nintendo. That tells me that they think they outsmarted us, but they didn't.
Better luck
They got cocky.
And so we're able to skip those first two story moons, but unfortunately, in order to unlock the final boss of Sand Kingdom, we do have to initiate this fight up here, which is with Harriet, the second Brule that we encounter. And yeah, she just kind of has a ponytail, throws bombs at us. Very intimidating, but really, a lot of these boss fights in this game are kind of like, they're very predictable, but there's a lot of little tips and tricks you can kind of do to make them go a lot faster.
Yeah, so each of these phases, you see her kind of hopping around. Danger's is manipulating how many times she hops around just by where he stands. So by standing like all the way up against the wall, it basically forces her to only hop twice as opposed to like 3, 4, 5 times. I think the first phase with bad positioning, it can be as many as 8.
Yeah, and you hate to see that. Now, perhaps one of my favorite parts of this entire run is coming up here. So we've entered the second phase of Sand Kingdom being this kind of nighttime portion. The hole in the desert opens up, the pyramid rises into the sky, and in that hole in the desert is where we're going to find the final challenge, the reason that all of Sand Kingdom is frozen over. And now, like I said, a lot of the fastest moons in any percent are kept, and some of the slowest ones are taken out. And if you do know anything about the any percent route, you'll know that we missed quite a few fast moons. So the reason that I grabbed that checkpoint earlier with a little bit of bullet bill manipulation is so that we can go there directly and get some of those fast moves now. And we're going to do a little bit of a kind of a bullet bill juggling situation here. I'm going to be using bullet bills to the best of their ability, kind of flopping them around, doing all sorts of crazy stuff, trying to get all the fastest moons as well as set myself up in a way that I can leave this place as fast as possible as well. There we go. So, grabbing that last moon, and then we're going to use this bullet bill's speed to kind of blast us to the next area.
And these guys, they're called chinchos, and they really like to get in your way and pop up in random places. So we tried to route it so that we just avoided them as much as possible.
Yeah, sometimes they still get in your way, kind of near the end there you saw, but not a big deal. You can kind of just dive over them.
That's like one of the big benefits of using that bullet bill to fly as far as possible towards that moon you collected. If you're in the air, they can't touch you.
Part of the reason that Sand Kingdom is probably my favorite in World Peace, one of my favorites anyway, is just the way that we use bullet bills so creatively in this kingdom. There's the dram strat that you saw. We didn't really go over it, but that was when I jumped into that alcove earlier on, and then used the capture warp, throwing my cap up in the air and getting the moon, and then using Cappy to kind of warp back up to the bullet bill that was waiting for me up top. Using the bullet bill's speed to my advantage, juggling them around. Like, we use bullet bills in every conceivable way in this kingdom, and it's really fun to do.
So Sand is one of the bigger kingdoms, and all the big kingdoms, they typically have like 2 bosses, or at least 2 big story events. So this is the second one, and we're gonna make this guy punch himself in the face, as Nintendo likes to do. I love these kind of bosses for some reason.
Yeah, this is the classic Bongo Bongo boss, you could say. The typical floating face and hands. Of course, Super Mario Odyssey does put a little bit of a twist on it with the whole capture strategy, which of course I'm going to use to my advantage here.
In a lot of these fights, they might kind of look auto-scrollery, and they are in a sense, but there's little things that you might not notice that speed up the fight. Like, for instance, Danger's is rolling all the way to the other end of the arena here, rather than just standing in one spot. And that's to get those fists behind Mario as soon as possible, because that's the point where Knuckle Tech here starts going back towards the center of the arena. So the faster you get those hands behind you, the faster you can move on to the next phase.
Looks like Schultzar, who is a very, very excellent human being, contributor to a lot of Super Mario Odyssey streamers, and just an all-around fantastic person. I love you, Schultzar. Looks like he just dropped a giant donation bomb on this here marathon. GG's to Schultzar. Thank you so much for your contributions to Child's Play. And with that, Sand Kingdom is done. So yeah, like Kerbis said, a lot of these bosses do appear kind of auto-scrollery, and at a surface level they kind of are, but yeah, there's almost everything that we can do does kind of optimize the fight in a little bit of a way. And sometimes it just looks like flare, like you mentioned, Kerbis, like rolling in between the fists. That kind of just looks like a flary thing to do, but at the same time it does save 1 second per cycle, so it actually is doing something.
Yeah, all the little things you can do on these fights that add up. Even the most auto-scroller of fights in this game, it wouldn't surprise me if like a high-level runner was saving like 5 seconds compared to like someone who knew how the boss worked and knew how to fight it fast but didn't know all these little quirks about them. There's good time save to be had for sure.
Now, the next kingdom we're going into is Lake Kingdom. Lake Kingdom doesn't really separate itself much from the 80% route. Basically, gonna be finishing on one of the brutal fights. 80% recently has come up with an optimization that skips having to do the Rango fight, but it is a very minor one. So, if you have watched Super Mario Odyssey runs before, this will probably look very familiar to you.
Yeah, the route that skips the Rango fight in 80% is really only a top level kind of thing, like top 10 runner kind of strat.
Yeah.
Most people still just do the World Peace route, essentially.
Yeah. But this is a pretty quick kingdom, very compact, very small place.
This is actually a route that I think has, until Lake Clip happened, this was a route that was basically in place since the first couple weeks of the game being released. It's like one of the kingdoms that just never changes.
Yeah, this one is Seaside, I think.
Yeah, Seaside's another one for any percent that has never really changed too much. But I think it's mostly a product of it being so small, so there's not that many available moons that you have to route.
Exactly.
These ones are just the obvious fast choices.
Now, some kind of crazy ideas have been being thrown around by the community recently about using the lake clip itself to actually make world peace faster, but nobody's really brave enough to try it yet, unfortunately. But the main component, of course, with world peace is achieving peace in every kingdom, and that requires the multi-moon at the end, so even if this route were to be faster, it would be probably harder to set up and maybe not save nearly as much time.
Yeah, so Lake Kingdom is very small, like we said, so that's actually the only story event in the kingdom, is that Rango fight. That's how like most of the small kingdoms work. They'll just have a fight with a brutal, and then the big kingdoms will have a brutal fight and then another unique boss that is kind of more fitting to the kingdom's theme as the final boss of the kingdom.
And just like that, Lake is done. Moving on to Wooded Kingdom, which in my opinion is one of the scariest of the run. I'm pretty sure that goes for basically any category of this game. It's a very vertical kingdom, lots of opportunities to fall to your death, lose lots of time, but it's also a very fun kingdom to just kind of move around in, so.
Yeah, I think it definitely has one of the more interesting routes as far as just the strats you use.
Certainly.
To get around the kingdom. There's some really cool stuff you do. And one of which will be another one of those moon clips like you saw in Cascade Kingdom. This one's going to save a little bit more time. So there's normally a gate that you would pull a lever and then a little cutscene would play to open the gate, and then you could go through it to get to the main portion of the kingdom, basically. But Dangers will try to skip that gate. The thing about moon clips is they're once and done. If you try it once and mess it up, you can't really try it again because the moon's gone.
So here it is here. I'm gonna go through the wall, set myself up on this little platform here, do a long jump, and then kind of maneuver my way up to this higher roof here, and through basically all of that nonsense, pulling the lever and all of that. Any percent uses this clip as well, but they actually go and change their route dramatically and get some different moons. And in any percent, it saves a drastic amount of time, but it does save about 7 to 8 seconds here, so it's not worth skipping on for sure, and doesn't cost anything to try either.
And the only reason you don't do a similar thing to any percent in World Peace is because we're going to go up to that section later on, after we do the first couple story segments, and basically finish off the kingdom there. So since we're going there later anyways, there's not much point to going out of our way with Nut Clip to take a couple moons up there like any percent does. So another cool little trick is just getting some momentum to triple jump off of this fence.
That's what we call flower road skip. There is a flower road that the game wants you to spawn there to just be to just get across this little gorge, but of course that's a little bit slow, so we're gonna skip on that.
Also skip this other flower road here, but this one's very easy to do, so we don't really give it a name. You can kind of just... Oh, actually, I forgot. We're doing tower skip. Yeah, so there are moons inside that tower that are kind of fast, but they're like just barely too slow for world peace. So you could actually just jump on the little beams there to get up to the top of the tower and fight Spirit here without ever going inside.
And it looks like we got to our 3K donation goal for the marathon. So karaoke Sonic R gonna be happening. Let's go. GG's, boys.
It's gonna be hot.
So now, this is one of the bigger kingdoms, and like we mentioned before, some of the bigger kingdoms kind of are cut in half with a mini boss in the middle and a final boss kind of at the end. This is one of those kingdoms. So we beat Spirit, but we haven't saved the world here yet. So we kind of have to traverse our way back up to the very top of this kingdom in order to finish it off.
Yeah, and I've always liked this little segment of movement here. Just always felt really smooth to jump across all these walls and across this gap.
Making sure you get optimal height on all your jumps as well to get over that rock wall.
There's a lot of stuff that you just kind of feels like you just barely have enough at your disposal to get to certain places.
And luckily we do. Luckily we have just enough.
So I'm going to use those rocket flowers to carry all the way over to this little moon. And this is the last little story segment. I'm going to shoot off the 4 sections of this little propeller, shooting out bombs, and that will give Dangers 1 moon, and it will open up the secret flower field, which is where the second boss fight will take place.
And just like we mentioned before, this boss is probably one of the most kind of auto-scrollery of all of them. That being said, there are still things that we can kind of do to manipulate and make it go a little bit faster for us. And they all revolve around the capture associated with this fight, which we've affectionately referred to as Speedy Nut Boy.
Yeah, see, there's little things you can do to make the uproot walk faster or run faster, just depending on when you capture it. And if you don't get the fast speed right away, which I don't think Dangers did there, there's kind of a backup you can do, which is to use the little pad that it spawns on. And if you land on it, like if you jump and land on that spawning pad at the right spot, he'll kind of run off of it and just have this faster running speed.
Yeah, and you'll see now, whenever I jump and land, he just continues running immediately. Whereas before, usually he kind of has a stagger in his jump. But
Yeah,
there's kind of a second phase to this as well. I'm gonna see if I can kind of initiate it. Doesn't look like I got it here. I'm gonna try for it on the third phase. But basically, you can also use that same spawning platform and jump off the side of it, and potentially get yourself some launching distance added to that as well. So we have Speedy Nut Boy already, but we need Supremely Speedy Nut Boy. And still just kind of working on trying to get that. Doesn't seem to be cooperating this time. We're not really sure how it works or why it works, but it does. Now you can see, as I'm jumping around, I'm actually jumping probably 2 times farther, which is a little bit faster as well.
Yeah, and I guess we can also explain the origin of why these boss fights are even happening. And if you know anything about the story of this game, it's that Bowser is coming around all these kingdoms and he's trying to steal one thing from each kingdom in order to plan his wedding with Peach, which is definitely voluntary on her end and not forced at all.
Entirely consensual.
In this kingdom, that thing that Dangers just fought and destroyed was a machine that was supposed to suck up all the flowers from this secret flower field, and Bowser was going to use those flowers in his wedding. And in Sand Kingdom, there was a ring that Bowser wanted.
Yeah, and the reason that Knuckletech fought us is because he was mad the ring was missing and, had to take it out on somebody. And so that somebody was us, unfortunately.
And I actually can't remember. Is there something in Lake Kingdom that Bowser took? Oh, the
Yes,
dress.
the dress.
The dress. That's right.
Cascade kind of just exists. Lost Kingdom kind of just exists.
Yeah, Cascade is just like kind of the intro kingdom. I don't think Bowser even ever goes there. And then, yeah, Lost Kingdom, which is going to be coming up next, you'll see, is basically just where Mario gets knocked down to after fighting Bowser for the first time, which is going to happen right now. I mean, whoops, we're going to Metro Kingdom.
Yep, that's what they said, right? That's the game. That's the game trying to trick us, I think.
I mean, they got me the first time.
Certainly.
They used the hype of Metro Kingdom to their advantage, because that's the one that they knew everybody would be excited for, so they teased you with it, and then threw this Bowser fight in here instead.
Yeah, they debated you a little bit.
So this is probably one of the more obvious fights as to like what the fast strats are. You can see Bowser trying to throw his hat and hit Mario with it, but if you run up at the right time and just throw your hat at the hat Bowser's throwing as he throws it, you'll just grab it immediately, rather than having to chase it around the arena here. And then you can just backflip over top of it on the last two phases to grab it right away as well. And then another thing is just kind of grabbing the hat and then jumping behind Bowser to punch him to the opposite end of the arena. That's like a micro optimization, probably saves a second or two over the course of the fight. It makes Bowser jump around less, basically, in between phases.
Yep. The further away he is, the less platforms he has to jump to kind of get to his final destination in between the phases, which helps speed things up a little bit.
Yeah, because he's always trying to jump at like as far away from Mario as possible, basically. So you can manipulate that in your favor.
Now, Lost is a bit of a weird kingdom because there are no real parameters for achieving peace here. There are no multi-moons to collect, there are no real bosses. So the idea with Lost Kingdom to achieve peace is to just leave. So we're going to just do the any % route because it just so happens to be the fastest. We're going to do a quick loop around and get the fastest moons and then get out of here.
Yeah, like the only notable thing you're doing here is avoiding the fight with Klepto. And for anyone who doesn't know how that works in any %, basically there's like a big trigger zone that will activate a fight with this bird that you see kind of in the top right of the screen. And he'll steal Cappy, and then you gotta go kind of ground pound these platforms to knock him down and get Cappy back. But if you just like go around the outside of the kingdom instead, you can avoid ever activating that fight and then just run up next to Klepto, and he'll think that the fight is active, but he's just confused.
Yeah, we confuse him a little bit, which is great because we don't really want him stealing Cappy. That's kind of slow.
And then once you activate the fight, just by like running past him, you have free reign to go wherever you want. So like the last couple moons, you'll see Danger's Collect normally would be in that trigger zone for the fight, but since he kind of confused him, that won't happen anymore.
Do a little scary jump there. Don't have Cappy because it's being stolen by that, what do they call it? Torpedo, I think?
Yeah, Torpedo.
So I have to do that triple jump without Cappy's assistance, which means that my jumps have to be perfectly lined up, otherwise I'll bonk and fall down, and get the torpedo to blow up the cage, and then go under the bridge, and then we're done. Lost Kingdom, just like that.
Nice little trick to jump back out from underneath the bridge without dying. Something that, like a mechanic in this game, is you're allowed to cap bounce in the air one time, and then if you want to cap bounce again, you have to touch the ground. But the only other thing that gives you your cap bounce back is collecting a moon for the first time. So he kind of is able to collect that moon and then cap bounce out from underneath the bridge and up onto safe ground without dying. And now you finally, you were debated a little bit earlier, but now we actually get to go to Metro Kingdom.
And when we get here, it's dark and gloomy and stormy. You see that there's a Mecha Wiggler kind of invading the city and making it really kind of a nasty place to be. So our first order of business is to take care of that Mecha Wiggler.
And this is another one of those little sections of the run that is kind of forced upon you, much like doing the Cascade story stuff. You have to do this Wiggler fight in order to progress the game, because you can see, like, in the top left, the little circles. That's how many moons you need to leave the kingdom. And there's only, like, I think maybe 3 or 4 moons available in Night Metro here. So in order to get to the part of the kingdom where there's a lot more moons, you have to do this fight. But once Dangerous gets into daytime Metro, then that's where things will start to look very different from any percent.
Yeah, it would be kind of handy if we could collect enough moons that we needed in the nighttime portion, because then we could probably skip on doing Mecha Wiggler or just like leaving him for last. But there just isn't enough moons in this nighttime portion, so we do have to go through, unfortunately.
And there's really only a couple instances in the game where they actually force you to collect story moons. Like Cascade is one, here is one, Bowser's Kingdom is another that is kind of more scripted. But outside of that, you can kind of do your own thing for the most part.
And that's what kind of makes this game a really great game as a speed game is, it's very approachable and there are some beginner routes out there. But as far as like achieving the game and playing it casually even, it's very kind of open to interpretation and there's a lot of different ways to go about it. When you compare it to something like Super Mario 64, for example, the 70-star idea, it has an element of creativity in a different way, where you're in a hub area and you can kind of pull the moons out that you need to combine up to 70, whereas this one requires you to collect a certain amount before you leave each kingdom, so you're kind of forced to play every kingdom, but you can kind of do them in whatever way you want.
And I'm really glad the game is set up the way that it is, because if the game forced you to do all the story moons just from the get-go, then, this category that Dangerous is running right now would essentially be any percent. But since they allowed you to complete the game without doing all the story stuff, it basically gives us 2 really cool categories to run instead of just the one.
Got kind of a nasty pattern with my Wiggler there, but we were able to finish him off just fine. So the idea there, there's very little RNG in this game and in a lot of other Mario games. A lot of it is just technical precision and kind of doing your inputs properly. But this is kind of one of the elements of RNG that does exist in this run. That second phase, the Wiggler can pop out in just about any pattern under the sun. Some patterns are a little bit more friendly than others, but the idea is that all patterns can essentially be 2-cycled if you can kind of counter them in a way. So we're lucky to get a 2-cycle there.
Yeah, so if you wouldn't have shot all those little glowing sections of the Wiggler in a short enough span of time, then the Wiggler would kind of go back into the wall and do his little shoot across the arena thing again. And it's a pretty big time loss, but yeah, thankfully he didn't have too terrible of a pattern. The really bad thing that happens is when the Wiggler coils up and just kind of like runs over itself and the hitboxes become really weird.
Yeah, this boss has some notoriously bad hitboxes, and another one later also does, that we'll get to at some point, I'm sure.
So now daytime Metro, now that the Wiggler has been exterminated, and it's daytime, it's sunny out, the mayor, Pauline, is looking to celebrate. But she needs a band for his celebration. So, after collecting a few moons here, Danger's gonna go talk to Pauline. She'll explain the situation to Mario, and we'll do a little bit of rounding up the band, rounding up the squad to put on a cool festival.
And we exterminated the Wiggler. The pest problem has been taken care of, but for some reason that doesn't actually constitute achieving quote-unquote world peace here. For some reason, this celebration is absolutely necessary to consider that the kingdom has been restored. So yeah, we need to go. Also, shoutouts to the ghosts in the band room. We need to go and collect all of the musicians and get this festival on the road.
Yeah, so that empty room that he spawned into, that's not supposed to happen. We're not really sure why it happens sometimes, but Yeah, sometimes after collecting that first drummer moon, just nobody's there. Like Pauline is supposed to be in there, and like a couple other people, but yeah, there's just no one in there for some reason. Sometimes it's really
Very
bizarre,
strange. Very
very
strange.
spooky.
Yeah, you can see that Pauline and the band members we've collected are actually there this time.
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to look like every time. I think like the more musicians you collect, the more people are in there as well. But Pauline's always supposed to be in there, so very weird that that happens.
Yeah, also noticed somebody in chat mentioning my date is set to 2024. Yes, that is a cheat prevention method. I'm currently in like a speedrunning league associated with this game in any percent. So in order to prevent cheating, what we do is we change the date on the Switch to a date that the organizer will give us about 5 minutes before the run. And I just didn't change it back. So we're actually, this run is from the future, in case you were wondering.
Yeah, like I'm not sure why Nintendo put the date on whenever you collect a moon, but it's actually a super convenient cheat prevention kind of thing.
Certainly. So we have 3 out of the 4. We're just going to gather some quick moons on top of this rooftop, and then take a scary jump across the buildings here. Oh, kind of disturbed the trumpeter a little bit. But he's our last member, and once we've gathered him, we can finally go to the festival, right?
Well, not quite.
Oh.
Pauline has one more problem for us to take care of. They can't have a festival with all those lights and sounds because the power's run a little low in New Donk City. So there's a little problem in the sewers that Mario's got to go take care of.
Yeah. Just a little bit of a pest infestation in the sewer. Now, this sewer portion does have, like, an entire kind of platforming section attached to it. But on my version, it's actually really easy to just do this. So we're going to just skip all of that, take care of the pest infestation, and grab the moon.
Yeah, there's like a whole little room you would have to go through with a lot of ways to die. But you can just click through the wall. That's the second roll cancel clip of the run. There's going to be one more that is actually the most important.
Hopefully I won't even have to execute the roll cancel clip if I'm lucky, but yes, there is
that's
one
true.
more. There's one more clip coming up that is integral to kind of skipping a major portion of the game.
Yeah, so the last one you can actually moon clip or roll cancel clip to basically achieve the same thing. The moon clip is slightly faster, but like I said earlier, moon clips are once and done. If you mess it up, there's no backing it up, but the roll cancel clip serves as a backup, essentially, to guarantee that you're able to get to where you want to go. Yeah, now it's actually time for the festival.
Yep, so we did all of Pauline's errands, we went grocery shopping, we picked up the kids from school, took them to soccer practice, we made dinner. Now it's finally time to accomplish the festival.
So I want to see any dancing emote you have in chat. Get those sour pleases out.
Yep.
Get it poppin'.
Now, this festival can be done damageless in the most optimal way. Basically, there is an extremely fast way to do this initial portion. Everything in this entire section is on a cycle, and the cycle starts as soon as I enter the pipe. So, in order for me to get the absolute best cycle that I need, I'm trying to kind of manipulate how fast I go through this beginning portion, because it all comes down to this room here. And if I've done it, if I've set it up correctly, I should be able to do this part damageless.
Yeah, it's just all these barrels basically are on a global cycle.
Alright, so I did take damage on the very last jump, but that's not a big deal. Pretty quick anyways.
And taking damage here compared to other parts of the game actually isn't that big of a deal, because normally you would lose time to taking damage. Like there's a little stutter when Mario takes damage, so that's like a slight time loss, but the bigger time loss is when your health refills. And that happens anytime you collect a moon. And it's like almost 2.5 seconds to refill your health, just the animation of it. But when you collect a multi-moon, it kind of does that automatically without an animation. Like when he lands at the end of this cutscene, he'll have full health again. So it's not as big of a time loss as taking damage in other parts of the run.
Yep. And you know, one of the most colorful and fun parts of the whole run right there, kicking off in the festival. And just like that, we finally achieved world peace in Metro, even though it seems like we did it about 8 minutes ago. Now we finally get to leave. Now we're entering the kind of the middle portion of what we like to call MSSL in the community, which is Metro, Snow, Seaside Luncheon. They're notoriously some of the hardest kingdoms to do in the any percent run as well as in the World Peace run. And they are also drastically different in both of the categories because World Peace does not get achieved in any of them in any percent, but it does have to be achieved in all of them. In World Peace, of course. So we're gonna be diverting quite a bit from the fastest route and doing a couple of snazzy things on the side.
I mentioned that a lot of the bigger kingdoms, they'll have a brutal fight and then another story event at the end. This kingdom actually has that, but we're going to skip the brutal fight. This is one of the instances where you can skip story moons.
Yeah, we're going to skip a lot of things in this kingdom.
Yeah. So there's like, in the main portion of this room Dangers is in, there's 4 tunnels that you can go into. Which, if you're familiar with the 80% route, it goes into 2 or 3 of them, depending on the route you're doing. World Peace is going to avoid them entirely. And the moons at the end of these tunnels are technically all story moons. But, like, Danger's is going to try this moon clip here, and if he gets it, he'll basically pass the barrier that those rooms are supposed to open.
Unfortunately missed the moon clip, but we're gonna go down here.
Yeah, that moon clip's pretty tricky. It's a lot harder than the other ones you saw him do. Yeah, this roll cancel clip serves as a backup. It achieves the same result, just with being a little slower. But basically, like, each of those 4 tunnel rooms is supposed to open up a panel in the floor. And like, once you open up all 4 of them, you'd be able to slide down into this room. But using that clip, you can just skip all of those rooms entirely. And one of those rooms has the Rango fight of this kingdom, and just like other menial stuff in the other tunnels. So yeah, this is going to be the Bound Bowl instead. Another kingdom where it's not even a boss fight, but you do have to do this to achieve peace in Snow Kingdom.
Yeah, not really sure why, to be honest. It doesn't really make very much sense, but that's fine. Now, usually when I do PB attempts on my own channel, we like to play a little game where we guess the final time that I'm going to get in the Bound Bowl. It does record to the 100th of a second. Good guesses are between about 52 and 54 if you guys want to play along at home.
And this is another part that, like, people who are highly skilled at it will, like Danger said, a 52 to 54 second time. Like, that's not super easily achievable unless you are pretty experienced with this race. Beginner runners will commonly not even get below a minute. So it's like another one of those little things that experience gives you a pretty good time save.
Yeah, and considering it's like separated from the main game, you wouldn't really think that something like the Bound Bowl is like a big time saver, but yeah, like Kerbis said, it's a matter of, 10 seconds in some cases, so it really does make a difference and kind of adds up.
It's just like a surprising amount of technical precision involved in this race that might not be entirely obvious. Just hitting all the optimal parts of the slopes to bounce, and you can actually, depending on how lightly or heavily you press the button to bounce, you'll like bounce higher or lower, and you gotta like manipulate that to your advantage to get the right angles and stuff to go as fast as possible.
And we did get a 52.88, which is 0.01 off of Poverty Chat's guess. GG's.
52 is a really good time for that. I think the best times that people ever get in like full game speed runs is a 51, like a high 51.
Maybe have seen a 51 like once or twice in like a World Peace or a Darker Side run before.
Yeah, that's pretty rare, but yeah, generally 52 to 54 for a high level runner is pretty common.
Now, this kingdom is actually kind of unique. Snow Kingdom in general, before World Peace, is an extremely slow place to be. Like Kerbis said, a lot of the moons are kind of hiding in those hallways. They're all attached to a story moon. It's very slow. So we leave a lot of the moons for after Peace because now that you can see the sun is shining, it's a nice place to be. There's a lot of fast moons kind of hanging out in the outdoor portion of Snow Kingdom. So we're just going to go about getting all of those.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of something we glossed over, but basically every kingdom, whenever you collect a multi-moon, it typically will unlock more moons that are available to collect in the kingdom. So that's what happens here. Once he collects that boundable multi-moon, there's a lot of stuff that spawns, and they're much faster than anything you could get before achieving peace.
All right. Now that is another element of RNG that exists in the run, this little fishing mini game here. There are two different bites that fish can do. One is like a really solid hard bite, and the other one is just like a tiny little nibble. The fish will only come up on the hard bites, and you don't always get the hard bite on the first try, so I got kind of lucky there.
And the way you know is with rumble on your controller, so it's like you can't tell just by watching if it's going to be a light or a heavy bite.
Now this trick, if you watch Super Mario Odyssey speedruns, very prevalent in the any percent route. It was considered to be the hardest trick for a very long time. It saves about 8 or 9 seconds optimally in that route, which is why it's so valuable. In World Peace, it saves quite significantly less, but I thought I'd throw it in just for a little bit of flair.
Gotta provide the swag.
Yeah, you get bonus points for swag in Super Mario Odyssey speedrunning.
Yeah, I think that's, what, a 1 or 2 second time save for World Peace.
And it's kind of neat to see it in a different perspective, because when you see it in any percent, it's like still blizzarding out. You haven't achieved world peace, so you can't really see what's going on, but it's clear as day, and you kind of get to see what's how the jump actually works. So.
And now, I don't know about Dangers, but coming up, Seaside Kingdom has my absolute favorite boss fight.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you on that one.
It's one of those things where I kind of hated it early on because I didn't understand it, like understand how to do it well, do it quickly, but I think the fast strats are some of the most fun and coolest looking things in this game. So basically Seaside Kingdom, you can kind of see the guy sitting on top of the glass in the center of the kingdom. That's who we're gonna fight. But to get him off his little perch, Dangers has to go collect these moons by these little buttons, and when he ground pounds the buttons, it'll uncork one of the fountains that you can kind of see in the background. And once all 4 of them are uncorked, they all hit our friend perched at the top, and he gets angry and then he wants to fight. So this whole route is based around just going around uncorking these fountains, essentially.
And we're going to make valuable use of our little Gushin friends here. Gushins are a very quick way to kind of zip around the kingdom, and like we said, story moons constitute quite a few of the moons in this kingdom. You need 10 moons to leave, but 7 of them are story moons. So it's actually, there's not very many moons that we need to go out of our way for. So most of this world peace route is just going around the kingdom as fast as possible, uncorking all the fountains, and then moving on.
Yeah, it's probably the most story-dense kingdom in the run, other than, like, Cascade.
Unlike unlike snow or unlike sand, there's nothing you can really do to skip any of this functionality, so we do kind of have to go about getting it all.
Not yet, anyway.
Not yet. You never know.
But yeah, I mean, Seaside is so open, there's not really, like, there's nothing that you can clip into that would be of any use. So you kind of just gotta play by the rules here.
Which is totally fine by me, because it's a very scenic kingdom, and it unlocks the best boss of all time, so...
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Seaside, just aesthetically. It's always been one of my favorites in this game. The early cutscene.
Gotta love it.
Sometimes those cutscenes like take forever to actually be skippable for whatever reason. I'm pretty sure it's variable, like the load time or whatever, to be able to skip the cutscene. Because sometimes it definitely seems like I can skip it right away, and other times it takes forever. Might just be placebo, but that's what it seems like in my head.
I don't really know what causes it either. I feel like I probably mash just always, but it doesn't always work.
Alright, so this is the 4th and final button, and this is what's going to cause our friend, and I'm not making this up, I swear to you guys. His full name is Brigadier Mollusk Glancer III, Dauphin of Buglane. That is his full canonical title.
and it's fantastic. I don't even think you could make it up, even if you tried.
No, I wouldn't be able to make that up. I'm not creative enough to come up with a name like that. But yeah, that is actually the name of this guy, and he is mad.
I mean, his head is on fire. Like, that's how much more mad can you get? So basically, this fight revolves around knowing exactly where he's going to show up next. So I am doing my best to kind of beat him all the way around. He does a lap around the kingdom. I'm doing my best to kind of beat him to every spot that he's going to stop. And that's going to obviously be as optimal as possible. But it just so happens that beating him to this very final spot over here by the hot springs has a little bit of a unique quality to it as well.
Yeah, just by hitting him right away, it's gonna sort of force him to clip through this wall, and what that does is it avoids him swimming all the way around the back side or the front side of the hot spring here. So he kind of just goes through the wall, and then you can finish him off right there.
And we honestly have no idea why it works like that, but we did discover that it does work, so we just kind of run with it.
Yeah, and like he said, as long as you pretty much beat him to his spot, you'll get that clip every single time, basically. You just gotta know where he's gonna stop and start spraying before he gets there.
And that is another multi-moon that we need to achieve world peace. So with that, we will be heading out on our way to the next kingdom. Now, the next kingdom is a love or hate kingdom for me. I love its aesthetic. I love everything. I love the sub-areas that are in it. As a casual, this is probably my favorite kingdom. As a speedrunner, though, it is a little bit more frustrating. Just, you'll see why. You'll see why.
I'm gonna be real, this kingdom, I have a hate-hate relationship with it.
Just straight up double hate on the Luncheon Kingdom.
It was definitely one of my least favorite when I was playing casually, and it has not treated me any better as a speedrunner.
Now, Snow and Seaside, there was a kind of a fork in the road. We could have chosen one or the other. Going one or the other doesn't really make much of a difference. They are both kind of smaller kingdoms as well, so there's not really any midway boss for either of them. Snow did have one, but we kind of just skipped it. But see, when we get back to Luncheon is another rather large kingdom, and there is one brutal that we have to fight. There's also kind of a midpoint with a multi-moon attached to it.
It's the most difficult multi-moon in the game.
By far.
You guys will see exactly why once we get to it.
So doing a little bit of a tricky jump to get up that salt pile. The game, I don't think you're really supposed to get up there until later on in the game, but the moon is still there, so we can do a set of very tricky and precise jumps to get up there.
Yeah, I don't see it referred to by this name very much anymore, but like early on in the speedrun life of Mario Odyssey, that jump was called cheeseless, because like once you do certain story moons, like the first multi-moon I think it is, there's a block of cheese that appears that you can kind of stand on and jump up that wall much easier. So like the act of jumping up there without the cheese block, we just called cheeseless.
Yep, and then we have a little bit of a refight with Spirit here. The only difference is that the arena is larger and also rectangular shaped. That doesn't make any difference to the way that we do it, but you know, that's how this game creates difficulty, I guess.
And they reward you less and less every time you fight a brutal.
It's a bit of an interesting thing.
In like Sand Kingdom, fighting Harriet, you got a multi-moon at the end. Same with Lake Kingdom, same with Wooded Kingdom. Then once you get to like the fight that we skipped in Snow, you would only get a single moon for it. And the same with the Spirit fight right there. You only got a single moon for it. Then in Bowser's Kingdom, you have to fight 2 brutals just to get a single moon. So I guess they run out of goodies to give you as the game progresses, or something.
Must be. Something like that.
There's a 1 multi-moon per brutal quota. Bowser doesn't trust them with any more.
Now I am on 1.0, which is the original version of this game, and it does actually have, you'll see this cage that I'm opening up with this switch here. There is actually a glitch that I can do to clip directly through it, but I require a turnip that you pull out of the ground to do it, and it just so happens that there's no turnips readily available in the area, so I'm just going to open this up the regular way. In any percent, there are some turnips kind of conveniently placed right where you are, so you can kind of just use those turnips to make the trick happen.
Yeah, so you guys gotta brace yourselves. We're quickly approaching that most difficult multi-moon in the game. It's gonna blow you away with how hard it is.
Yeah, just got a couple of quick moons to gather along the way before I make my way up there.
Yeah, so basically the entire route is just, in every kingdom you have a point A, which is the start where you get dumped off with the Odyssey, and a point B, which is the first multi-moon of the kingdom, and you're just gonna grab any fast moon that's along the way without going too far out of your way. So watch the technique here. He's got to shake twice, skip a cutscene, do a very tricky single jump cat bounce into this multi-moon, and there you go. Most difficult multi-moon of the game.
I barely made it out alive, to be honest. I'd like to thank my family. At home, they're always cheering for me.
Also, side note, Luncheon Kingdom, while it might be one of the worst kingdoms in the game, it does have the best moon color.
It certainly does. You cannot argue that. And now we get sent back to the Odyssey, but our final destination is essentially getting back up to the top of the mountain again.
Yeah, but this time you got to go around the other side of the kingdom because there's no giant slab of meat to carry you to the big pot anymore. So you got to go around the back way. And there's a cannon that will launch us up to the giant pot of stew for the boss fight, which I'm not memeing this time, is actually like one of the more difficult and annoying boss fights in this run.
An absolute unit of a boss fight, if I do say so myself.
It's the one that Dangerous was referring to earlier with the unfortunate hitboxes. And this is a much worse offender of that than the Mecha Wiggler was.
Certainly.
So yeah, this is another one of those story moons that just basically allows you to progress through the kingdom. I don't think you're able to do the boss fight without collecting this moon.
And now this story moon kind of opens up a section where you have to kind of go around the mountain trail. But we're just going to do some movement to skip all that because it's slow. Oh, and I'm also going to just do the bonk there. That's alright. These things happen.
Yeah, if you've ever seen people do the Koopa free running minigame in this game, this is kind of the route that Koopa free runners would take, and it's actually one that is useful in a normal speedrun as well. And here we go, Cookateel. This is... I don't even know what to say about this fight. I might regret something if I talk too much, but basically these hitboxes, like every hitbox possible in this fight is terrible.
Yeah.
Does not work in your favor.
No, to this boss's credit, this is one of the few bosses that you can kind of break the script on, break the sequence. You go underneath this boss and hit him in the belly, and that's going to force him to kind of go to his puking stage a little bit faster. But, like Turbis said, the hitboxes are brutal. Like, I actually got them on the first try there, which is kind of a miracle, to be honest. A lot of the time, the game is not so nice. And the hitboxes on these lava platforms are not so nice. The hitboxes on the boss's face, also not so nice. You can see why this boss can be rather frustrating.
Yeah, especially that third phase where it's so easy to fall through the smaller platforms of puke. Yeah, that is a food safety violation. You're not wrong.
Yeah, I don't know what this soup is made out of, but it certainly is not very appetizing after the horror that we've witnessed here.
All I know is if you guys are looking for a post-marathon meal, you do not want to be eating this stew. Go somewhere
Absolutely
else.
not.
Go to IHOP. I think they're open this late.
But with that, we've exterminated the evil in this kingdom. We've gotten rid of the terrifying cooking bird. And that's all we need from Lunch Kingdom, so we're on our way.
So, speaking of auto-scroller bosses,
we have approached the penultimate auto-scroller boss in this next kingdom. Now, this game, again, does a little bit of a debate, I think. It says, oh, now is the time to face off against the evil Bowser. We're finally going to his homeland, and we're going to take him down once and for all.
You know, it kind of debates you twice in this.
It does.
First, I think you're going to Bowser's Kingdom, and then once you actually go to Bowser's Kingdom, you don't even fight Bowser there. Sorry, spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert. But yeah, you don't even fight Bowser there, and it's not even the last place you go. So this here, my first playthrough, I was, to put it simply, I was monka-gigaing because I was like, am I still in a Mario game? I'm not entirely sure. But this here is the Lord of Lightning, and as intimidating as he looks, he's really quite the pushover.
You want to know the one thing that this dragon actually reminds me of? Like, a lot of people say Dark Souls, but my mind goes somewhere else, and it's really funny to me. But I think of the dragon from Shrek.
Oh my god, yes! That's so funny. I was actually just watching that movie. It's a good throwback. The first two movies are excellent. The other ones are what make the meme what it is today. But
yeah. See, I think it's a crying shame. I think Shrek has been memed into oblivion, but like, especially the first movie, it's like actually a classic comedy movie. Oh, I love Shrek. But yeah, that's what this fight reminds me of for some reason. I think it's especially just like the innocent, pleading pose that the dragon takes once you defeat it. Yeah, just kind of laying there helpless. Like,
just
I don't know, that
to submission, yeah, totally. And yeah, so if you haven't gathered, this fight is extremely linear. There are some things that we can do to speed it up, essentially taking a damage boost on the dragon's nose so that we're right up next to these swords and we can pull them right out of his face. But aside from that, it's just waiting for the phases to be over. There's no way to really skip to the next portion of the fight like there was in the luncheon fight. We just kind of have to wait and pull the swords out as fast as we can.
And yeah, you don't have to call PETA. We didn't kill the dragon or anything. You can see if you come back, its eyes will be open. It'll just be kind of sitting there, all tired looking.
Yeah,
but
worn out.
Yeah, it was just like a fun play date. Taking a nap now. But yeah, the dragon is well and good. No worries. Just kind of claim the multi-moon to power the Odyssey back up.
And the dragon is all we need to achieve world peace in Ruined. There are a couple other moons hiding around here, but that's all. That's it. We can power up the Odyssey and make our way to the next kingdom. Finally going to Bowser's.
And Bowser's is another kingdom that's going to be exactly the same as any percent. Actually, the rest of the run from here on out is exactly the same as any percent. Just because, I guess, like, the beginning and the end of the game, they force you to do the story stuff just for, you know, whatever reason. I guess it makes sense at the end of the game because, you know, there's like an overarching story that they still want you to follow. But yeah, this kingdom, you have to collect all the story moons. There's no way to skip any of them. It could technically, like, physically be possible to skip some of them, but it's just, like, if you don't collect the first one, then the second one won't appear. If you don't collect the second one, then the third one won't appear, and so on. Basically, the final fight becomes uncompletable unless you collect all the prior story moons.
Exactly.
I think Bowser's Kingdom would be a lot scarier in a speedrun setting if that weren't the case. If we had to jump across all these walls, across these death gaps.
We would definitely be doing some sort of crazy platforming maneuvers, and we still do, to be fair. I kind of like Bowser's Kingdom because it kind of throws at you a bunch of platforming sections that you've been practicing and doing throughout this entire game, and throws them into these little bite-sized chunks. And it's a very, very satisfying kingdom to run. Also, another thing to notice about this kingdom is that, unlike the other kingdoms, it doesn't really give you a clear moon count on what you need to leave. And that's because this game is trying to debate you again into thinking that this is the last place you're going to go. But it isn't, because Bowser's going to actually throw his final Mecha Brutal at you, and then run off to the moon by himself with Peach, where you kind of have to track him down one final time. So, because there's no moon count, you just have to intuitively know that you need 2 extras on top of the story moons before you're allowed to leave. So you will see me grab 2 extra ones along the way.
Alright, so since Wooded Kingdom, what are the things that we've missed that Bowser was trying to steal from each kingdom?
So, I don't think he actually does steal anything in Metro, does he?
Metro, it was like the power, I think. Basically.
Probably that.
Snow Kingdom, I'm actually not sure.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say, I don't remember.
I think Seaside was just like the pure water. And Luncheon was the stew.
Luncheon was the pot of stew, yep, for sure.
I'm telling you, you guys do not want to eat that stew, but for whatever reason, Bowser wanted it. So.
He wants it for his wedding. I think Snow might have been the wedding cake.
Maybe.
If I had to guess, it'd probably be that.
Yeah, I think that covers all of them, because obviously Bowser's trying to steal something from his own kingdom.
And all of these components together, one very precious artifact from every corner of the world, makes for the most fabulous wedding on the moon, no less. And now we enter this refight here with the Brutals. Of course, we haven't seen Harriet since the Sand Kingdom. She had a ponytail that she was throwing bombs at us with. This time she's got pigtails, which does kind of intensify this fight a little bit. It means that I have to jump off to the side if I want to get those optimal bomb throws in.
Yeah, so this is what I was saying. You actually have to fight 2 Brutals now just to get a single moon. They're making it more difficult as the kingdoms progress. And Topper here, he's just... it looks normal. He only has 3 hats there, but he goes a little wild on this fight.
Yeah, things get out of hand very fast with Topper here.
It's those tall stacks.
He's all about them stacks.
Aren't we all?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, as usual, these silly rabbits proving not much of a challenge for Mario.
And yep, getting the 1 story moon from all of that nonsense. But this is going to open up the way to the main courtyard and allow us to continue onwards into the main courtyard and past it into our final fight here.
Yeah, it's like Dangerous was saying, he's going to collect 1 more moon here. After you would do the boss fight, the final boss fight in this kingdom, the normal dotted circles in the top screen would show. But obviously we know already how many we need, and that's 8. So he has 5 now, and then there's just going to be a multi-moon at the end of the boss fight. And that's all you need to leave Bowser's Kingdom.
A little bit of a tricky jump there. After coming out of that pipe, the camera kind of wrestles with you. There's not really anything you can do to control the camera there. So I kind of have to make that jump completely blind. But we're safe, we're sound. Now we just gotta climb up this big wall.
Use our bird friend to scale it.
Pokio is one of my favorite captures in the game.
That's something I have a love-hate relationship with, is the Pokios. But this is going to be one of the more technical fights in the game. So if you're unaware, normally what you'd want to do is... it'll spit out these bombs, but it'll also spit out Pokios, and you would capture the Pokio, poke the bombs back at the legs of the hit Rude and climb on top with the Pokio after knocking it down. And you would have to do that 4 times, but basically Danger's climbed up the side of the leg and just ground pounded the first bubble, so taking it out with the Pokio. And from here, you can kind of stay on top, and then in between each phase, the Robo-Brood is going to try to throw you off the top, but Danger's is just going to cat bounce back, and like every time that shockwave effect happens, he gets his cat bounce back, so he can just stay on top of the Robo-Brood for the entire fight, and that was actually super clean. Pretty much perfect fight there.
There's a couple of different ways about going about hitting all the bubbles. A lot of, like, the beginner strategy is to kind of leave that top one for last because it's the easiest to hit, but there is a little bit of an optimization where you can leave that side bubble for last and just dive directly onto it, into a spin pound, and finish it off really quickly like that. But yeah, as far as that fight goes, that's basically exactly what you want to see.
So yeah, now after all the baiting that this game tries to do, finally have worked his way through all of it, and we'll get to go to the last kingdom of the game. No moons to collect anymore. Just gotta go. We have a date with Bowser.
Yeah, well, you have to crash a wedding.
Input comment about Mario being the true villain here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Robo-Brood fight is definitely like, I think as a beginner of this game, since you have to do that fight in every category essentially, it's like pretty important to become good at it, no matter what you want to run in this game. It's like the most satisfying thing in the world to do it fast for the first time and just like feel yourself becoming consistent at it. Because that's the kind of thing that, like, those fast strats, they save so much time. That's like that fight is like a multiple minute affair if you do it the intended way.
Exactly.
It's very slow. Look at this, we're drawing more parallels to Shrek. Shrek also crashed a wedding.
They're not.
Mario Odyssey is basically Shrek 5 confirmed.
Oh my god.
So those jumps were not a mistake, those were intended. Jumping to the side like that. Basically in this game, this works everywhere, but it's most prevalent on the moon because of the low gravity. If you jump at an angle, sort of, you get more distance on your jumps. So by doing it here, you're able to triple jump across that gap entirely just by angling your jumps correctly.
Now this game wants you to go into the cave that we just passed there, but discovered on basically day 1 of this game being run. Oh, and I'm gonna dive off, I think. That's good. That's fine.
Oh no.
Basically discovered on day 1 of this game being run is something we call Moon Cave Skip. So, essentially, what is possible here is a jump that I'm trying to do. We're going to be basically just like using that Sphinx's head to gain a little bit of extra height and get up and over the top of the cliff. It is a very punishing thing to miss because you get sent back all the way to the Odyssey, unfortunately, but we're going to set it up again here. But
I hope
of
you
course,
guys like Moon Kingdom.
Yep. Moon Kingdom is fun. Moon
We
Kingdom
love
is
it
great.
so much, we're gonna do it twice.
Yeah. Now, the funny thing is, we could probably miss this the same way that I just did 5 or 6 times and still be ahead of doing the Moon Cave. That's just kind of how this trick works.
Yeah, that's another thing that just is like a multiple minute affair. I think it saves... I'm not sure actually how long the Moon Cave takes to do without collecting moons along the way. Probably at least 2 or 3 minutes though. And there is actually another fight in there that you would have to do with the same boss that you saw in Cascade Kingdom, the Mama Brood. Yeah, now that's the giant ring that Bowser stole from Sand Kingdom. He's fighting, I don't know, trying to put it on Peach's finger, I guess. Not really sure how that works. It's a pretty big ring. Peach is a delicate, frail creature with dainty fingers. So I'm not sure what the plan was there.
Yeah, Peach was having none of it though.
Peach can hold her own, you know? They invited her to Smash Bros. For a reason. Yeah, this fight, it's essentially the same thing as in Cloud Kingdom, but Bowser's gonna throw some fire on the in-between phases.
And I would argue that this is probably even easier than the Cloud fight because you have a lot more time to kind of set yourself up for grabbing Bowser's hat back really fast. He does put this intermediate phase in where he's throwing fire, but as you can see, oh, just kidding, I debated myself there a little bit. I was going to say the hitbox is extremely small. I'm taking these tiny little jumps over top, and it's not very threatening. It looks a lot more threatening than it is.
Yeah, the hitbox of that fire is basically just a scan line on the floor. It's kind of funny. Not sure why they elected to make it that way, but that's how it is. Yeah, this game, kind of cool that once you do the final boss fight, the game isn't quite over. And I'm not gonna lie to you, when I did this for the first time on my first playthrough of coming down and capturing Bowser and becoming Bowser, I kind of popped off a little bit.
Oh, I popped off.
That was exciting to me. I don't like. I should have seen it coming, but I didn't, and it made me really excited when it happened.
Yeah, there was a part of me that kind of saw this coming, but at the same time, still a very exciting way to kind of finish off the game. Bringing all three characters together, you can see that Peach is actually like perched on Bowser's shoulder as we escape this exploding moon. The weirdest part about this whole sequence for me, and maybe a little bit of a spoiler here, but you know, the moon looks like it's in dire peril and it's about to self-destruct, but when you escape, you arrive on the surface of the moon and everything's just fine. I don't really know what that's all about.
Hey, apparently inanimate planets can have internal existential crisis, just like us.
It's a metaphor for mental health.
Throw a lot of fireballs, run around as Bowser for a couple minutes, and this is it. This is the final stretch of the game. Just one more little room to go through, knock down some pillars to break down a center block with a zip line that will carry our hero and his, I don't know, what would you call Bowser in this state? He's like Mario's horse or something, I don't know.
I don't really know what to call him in this situation. Aside from, enslaved, captured, but...
He's kind of helping Bowser because they're not leaving him behind to die, but he's also kind of using him to his advantage. I don't know. It's a moral gray area, to say the least.
Right. And we are on the final platform, busting away this final block here. And as we enter the wire, time is going to be essentially when we shoot directly out of it. Just a moment here. Time. Now, by my timer, it does look like I lost about a minute doing that failed moon cave skip. My PB in this category is a 1:16 flat, so that actually would have come probably within about 15 seconds of that PB had I not done that. So overall, a pretty good run, pretty good showcase for this category. So
And Dangerous is also like only a few seconds off world record in this category, so not only would have been close to his PB, but would have been close to world record. So really good run for a marathon, especially.
Yeah, an extremely fun run. You know, anybody watching at home, obviously you're a little bit interested in speedruns in general, and Mario games and Sonic games in general. But if you have not really tried a speedrun game, I would probably recommend Super Mario Odyssey because it just has such an excellent learning curve. It is extremely easy to get into. There's lots of learning to stuff out there for you to use if you need it, and a huge community dedicated to making this game what it is. Big shoutouts to the community, everybody who puts effort into routing this game and into making it such an inviting place to kind of learn how to get into speedrunning. Shoutouts to Child's Play Charity for kind of being the focus of this event, and BigJon, of course, for being the host and having me on to do this run. And last but not least, shoutouts to Kerbis for joining me on commentary today.
My pleasure.
It has been a slice, and I hope you guys come check out my channel as well, D Dangers. I do runs of this category as well as a lot of others. So, yeah, if you like Super Mario Odyssey, that's the place to go. And again, thank you for having me on.
Oh boy, how about that stuff, you all? I tell you, man, fantastic job by Dangers there, showing you how to do that World Peace category. Yeah, a little bit longer than 80%, but always a fantastic category. Had a lot of Odyssey offerings, you know. You had Bayleaf's big old darker side run, and then we had the 80%, so we kind of split right in between there. Well, I guess it's not really in between, but you know what I'm saying. Alrighty, so we have one more game for the first day of the event. We have coming up Sonic R. We have Sonic R performed by Master Kirby, who is back at it for his second run today. Did some Sonic CD a little earlier. Now we're going to do some Sonic R. And of course, thanks to the generosity of all you knuckleheads and you're spreading the word about the event. We also did meet the incentive. In fact, we met both our incentives: the Sonic 2 Game Gear Best Ending category, as well as karaoke percent for this game. So, Master Kirby is going to be showing you all Sonic R for the GG. GameCube. Yeah, so we're doing 100% no out of bounds Sonic, so we're going to have Super Sonic, and all of the songs will be sung by him as well. I'm sure you all will be singing along at your houses and all that good stuff. All right, so stay tuned. We're going to get ready and get him set up for the final run of the first day of the event. Remember, we'll be back tomorrow starting at 9 a.m. Eastern, which is just under 8 hours from now. Rip me, rip a lot of us. All right, so be back in just a few moments. We're going to get him all set up. Alright, you all, you ready? This has been upgraded with a category here. Not only is it 100% no out of bounds song, but it's also going to be karaoke percent on top of it. So you'll be singing, you will be jamming and sour pleasing and please sour and all those other various BTTV and FFZ and elemental P emotes. So let's get ready for some Sonic R. I know y'all ready for it. I know y'all ready for it.
All right. What's going on, everybody? Master Kirby, back with Sonic R for the GameCube. Changing it up a little, doing karaoke percent. Basically, what I'm gonna be doing here, I'm gonna explain all this because I'm singing, so I'm not gonna have a lot of time to talk and all that. So I'm going to be doing a category called 100% No Out of Bounds, except with two twists. First of all, I'm singing. Congratulations for meeting that donation goal, by the way. Y'all are crazy. The second thing is instead of switching characters, usually during the run after you unlock Metal, I think the new strats use Metal Knuckles, but I usually use Metal Sonic. I'm going to be sticking with Sonic all the way, up until Super Sonic, because it's nothing to Sonic. Figured that, it's nothing to Sonic. Stick with the OG boy. So yeah, let's get to it. Okay. Just make sure everything's all set up here, looking good. Alright, so I'm going to count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Not bad. That's good. There we go. Can you see the sun is shining on me? It makes me feel so free, so alive. It makes me wanna survive. And the sky, it makes me feel so high. The bad times pass me by, 'cause today, it's gonna be a brighter day. Can you feel the sunshine? Does it brighten up your day? Don't you feel that sometimes you just need to run away? Reach out for the sunshine, forget about the rain. Just think about the good times, and they will come back again. Oh, I'm glad I got that. Feel the sunshine. Alright. So in between these, basically unlocking characters, this is usually the boy that I use during the run. Metal Sonic is pretty good. Can you see the sun is shining on me? It makes me feel so free, so alive. It makes me wanna survive. And the sky,
It makes me feel so high. The bad times pass me by. 'Cause today, it's gonna be a brighter day. Can you feel the sunshine? Does it brighten up your day? Don't you feel it sometimes? You just need to run away. Alright, and we go for a cutscene skip there. Basically hold the pause button during that so you could skip the little win animation. You literally just hold it after you cross the finish line. Very easy. Alright, and here normally I would switch to Metal Sonic with my old boy strats. I think newer people use Metal Knuckles. But yeah, like I said, Sonic all the way. Radically, so you at least get to hear more of the song. It's not as short. Shout out to actually using the brakes in this game. Living in the city, you know you have to survive. You got to keep the dream alive, where everything is free. Can't you see? You know you have to survive. You got to keep the dream alive, where everything is free. Can't you see? Yo, 220s. Only different things to see. There's no time. So many different things to do, but there's no time. So many people all around. So many people to be found. Living in the city where no one lets you down. Living in the city, you know you have to survive. You got to keep the dream alive, where everything is free. Can't you see? In the city, you got to keep the dream alive, where everything is free. Can't you see? Took a little detour there, for whatever reason, don't ask. You feel it? So many things for us to do, but can you feel it? So many things all around, so many reasons to be found. Living in the city where nothing gets you down. And you see, you get into the song so much that you just end up taking a longer route. You want to hear more of the song. Straight bangers here on Sonic R. Alright, here's Tails Doll. Unfortunately, his AI is kind of, meh. At least you get to see him do funky stuff on the map. Maybe. Round 2. Living in the city, you know you have to survive. You got to keep the dream alive, where everything is free. Can't you see? You know you have to survive. You've got to keep the dream alive, where everything is free. Can't you see? So many different time. So many different things to do, but there's no time. So many people all around, so many feelings to be found. Living in the city where no one lets you down. Living in the city, you know you have to survive. You got to keep the dream alive, where everything is free. Can't you see? In the city. Alright. We got 3 Emmys. 4 more to go. Now it's time for my favorite track in the game. Favorite track song-wise? With Sonic? Run-wise? I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of scary.
Yo, got 2 rings there. Nice. The startup on this song, it takes forever too. It's still so good. You know, in fact, basically all the tracks in this game are good. Like, imagine not liking the tracks in this game. Must be out of your mind. Sometimes I ask myself, what am I doing here? I think of all the reasons, but it's still not clear. I look at places to go, there's nothing there. So take me away from this place I hardly miss. Way more than offering. So take me back in time to another world where you can be mine. And we don't have to worry when you're by my side. There's nothing I don't know, there's nothing to decide, apart from where we want to go. I was hoping I would get a full port there. Generally, with that booster, I only like taking it when I have between 18 and 25 rings with Sonic. Anything more than that is OD. Metal Sonic, you don't need as many rings because his turning isn't as bad as Sonic's. Alright, here's round 2. Sometimes I ask myself, what am I doing here? I think of all the reasons, but it's still not clear. I look at places to go, there's nothing near. So take me away from this, cause this place I hardly miss. So take me back in time to another world where you can be mine. There we go. Now on to Reactive Factory. Honestly, not too bad of a level, but Knuckles can kind of catch you off guard if you end up playing around too much. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Oh, yo, a 20. Alright, well. As long as I don't screw anything up, that's pretty much GG. Yo, 2 20s! Alright, yeah, we take those. We all need to work together to build a better life, to make it what we feel. We have to make it real. We all need to remember that nothing in this world comes for free. We have to make it what we want, cause you and me, everybody, work it out, think about it. Work it out, talk about it. Work it out, make it happen. Let's work it out. We've got to make it real. 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 We all know that life gets harder. It's getting harder day by day. And we can show that we are trying I'm making sure that everyone can say you're the one I can depend on. No one else can do it right. I'm someone you can rely on. 'Cause we're not giving up without a fight. Work it out, think about it. Surprisingly, Sonic doesn't lose too much time here compared to Metal. Alright, here's Metal Knuckles. His AI has been kind of weird recently as I've been, like, practicing. Sometimes he'll be, like, on me the whole second lap. Sometimes he'll just be chilling, bumping into walls at the end of the track. Let's see what he does. You'll need to together to build a better life, to make it what we feel. We have to make it real. We all need to remember nothing in this world comes for free. We can make it what we want. It's you and me and everybody. Work it out, think about it. Work it out, talk about it. Work it out, make it happen. Let's work it out. We've got to make it real. 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 Alright, so he actually went in on the third lap. He like did the whole lap ahead of me. That's crazy. The rubber banding in this is mad weird. Alright, so now we have your boy Super Saiyajin Sonic, who was unlocked by collecting all the Chaos Emeralds. And we have unlocked Radiant Emerald, which we have obtained by getting first place in all the other tracks. So I'm gonna need y'all in chat to like destroy it with Supersonic Racing. There's a reason why I kept Supersonic in this instead of regular Sonic. Let's go. Come on, run away. You don't have to stay. We're nearly out of time. You're doing fine. So stay on track and don't look back. Just feel the pace. Come on now, race. Everybody Supersonic Racing. And keep your feet right on the ground. Just Supersonic Racing. No time to look around. Just Supersonic Racing. And to the point of no return. Everybody Supersonic Racing. Come on, let the fire burn. Everybody, 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 everybody Supersonic Racing. Gotta keep your feet right on the ground. Just Supersonic Racing. There's no time to look around. Just Supersonic Racing. Running to the point of no return. Everybody Supersonic Racing. Come on, let the fire burn. Don't you know we really have to go to a place and time? That actually wasn't too bad in the end. Definitely faster than what I usually get. Alright, so obviously, before I cut this off, we gotta play another banger. Another banger. I'm definitely gonna like pull up some lyrics for this one real quick, because I usually don't listen to this. Oh, yeah. Yeah. When the day is done, when the race is won, my life has only just begun. When you're next to me, so much more I can see. There's nowhere that I'd rather be. I'm away from you, and there's nothing I can do. Do you think the same things too? And the time has come, I don't want you to run. You know that you're the only one. All I need is you. All you need is me. All we need is love. 'Cause you're my number one. For always and forever. Remember what I said. For us to be together. 'Cause you're my number one. Chat is so good. How can you not like this? Like, come on. At the end of each day, or whenever you're away, there's always things I wanna say. But wherever you go, you will always know that I got so much more to show. It was such a surprise when I looked into your eyes. It's only then I realized you're the one for me, no one else I wanna see. There's no place that I'd rather be. All I need is you. All you need is me. All you need is love. 'Cause you're my number one. All I need is you. All you need is me. All you need is love. 'Cause you're my number one. All I need is you, for always and forever. All I need is me. Remember, all I need is love, us to be together. 'Cause you're my number one. All I need is you, always and forever. All you need is me. Remember what I say, for us to be together. 'Cause you're my number one. All I need is you. All you need is me. All we need is love, us to be together. 'Cause you're my number one. All I need is you.